Chapter 1. Queen Tess smiled to herself as her classic Louboutin heels clacked through the castle. Her castle. Even all these months later, she still had to pinch herself as a reminder that the marvelous royal life she was living was real. The secret she was bursting to reveal was bound to make all of their lives even better. Although her woman's intuition was normally spot on, she failed to sense, during that deliciously content moment, that something was heading in their direction that would rock their tiny kingdom to its core. Tess decided that luck was definitely on her side when she spied her husband's royal steward, Finn, just ahead of her in the sprawling hallway. Short of stumbling onto the king himself, finding Finn was the best-case scenario she could imagine. She felt certain Finn knew she was behind him, so Tess narrowed her eyes in determination when the man hurried around the corner. She was beginning to get the distinct feeling that he was avoiding her. Unwilling to put up with that kind of shenanigans, she called out to him, "Finn!" The tall man gave her a sheepish grin as if she had busted him doing something he shouldn't when she rounded the corner. "Good morning, Your Highness. You look especially lovely today." "Cut the fake flattery, Finn. I know you've been actively avoiding me." She wasn't in the mood for any nonsense, and she wanted to make sure he knew it. He started to object, but she held up a palm to stop him from denying it. In her best, authoritative tone, she said, "I need an appointment to speak with the king." "Don't you see him every night?" Finn quipped. The man's flippant tone wasn't one that would normally be used with a royal. Tess wondered if her relatively new status as queen might not be fully accepted by some of the people of Isle de Montseil, especially since she was an uncouth American. Deciding that was a larger matter that would need to be addressed at a later date, Tess answered the question. "You mean when he falls into the bed, bone-weary, only to rise before the sun to start all over again? No, I don't consider that to be an appropriate time to have a serious discussion with him. What time can I get on his schedule for a few minutes today?" "Today?" Finn sounded positively scandalized that she didn't want to book time with her husband 3 weeks in advance. He flipped papers on his clipboard, even though Tess was well aware that the king's calendar was electronic. "He's booked solid for the next several days." "I'm sure if you check with him, he'll find time to see me today." Tess sounded more confident than she felt. She knew Sebastian would much rather spend his time with her than negotiating with foreign diplomats and dignitaries, but the flood of new responsibilities and the impossibly high expectations weighing on the new king's shoulders were overwhelming. As the ruling monarchs, the duo had managed in a very short amount of time to almost completely turn around the financial woes of their tiny island, problems that Sebastian's father's drinking and gambling habits had created. The constant stress was beginning to take a physical and emotional toll on her husband, though. On the few occasions when she was lucky enough to spend a bit of quality time with him, he looked pale and tired. It seemed like all he did was work, prepare for work, think about work, worry about work, and talk about work. "I'll ask him," Finn promised, but he was shaking his head as if he didn't believe there was any way the king would agree to see her today. When Jenna, one of the castle's chambermaids, averted her gaze as she tried to scurry past them in the hallway without being noticed, Tess called out to her. "Yes, Your Highness?" Jenna turned back, fidgeting her hands nervously. She was obviously used to the former queen's aloof, abrupt, and condescending attitude. Refusing to follow in her predecessor's footsteps, Tess gave the young woman what she hoped was a warm, comforting smile. "In case I don't get to see you tomorrow, happy birthday a day early." The delighted surprise in Jenna's eyes was worth every hour Tess had spent studying the palace employees' information files, memorizing their names, photographs, birthdays, and other pertinent details. "Oh, thank you, ma'am. Your Highness." The woman bowed her head low before scurrying away, but Tess still saw the happy grin that lit up the woman's face with surprise that her monarch knew and acknowledged her birthday. Tess had been determined since accepting the crown to be a different kind of queen, one who listened to and truly cared about her people. She made a mental note to request the palace chefs make a special birthday cake to acknowledge each employee's birthday. It was a small gesture that would mean a great deal to the recipients. Turning back to face Finn, the pleasure over her surprise birthday cake plans drained out of her face as she took a deep, calming breath. Tess gave the harried man a curt nod before reminding him, "I have a busy schedule today too, but I'll make time for the king when he's available." Finn's relieved facial expression indicated that he believed he was being saved by the bell after the giant gong of the palace doorbell sounded. Tess looked up towards the ceiling as if she could see the source of the intrusive noise. She scrunched up her nose as she asked, "Who on earth would be ringing the palace doorbell?" At Finn's shoulder shrug, she went on, "I'm expecting the ladies for the Historical Society's annual tea, but the royal guard should have escorted them directly to the palace gardens." Realizing that Finn wasn't going to give her an answer, and feeling perplexed, Tess turned to head down the grand staircase. She swished a hand down her white, black, and gold-striped, tea-length dress to smooth it. Chances were high that whoever was on the other side of that door was hoping to get a glimpse of the royal family. Remembering how nervous and excited she had been the first time she stood at that massive door's threshold, she grinned and decided that this visitor was going to get to see the queen. Whoever it was had made it through the palace's often overly strict security team, so she felt safe enough to properly greet them. Besides, it would be nice to see a real person. Her life in the palace often felt secluded and lonely, especially when her best friend, Mo, and her new husband, Pierce, who also happened to be Sebastian's brother, were out exploring the world as they were now. When she heard a fracas coming from the palace's entryway, Tess picked up her pace. As she made her way down the last few steps of the grand staircase, Tess saw Geoffrey, the castle's staid butler, physically blocking a young woman's entry through the massive double doors. Tess's mouth hung open in shock when she heard her butler say, "You need to leave now." Geoffrey was known for being a bit stuffy, but Tess had never seen him treat someone with such open rudeness. She was appalled that he would be so brisk with someone who was most likely a resident of Isle de Montsale. Although she hadn't grown up here, Tess now considered the island to be her home, and as queen, the people who lived here were her people. "Geoffrey!" Tess's voice sounded a little harsher than she intended. Softening her tone, she added, "Please let her in." The butler gave a warning glare, but moved aside and said, "As you wish, Your Highness." After the obviously intimidated woman took a few tentative steps inside the palace, Tess was able to see that she was holding a small bundle. Her first thought was that this woman might be a suicide bomber of some sort. The palace guards had given her such extensive disaster training and so many self-defense courses that she was becoming completely paranoid. Once she had a moment to assess the situation rationally, Tess realized that the blanket-wrapped bundle wasn't a bomb at all. It was a baby. Smiling with a wide and friendly smile, Tess greeted the duo. "Hello, and welcome to the palace." "Thank you, Your Highness." The woman bowed her head and gave an awkward curtsy. Tess nodded, thinking that she would never get used to these types of uncomfortable formal greetings. That minor discomfort was nothing compared to the nausea-inducing ball of fire in her stomach that erupted when the woman spoke again. Clearing her throat and lifting her chin, the stranger said, "I need to speak with King Sebastian to introduce him to his son, Liam." Chapter 2. Tess felt like all of the air had been vacuumed out of the room as she struggled to breathe. The woman's words were swirling around her head, but she wasn't able to make sense of them. His son? Sebastian had a baby? Geoffrey was the first to regain his senses after the shocking announcement sent the Queen reeling. He glared at the visitor. "Do you know how many crazy people show up here trying to claim a place in the royal bloodlines? You're not even the first this week." Even though Tess sensed that was a lie, Geoffrey's tone sounded confident and believable. She wanted nothing more than for this woman to leave, so she could forget ever having heard the horrific words about her husband possibly having a baby, but she knew it was too late for that. The woman looked shaken by the entire scene, even though she was the cause of it. The guilty look shadowing her bright blue-green eyes as she stood there made Tess believe her. She didn't look like someone who simply wanted attention or a glimpse of the royal family and interior of the palace. She appeared to be desperate and distraught. Taking a few steps forward, Tess forced her ankles not to wobble despite her sudden bout of dizziness. Mustering all of her courage, she said to the woman, "May I?" The woman was clutching the swaddled baby to her chest. She must have understood what Tess meant by waving her hand to indicate the bundle, because the stranger slowly lowered her arms to cradle the baby in a manner that allowed the Queen to see his face. One quick glimpse was all it took. Tess lifted her hand to her mouth and struggled to keep the tears at bay as she stared into a miniature version of her husband's gaze. Turning to look at the butler, Tess ordered him firmly, "Send for the king at once." Geoffrey screwed up his face, obviously not approving of her decision. "Your Highness, summoning the king would be completely out of the ordinary." Not in the mood for any pushback, Tess said in a much more terse tone than she would normally use, "Now." Seeming to sense her urgency, the butler nodded briskly and said, "As you wish." Once Geoffrey left, the awkwardness level intensified. The women stared at each other with wide-eyed gazes, but neither spoke. Eventually, Tessa's natural politeness and impeccable manners kicked in. "Would you like some tea?" "No, thank you." The woman declined her offer and shifted her feet as they waited for the king's arrival. Tess was staring at the blue blanket, trying to convince herself that she hadn't really seen a mirror image of her husband's eyes on the tiny baby boy, when she heard the irritated man coming down the stairs. It was obvious by his tone, as the king reprimanded Geoffrey, that he was displeased by the interruption. "What is the meaning of this? I was right in the middle of an important discussion with the Emperor of—" Both his sentence and his step faltered when he caught sight of their visitors. Any hope that Tess had been desperately clinging to, that this woman might be lying, immediately dissipated when recognition flashed in Sebastian's gaze. "Piper?" he asked, even as his eyes darted to Tess to gauge her reaction. The woman gave the king the same awkward curtsy she had given Tess before greeting him. "Your Royal Highness?" Sebastian was frozen with his feet on different stairs as he frowned and took in the scene below him. Seeming to choose his words carefully, he spoke slowly when he asked, "What can we do for you, Piper?" The woman was quiet for so long that Tess was beginning to wonder if she might back down from her bold claim. Instead, she raised her gaze directly to the king's and said, "You can come down here and meet your son, Liam." The color completely drained from Sebastian's face, taking with it any lingering shred of hope Tess had been clutching that this was all a mean-spirited ruse. Feeling broken-hearted, Tess covered her mouth with her hand and ran from the foyer. Her husband jogged after her, yelling her name, but she slammed her office door behind her. Chapter 3. Tess, please let me in, the king pleaded, sounding uncharacteristically desperate. She hadn't paused to lock the door behind her, so she appreciated the fact that he didn't just barge in before she had a moment to collect her thoughts. She wasn't ready to face him just yet. The hot tears burned in her throat as she flopped face down onto the fancy settee that had come with her office. Its inaugural use by her was not a pleasant one. "Please, hear me out, sweetheart. I'm sorry." Sebastian's voice sounded muffled through the door, but she was still able to make out what he was saying. She wondered how loudly his voice echoed out in the hallway and if any palace workers were nearby. Even though she was already certain this story would spread like wildfire around the castle and kingdom, she didn't want to add any unnecessary fuel to the rumor mill's fire. Geoffrey had already proven himself to be incredibly discreet, and all of the employees who had access to the royals signed non-disclosure agreements, but it would still be next to impossible to keep something as juicy as an illegitimate son of the king under wraps, especially with Sebastian yelling apologies about it in the hallway. Not seeing another viable option, Tess got up, stalked over to the door, and flung it open. She shuffled back to her settee and flung herself on it as Sebastian quietly entered and shut the door behind him. She didn't particularly care if she was acting like a spoiled diva in that moment, because she deserved some time to absorb this life-altering twist. After settling himself in the chair across from her, Sebastian said, "Tess, please hear me out." "Don't even try to deny it. I saw the recognition and guilt in your eyes." "I won't," he promised, which only served to deflate her even further. Somehow, having her husband verbally confirm it made the entire scenario feel so much worse. Her expression must have looked crestfallen as she sat up and stared at the floor because he quickly went on. "It happened long before I ever met you, sweetheart. It was a one-time thing, after a night of drunken debauchery, and it meant absolutely nothing to me. Less than nothing, in fact. I barely even remember it." Hearing his explanation alleviated her fears that he might have feelings for the other woman, but it did little to help the burning cantaloupe that seemed to have taken up residence in the pit of her stomach upon seeing Sebastian's son. "I'm glad to hear that I don't have to worry about you leaving me for another woman," she told him honestly. Sebastian looked shocked that she would even say such a thing. "Never!" Ignoring his shocked denial, Tess went on. "Our main concern in all of this should be Liam, because he is your firstborn son." Tess was proud that her voice only cracked a little when she continued. "So he's the rightful heir to the throne." It was obvious by the greenish tone that suddenly tinted his already deathly pale pallor that Sebastian had been too concerned with Tess's reaction to arrive at this conclusion on his own. He dropped his head into his hands and ran his fingers through his thick, dark hair. After contemplating it for a long moment, he evidently came to the same realization his wife had because he said, "Tess, I'm so sorry." Chapter 4. Piper Pearson stood awkwardly, shuffling from foot to foot in the elegant entryway to the palace as she held her precious baby boy. The king had raced after the queen when she stormed off, and the butler was glaring at Piper unflinchingly from his perch on the stairs. It was tempting to quietly retreat out the door she had arrived through and go back to the simple, small studio apartment that she called home. There was absolutely nothing wrong with her life, other than the fact that it was utterly average in every way. She wanted more for Liam than her meager hourly wage working as a seamstress could provide. Her son had royal blood flowing through his veins, so he was worthy of the best that life had to offer. He deserved better than she could give him as a single mom living on her own, hemming pants to make a barely livable wage. The last thing Piper wanted was to hurt anyone. She had always been a quiet, gentle soul. The devastated look she had seen in the Queen's gaze had almost prompted her to leave. In fact, if she had been standing there for herself, she definitely would have made a quick exit. She was doing this for her son, though, and she would face any foes for Liam. This kingdom was his birthright, and she was going to make sure he received what was rightfully his. She would do anything for her sweet baby boy. Although she hated it that the Queen was being hurt, Piper knew those hurt feelings would quickly dissipate. King Sebastian obviously loved Queen Tess with all of his heart. Piper didn't want to interfere in their relationship in any way. She merely wanted to claim her son's spot at the royal table. The wait seemed interminable as she hovered and wondered what would become of her son's introduction to his father. She feared the royal family might try to pay her off to get her to slink quietly away. As tempting as a large sum of money would be, since she could make sure Liam's future would be blessed with financial security, she wouldn't sign away his birthright without giving him a say in the decision. Piper was stunned when the Queen herself returned to the entryway. It was obvious by the regal woman's red face and puffy eyes that she had been crying. Although guilt swirled in a heavy cloud around Piper over being the cause of those tears and hurt feelings, she silently reminded herself that her son's future was all that truly mattered. The Queen made a valiant effort to be composed and polite when she approached Piper. With a brittle smile, she said, "King Sebastian and I would be honored if you and Liam will stay at the palace as our guests while we sort this out, Miss Pearson. Piper Pearson." Piper filled in her name for the incredibly classy woman. She felt especially awkward as she stammered her gratitude. "Thank you. That would be great. Thanks so much." Turning to look up at the butler, who was still hovering on the stairs and sneering down at Piper, Queen Tess said, "Geoffrey, please have someone escort Piper and Liam to one of the guest suites in the royal residence." For his part, Geoffrey's face was pinched like he had just bit into a particularly sour piece of candy. "Are you sure that's a good idea, Your Highness? Perhaps Miss Pearson and Liam should be situated in the east wing of the castle with the other riffraff." Piper knew from the local news stories that King Sebastian and Queen Tess had opened a portion of the castle as an exclusive and expensive getaway for the richest of the rich, as a way to help the kingdom pay down its debt. By all accounts, the world's billionaires were all clamoring to live in a real, working castle, which made the creative money-making endeavor a smashing success. The Queen lifted her chin and narrowed her gaze at the butler. It was obvious that she didn't appreciate having her direct request questioned. In a firm, no-nonsense tone, she said, "They will be staying in the royal residence." Immediately deferring to her authority, Geoffrey nodded and said, "As you wish, Your Highness." Turning back to Piper, the Queen said, "We will send a courier to collect any belongings you need from your home. Please plan to join us for dinner at 7 p.m. sharp." Piper nodded, feeling overwhelmed and more than a little awestruck as the Queen turned and her heels click-clacked down the marble hallway and away from her. Finn McGinley appeared in the entryway as if he had magically been summoned. Piper immediately recognized the man who had replaced Sebastian as the royal steward when the king accepted his crown. Piper couldn't help but notice how Finn's eyes sparkled when he looked up at her from his deep, polite bow of introduction. She imagined he was thrilled by the opportunity to get the inside scoop on the juicy gossip about the baby who was likely to rock this kingdom to its very core. Ignoring the tingle she felt when Finn pressed his lips to the back of her hand in a flirtatious kiss, she shut down any potential advances from him by asking, "Are you here to show us to our room?" "Yes, ma'am," he answered with impeccable politeness before leading her up the giant staircase right past a still glaring Geoffrey. The bitter anger practically emanated in irate waves from the butler. Piper wasn't able to contain her awed gasp when she caught the first glimpse of her enormous, opulent bedroom. The luxurious bed looked almost as big as her entire studio apartment. Her feet sank into the thick carpet, and it felt like she was walking on fluffy, pillow-like clouds as she went to fling open the balcony doors. Her view was astounding, overlooking the pool, gardens, and sea beyond the palace grounds. She stood there for a long moment, gaping at it and feeling stunned that she and Liam were actually staying here. Finn's voice startled her since she had forgotten he was still with her. "It's gorgeous, isn't it?" Her heart still racing from the jump scare, she nodded and answered simply, "Yes." When Finn continued to hover just behind her, she wondered if she was supposed to tip him for escorting them to their room. She had a few dollars in her purse, but she hated to part with them unnecessarily, especially since she was certain that the handsome royal steward made far more money than she did. Reluctantly, she began digging in her purse for her wallet. When she held her last $3 out toward him, the gesture seemed to kick Finn into gear. "Oh, that isn't necessary." He held his palms up, seeming shocked that she would even suggest such a thing. After Finn offered to have a crib sent up, he made a quick retreat out of the room. Piper shook her head, feeling disappointed with herself. She had most definitely just made a huge faux pas, either by offering the royal steward a tip at all, or by insulting him with the paltry sum she could afford. Trying to shake off her negativity, Piper smiled down at the innocent, sleeping baby dozing in her arms and said quietly, "Welcome home, Liam." Chapter 5. Dinner was a formal affair that left Piper feeling hopelessly simple and unsophisticated. Her hodgepodge dress that she had stitched together from remnants did not in any way fit in at the elegant royal table. She had reluctantly left Liam with a woman who referred to herself as Hetty, the palace nanny. The gentle older woman seemed caring and maternal as she cooed and rocked the baby in an antique wooden rocking chair, which had probably been used to rock a century's worth of royal babies to sleep. Piper wondered what the nanny normally did with all of her time at work, since Liam was currently the only baby in the castle. The massive royal table was set with a fine set of delicate china, emblazoned with the royal crest in gold leaf. There were so many crystal goblets and heavy pieces of silverware at her place setting that Piper was uncertain what to use when. She just prayed that she didn't drop and break any of the expensive finery, or otherwise make a fool of herself during the meal. When the trio of waiters placed steaming bowls of spiced seafood gumbo in front of them in perfect synchronization, Piper's mouth watered. She was used to surviving mostly on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, so this meal was sure to be a special treat. Piper knew enough of royal traditions from being born and raised on the island to not pick up her utensils prior to the monarchs. After carefully watching which spoon the queen selected, she followed suit. She daintily blew on her soup before taking a tentative sip. It was all she could do not to groan with delight over the delicious burst of flavors assaulting her taste buds. Once she tucked into the flavorful broth with vigor, Piper realized how hungry she was. She'd missed lunch and had eaten only a slice of peanut butter toast for breakfast. She was vaguely aware as she tried to not slurp the soup that the king and queen barely touched theirs. Glancing up, Piper noticed there was a basket of breads and rolls with butter on either side of the table, near each of the royals. The table was so long that her spot in the middle was too far away to be able to reach either basket. Proving herself to be considerate, The queen made a discreet gesture to one of the waiters, and the basket closest to her was immediately presented to Piper. Bread had always been one of Piper's biggest weaknesses, so she grabbed 2 of the warm yeast rolls. It was almost a shame to put a knife to the fancy, delicate snowflake-shaped pats of fresh cream butter, but Piper couldn't resist. Although the waiter raised an eyebrow at her, he was too impeccably trained to make a comment about her double serving of bread. After sopping one of the rolls in the soup and spreading the other with a thick layer of the soft butter, she alternated eating the delicious treats. When the king cleared his throat and said to her, "There are additional courses coming," the queen gave him a glare. Piper felt certain that if the table were shorter, the woman would have given her husband a swift kick to the shin. "I'm sorry, it's just so delicious," Piper said before taking another big bite of the buttery roll. The queen gave her a kind smile. "There's nothing to be sorry for. The food here is divine. The king and I have become spoiled by it and tend to take it for granted. It's nice to see someone enjoying it so much." Piper finished off her second roll and set down her spoon. The king made a small gesture with his hand, and the dishes were efficiently swept away. The diners were quickly presented with chilled plates of Caesar salad topped with freshly shaved Parmesan and homemade croutons. Even though she was beginning to worry about how many courses there might be to this meal, Piper couldn't resist digging into the delicious salad. As with the first course, the king and queen barely touched their food, even though they went through the motions of moving it around on their plates. The awkward silence in the large, formal dining hall was only broken by the echoing crunch of Piper's lettuce and croutons as she chewed. The loud sound made her feel uncomfortable, but the food was too marvelous to be wasted. Evidently having her fill of the deafening silence, the queen asked her table mates, "So, how did you 2 meet?" The king looked like he would rather eat broken glass than participate in this discussion, so Piper put down her fork and answered the woman. "We were at a bar, and we barely knew each other before—" She let the sentence dangle, uncomfortable voicing aloud in front of the queen what had so obviously happened. Realizing this made her sound like a bit of a hussy, Piper quickly went on. "I was trying to find a way to forget for a moment about the heartbreaking loss of my long-term boyfriend, Drew. I had been so worried about his safety after he went through basic training and was deployed on minor assignments as a soldier in the Royal Army, but it turned out that particular worry was in vain. He ended up dying young, but it was due to a terrible car accident." Looking down, she added quietly, "He died upon impact." The queen's previously aloof gaze immediately softened. Her voice was filled with sincerity when she said, "I'm so sorry, Piper." Piper nodded, holding back tears at the memory of her lost love. Not wanting to break down in front of them, and hoping to shift the queen's blame away from the king, Piper distracted herself from the gnawing pain by continuing her explanation. "Something about Sebastian vaguely reminded me of Drew, so I made it my mission to hook up with him that night. Of course, I thought he was simply a royal steward then. I had no idea that he would soon become the king of our beloved island. My wish was that being intimate with him might feel almost like being held in Drew's arms one last time." The king shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Piper knew this was the first time he was hearing any of this, too. It hadn't been fair of her to put that kind of hope and pressure on a meaningless one-night stand. "Did it work?" The queen's eyes were filled with sad empathy. Piper looked down at her lap and shook her head. "No, it ended up making me feel even more empty and alone." Realizing how harsh her words sounded, she faced the king and said, "Sorry." At his uncomfortable nod, she turned back to the queen. "It wasn't his fault. He couldn't have known the unrealistic expectations I had in my head. From his perspective, It was just an easy, no-strings-attached night of fun. When the Queen winced, Piper quickly realized that she shouldn't be talking to the man's wife about their one night of reckless debauchery. "Please don't blame him for this. It was completely my idea, and I was in enough of a distraught state that I was rather insistent with him. He tried to be a gentleman, but I wasn't willing to let him." Hearing her own words, it dawned on Piper that she was making herself sound overly promiscuous. She wanted to get the king out of trouble with his wife, but she didn't want to make herself sound like an immoral floozy in the process. Toning down her confession, Piper said, "This is probably why I almost always follow the rules. My one big night of rebellion got me pregnant." For some reason, her words were coming out all wrong. Her last statement made it sound like she viewed Liam as a liability, but that wasn't the case at all. Her baby was a precious gift in her life. Wanting to make that clear to them, she added, "Don't get me wrong. I love Liam with all my heart, and I wouldn't trade him for anything in the world. Having a baby from a meaningless one-night stand just isn't how I thought I would start my family." Nodding, the Queen said, "I understand." Neither the king nor queen had eaten any of their salad when the chilled plates were whisked away and replaced with warm dinner plates. Piper was beginning to feel rather full, but there was no way she could resist eating the delectable-smelling shrimp linguine that was presented to her. Silence reigned as the king and queen finally ate a few bites of food. Piper felt slightly more comfortable after having had the opportunity to explain a bit to the royals about the circumstances surrounding Liam's conception. It was important to her that they understand what an out-of-character, one-time occurrence it was for her. She already knew, by the king's initial reluctance to sleep with her, that it was an aberration for him, too. She hadn't in any way forced herself on him, but she had been rather determined in her quest to be with him. The relative quiet of the room as they ate made the red-headed woman's sudden appearance and loud proclamation that much more startling. Piper about jumped out of her seat when the lady yelled from the doorway behind her, "We're back, and we have big news!" Chapter 6. "Mo!" The Queen's face brightened with the first genuine smile she'd expressed since Piper and Liam's arrival. 2 additional place settings and chairs were immediately delivered to the table as the royals greeted the newcomers. As soon as they were seated, the redhead furrowed her brow and glared across the table before boldly asking, "Who's she?" The Queen covered for the woman's brash question by making an introduction. "Maureen and Pierce, this is Piper Pearson. Piper, I'm sure you recognize these two." Piper's cheeks turned hot pink as she smiled and nodded at them. The prince and his new bride were no strangers to the scandalous side of the news. Princess Mozilla, as the press liked to call her, was known for being brutally honest and famously uncoordinated. The kingdom had practically breathed a collective sigh of relief when they found out that tactful and graceful Tess, rather than awkward and clumsy Mo, would be their new queen. Living up to her nickname, Mo glared in Piper's direction before asking Tess, "Why is she here?" "Piper and her handsome son, Liam, are going to be staying with us in the royal residence," Tess told them as if that explained everything. Unwilling to be shut down so easily, Mo scrunched up her face. "How long are they staying here? And why will they be living in the royal residence rather than in the guest wing in the bed and breakfast?" Tess had hoped to keep the entire scandal under wraps for a bit longer, but now that Mo was here, it was bound to leak out. Mo had a tendency to let things slip, even when she had absolutely no intention of doing so. Taking a deep breath and accepting the inevitable, Tess smiled at her bold, fearless, and utterly lovable friend before saying, "They will be staying here indefinitely because Liam is the king's firstborn son." For one of the first times in all the years Tess had known her, Mo was struck speechless. She sat there blinking back and forth between Tess, Piper, and Sebastian, with her mouth hanging wide open in a ridiculous O shape. Prince Pierce was the first to regain his senses. Turning to his brother, he asked, "Are you certain about this? Have you done a paternity test?" Tess answered, "That isn't necessary. When you meet Liam, you'll see." Obviously not feeling her confidence, Pierce said, "It most certainly is necessary. People will do anything to weasel their way into the royal family." Tess didn't appreciate the openly accusatory glare the prince was aiming at Piper. Feeling the need to defend the woman, she said, "Sebastian wasn't even in line to be king when this happened." "Nevertheless, DNA tests don't lie. People do." The prince had his arms crossed tightly across his chest. "She's not lying." It was the first words the king had spoken since Mo and Pierce's arrival. Mo sucked in a deep breath, obviously scandalized by his quiet admission. Hissing through her teeth in the king's direction, she asked, "How could you?" "It happened long before he met me." Tess attempted to diffuse her friend's fiery temper, even as she smiled over how quickly Mo had jumped to her defense. "Well, it's not," Mo blustered, seeming to still be at an uncharacteristic loss for words. "This news was a bit of a shock for us all," the Queen filled in before quickly adding, "but we will handle Liam's arrival and his place within our family with grace and dignity." "You might, but I won't," Mo yelled, far louder than was necessary to be heard. To accentuate her point, she chose that moment to stand up to tower her impressive height over the table. With her sudden movement, she managed to knock over her crystal water glass, which toppled her white wine goblet and sent liquid and shards of broken glass flying. The loud ruckus startled everyone, making the ensuing silence seem that much more pronounced. Used to creating wildly inappropriate scenes, Mo was the only one who didn't look shaken by the minor catastrophe. She narrowed her green eyes in Piper's direction, looking almost like an angry cat. Shaking a finger to drill her message in further, she practically hissed, "Tess is the king's wife, so her child should be the heir to the throne." Trying to calm down his angry wife as the royal waitstaff scrambled to clean up the mess, Pierce said, "That's not the way it works, sweetheart." Turning her glare in his direction and softening slightly, Mo pouted, "Well, it should be. Tess deserves to see her offspring take the throne." Angling her head towards Sebastian, she said, "You are the king. Can't you change the rules to make this right?" Before her husband had a chance to respond, Tess jumped in to answer her friend's question. "I appreciate you going into scary mama bear mode for me, but the rules are clear on this. Liam is the king's firstborn son, so he is the rightful heir to the throne." Mo started to object, so Tess held up her dainty palm to stop her. It was obvious that she had already processed this and made up her mind about her stance on the subject. "We will not change ancient laws that have been abided by for centuries to suit our fancy. It wouldn't be right." All eyes turned to the king when he cleared his throat from the head of the table. The gaze he was giving his wife was filled with love, admiration, and regret that he had hurt her. He spoke to her as if they were alone in the room. "I don't deserve you, Tess. You are the most beautiful, kind, and gracious soul on this earth. I'm the luckiest man alive to have gotten to marry you and to get to spend the rest of my life loving you." The watery-eyed, love-infused smile Tess gave him clearly stated that all was forgiven as far as she was concerned. Addressing the room at large, King Sebastian said, "As is always the case, my wife is right. It wouldn't be advisable to change the kingdom's long-standing rules on this matter to suit our wishes." Mo made an aggravated growling sound deep in her throat, but she didn't dare to object to the island's sovereign in a more direct manner than that. The king went on as if he hadn't heard the disgruntled noise. Lifting his wineglass in a toast, he said, "To Liam, the heir to the throne." Chapter 7. The reaction to the king's toast was half-hearted at best. Piper was smiling from ear to ear over her son's acceptance into the folds of the royal family, but everyone else around the table gave unenthusiastic cheers before setting down their glasses without drinking. Evidently sensing the need for a change of subject, Tess asked Mo, "So what is your big news?" Mo looked at her husband before hedging. "Well, it seems rather anticlimactic now." "Nonsense," Pierce assured her. His eyes were sparkling with anticipation when he encouraged her to go on. "Tell them." For the first time since noticing Piper's place at the royal table, Mo's face lit up with pure happiness. Looking directly at Tess, Mo revealed, "Pierce and I are going to have a baby." If they hadn't been such close friends for practically their entire lives, Mo wouldn't have noticed the flash of displeasure that crossed Tess's face before she was able to cover it. Mo couldn't be sure if it was anger or envy, but she intended to find out as soon as she could get a moment alone with her best friend. Congratulations came from around the table, even from the newly arrived homewrecker. Mo managed to bite her tongue to keep from putting a damper on the moment, but she wanted to tell the woman to return to the hole she had slithered out of. Once the merriment died down, Pierce asked his brother, "So when do we get to meet this baby who will be king?" When Sebastian looked directly at Piper, she answered for him, "I'll go get him right now." Piper loudly scooted her chair back as one of the waitstaff jumped forward to assist her. She sat there frozen as she turned wide eyes on them, obviously wondering if it was considered uncivilized to leave the table before the royals. Showing exceptional grace, Tess jumped in to cover for the potential faux pas by saying, "We are finished with our meal. It's such a lovely evening. Let's eat our dessert outside on the veranda. That will be the perfect place for Pierce and Mo to meet their nephew." Wide eyes met her from all around the table as the group absorbed the full meaning of her words. Amazingly, she was the first one that had seemed to completely understand and accept the true meaning of Liam's existence. Like it or not, he was an integral member of their family. Chapter 8. Liam cooed and smiled as his father held him for the first time. There was no denying the pride in Sebastian's gaze as he pondered his son. The royal duo seemed to instantly be completely enamored with each other. The others struggled to be so accepting of the sweet baby. The tiny cherub was adorable, but his existence and status was proving to be a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. Mo seemed to be having the hardest time adapting to the new order as she glared at the king while he cradled his newfound son in his arms. Tess reached over to rub the back of her finger lightly against the baby's chubby cheek. The hopeful look her husband gave her when he asked if she wanted to hold him made it impossible for her to refuse. The king gently transferred the tiny bundle into his wife's waiting arms. Piper smiled happily as she watched the loving exchange. She couldn't help but wonder if she might someday enjoy an intimate and caring relationship like the king and queen obviously had. Mo's arms were crossed under her chest, and her lips were puckered into an angry pout, making it obvious that she was perturbed by the entire situation. Glaring in Piper's direction, she asked, "Why are you just now coming forward? Shouldn't you have told Sebastian about his son as soon as you found out you were pregnant?" Piper had anticipated this grilling was coming. Licking her lips, she forged into her explanation. Looking directly at Sebastian, she said, "I considered coming here so many times, but I didn't really know you at all." Mo made a condescending, scoffing sound in her throat, which Piper ignored. "I was afraid to include you in Liam's life because I didn't know anything about your beliefs or morals. I wasn't sure if you would be a positive influence in his life or a bad one, but I was fairly sure that you weren't ready to be a father. With me, anyway." Piper gave the Queen a shy smile when she added that last bit. The bitter anger was obvious on Mo's face when she said, "So you didn't want to share your baby with his father until you found out that father was a king? Now that he can make Liam wealthy and royal, he is worthy of knowing his son?" "No, that's not it at all." Piper shook her head as she denied Mo's accusation. "I've been trying to summon the courage to come here for months, but I was afraid of creating problems between the king and queen." "But now you're not worried about putting a wedge between them?" Mo practically spat the question in her direction. "Of course I am." Piper was insulted that Mo would imply she didn't care about upsetting the newlyweds' relationship. Smiling down at her son, she said, "I'm here for Liam. He deserves the opportunity to know his father, and he has the right to someday become the king of this wonderful island we all call home." Seeming unwilling to back down in the slightest, Mo narrowed her bright green eyes into a ferocious glare in Piper's direction. "So you saw dollar signs, plus a chance to live in the castle, and decided that you really didn't care at all about upsetting Tess and Sebastian." Tired of trying to defend herself to this obstinate woman, Piper asked her, "Did you know your hair seems to flare to an even more fiery red when you're angry?" The other adults stared at her, stunned that she would ask the furious woman such a bold question. It wasn't until Mo tipped her head back with a loud hoot of laughter that the awkward silence was broken. The rest of the group relaxed with relieved chuckles over Mo's reaction. Turning to Tess, Mo asked, "Is that true? Does my hair color intensify with anger?" Tess grinned at her audacious friend. Gently handing Liam back into her husband's arms, she weighed in with her opinion. "You know, I think it does." Mo's eyes lit up with excitement over the Queen's confirmation. Speaking to the entire group, she said, "My superpower is making angry flames shoot out of my head. What's yours?" Pierce leaned his head toward his wife and said quietly, "I think your superpower is making me love you more with each passing moment." She beamed at his praise, and Piper would have sworn that the shade of Mo's hair really did deepen to a ruddier red. Although the sweet words were meant just for Mo's ears, they had all heard them. Tearing his eyes away from his son to gaze at his wife, the king said, "No, that's Tess's superpower." Pierce furrowed his brow as if he was truly perplexed. "I love Tess, but as a sibling and friend, she doesn't make me love her more with each passing moment." "Not you, you silly goober." Sebastian leaned over to grab the throw pillow from behind his back and lobbed it in his brother's direction. When Pierce went to toss one back at him, Sebastian stopped him by reminding him that he was holding the baby. When his brother froze with the pillow reared back and ready to throw, the king stuck his tongue out at him. The childish and rude gesture made Pierce's eyes light up with mischief as he shifted directions and tossed the pillow at the Queen's face. "Hey!" the surprised monarchs both said in unison. Pierce defended his action. "I couldn't throw it at Sebastian with Liam in his arms." Well then why did I have to get involved? The queen groused, but she wasn't able to fully hide the smile from her face. There's only one way to settle this, the king decided. When they all looked in his direction in anticipation, he answered his own teaser. It's time for the ultimate shoulder wars battle in the pool. Already nodding to accept the challenge, Pierce said, You're on, as long as things don't get too rough for my prego wife. He beamed at Mo as the others nodded their agreement that they would take it easy. Once that was settled, he said, Okay then, we are going to take you two down. There's no way that's going to happen. Tess weighed in before adding, I'm in as long as the losers have to dip the ice cream after we knock you two over. Yes, Mo agreed with that idea with one amendment. Looking at her husband, she said, We're going to have a king and queen scooping our ice cream for dessert tonight. Fat chance, Sebastian weighed in before standing and returning Liam to Piper's arms. Would you like to join us at the pool? Tess gave Piper a friendly smile before assuring her, Our chicken wars really aren't dangerous. The guys are mostly just talk. No thanks, I need to get Liam to bed. Piper was actually looking forward to a quiet evening in her room with her son. The build-up to and stress of coming here today had left her feeling emotionally exhausted. Piper couldn't wipe the smile off her face as each of them, even Mo, paused to wish Liam a good night before heading inside the castle to change into their bathing suits. She shook her head as she watched the wild and silly foursome wrap their arms around each other as they walked. She had expected them to be so much more royal. Chapter 9. Piper's planned quiet evening in her room was disrupted by the loud laughter and playing coming from the palace's large infinity pool. She had no doubt that the royals worked hard, but they were proving that they also knew how to cut loose and have fun. It was a pleasant surprise to encounter this carefree side of them. Most people only got to see the staid, official countenances of the royals, except for rebellious Mo, of course. Deciding that she wasn't going to get much rest with their loud caterwauling, Piper went out to her room's balcony after getting Liam to sleep in his crib. She was thankful that her baby was such a great sleeper, because the royals were not even attempting to hold down the noise as they frolicked in the crystal-clear blue water in the pool. Out on her second-floor bedroom's balcony, she moved the white wicker rocking chair with the comfortable cushion and footstool into a position where she could see both the pool and the inky sea beyond the palace grounds. The air seemed almost fresher and more oxygenated at the castle, if that was even possible. She took a deep breath to absorb and savor the extreme royalness of it. If ever there was a place Piper had never imagined her life would take her, it was to this castle, overlooking the island's royal family as they relaxed and had fun together. The game eventually died down, and the foursome swam peacefully in the sparkling water below her. When Mo spoke, her voice was loud enough to carry up to the balcony where Piper was sitting. You're still getting your fairy tale ending, despite this unfortunate new development, Tess. Piper wondered if she should quietly slip inside her suite and close the door. She didn't want to spy on the royals' private conversation, but she also didn't want to draw any attention to the fact that she had been sitting out here watching them play a very unroyal game of chicken, with the ladies sitting on the men's shoulders. In the end, her curiosity won out when she heard Mo continue. We all expected to have some bumps in the road, and it looks like Liam and Piper are going to be one of the more major ones. The foursome grinned at each other before Mo continued in a surprisingly pensive tone. But you may find that they are actually a blessing in your lives. Besides, you get to live happily ever after with the king, So despite all of this extra stress, you're still winning at life. Mo's monologue contained such sage words of wisdom for a princess that was known for being tactless and awkward. Piper immediately understood why Tess remained so close to the other woman. After watching the ladies hug for a long moment, Piper quietly slipped into her suite. As she climbed into her tall, four-poster canopy bed, the only thing on Piper's mind was the overwhelmingly sad look she had spied on Queen Tess's face over Mo's shoulder as the friends hugged. When the queen thought no one could see it, she let her grief show. Guilt overwhelmed Piper as she realized that she and Liam were likely the cause of that sadness in the kind-hearted, gracious woman's expression. Vowing to find a way to make things better for the queen, Piper stared at the tall ceiling and wondered how she could possibly make that happen. Chapter 10. After a restless night spent tossing and turning, Piper arose feeling worn out. The guilt over Queen Tess's dark expression hadn't allowed her a moment's peace. Determined to ease the kind woman's concerns, Piper decided to find a way to get some time alone with her today. She hated having a part in hurting the queen, so she would do anything in her power to make it better for her, short of giving up Liam's birthright. When Piper handed off Liam to Hetty and made her way to the grand dining hall, she was surprised to find the royal foursome already seated at the table. She scurried in, feeling awkward, and hoping they weren't politely waiting on her for breakfast. They each had steaming mugs of coffee or tea, but no one was eating. As soon as Piper slid into her seat, Mo whined, "Where is he? It's 1:15. I'm hungry o'clock." They all chuckled at the silly woman's joke as Piper wondered whose arrival they were anticipating. It was her understanding that the royals weren't required to wait for anyone. Pierce tried to appease his hungry wife. "I'm sure he'll be here soon, my sweet." "The baby is starving." She poked her lip out in a pout and patted her tummy for extra emphasis. "Have a croissant while you wait." The queen picked up a roll from the basket and surprised everyone when she tossed it in Mo's direction. Proving her natural athletic prowess, Mo reacted instantly and caught it with one hand. "You think I won't eat this because you threw it at me? You're wrong," Mo told her friend before taking a big bite of the flaky pastry. "Aren't you even going to put any jam on it?" The king scrunched up his face with distaste. "No, she's a barbarian," Tess teased her friend. "You're the one throwing rolls across the table," Mo fired right back with her mouth full. Piper couldn't stop smiling as she watched the exchange and realized how much fun these four had together, even during what likely should have been a stuffy meal. Showing his own annoyance, Pierce huffed out an irritated breath and asked, "Seriously, how long do we have to wait on him? I'm starting to get hangry, and you don't want to see me turn into the Hulk." The king gave his brother an exasperated look. "I don't think you're in any danger of starving. Besides, he is paying a hefty sum to share a meal with us. The least we can do is be gracious hosts." Piper couldn't help but wonder who this mystery guest was and how much he might be paying for the privilege of eating breakfast with the foursome in the royal residence. She couldn't even imagine how much money must be involved for the king himself to refer to it as a hefty sum, but it was probably more than she would earn in her entire lifetime. When the handsome man finally arrived, his larger-than-life presence seemed to fill up the room, taking with it all of the available air. Piper felt an odd pressure on her chest as she struggled to breathe. Finn, the royal steward, who had escorted Piper to her suite upon her arrival at the castle, announced the newcomer's entry in a deep, clear, and booming voice. "Your Highnesses and Miss Pearson, May I present Mr. Cole Daniels?" Piper couldn't be certain, but she thought the charming royal steward paused for the briefest of moments and flashed her a hint of a flirtatious grin when he said her name. It was such a quick, subtle gesture that she might have imagined it. The king made a welcoming gesture with his hand to the debonair newcomer as the others murmured their greetings. Uncertain what to say or do, Piper remained a quiet observer. She could have sworn that Finn sent a quick wink in her direction before whirling around and exiting the dining hall. But Cole Daniels quickly stole her attention from wondering about the royal steward's intentions. Immediately honing in on her as the only unattached woman in the room, Cole gallantly kissed the back of Piper's hand before introducing himself unnecessarily. "Cole Daniels, billionaire extraordinaire. And you are—" Piper didn't have to look to know the royals were exchanging eye rolls over Cole's outlandish, boastful self-introduction. She wasn't normally one to be impressed by material wealth, but there was no denying that her heart raced as the gorgeous man bored his vivid blue eyes into hers. Having the undivided attention of a billionaire was not something that had even seemed in the realm of possibility for her life just days ago. The reality of it was both frightening and exhilarating. When Cole took the only vacant chair at the table, which, coincidentally, was adjacent to Piper's seat, she could sense his nearness even without looking in his direction. Her cheeks burned hot with awareness and an odd surge of excitement. For some mysterious reason, she felt compelled to look behind her and make sure Finn wasn't still hovering just outside the doorway, witnessing her strong physical reaction to Cole's arrival. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was nowhere in sight. Unwilling to think about why she was so worried about the royal steward, she focused her attention on Cole. The billionaire dominated the conversation as their breakfast was served. Piper discovered that she was hanging on his every word, even though she found it odd that he would spend a fortune to eat a meal with the royals, but then not let them squeeze more than a word or two in. He wasn't just a blowhard that liked to talk about himself, though. His stories and anecdotes were highly entertaining, although she did find that he always managed to come off as the hero of his tall tales. The four royals smiled, nodded, listened, and made appropriate noises when he paused in his monologue, but Cole Daniels was obviously here for them to get the opportunity to know him, not the other way around. Suddenly, Cole announced that he had an important phone call to make. He managed to name-drop one of the hottest movie directors in Hollywood before pausing to promise to find Piper later for a quiet dinner for two, and quickly exiting the formal dining room. It irked Piper a little that he just assumed she would jump at the chance to dine with him, rather than asking her to join him. But her curiosity was piqued enough that she couldn't turn him down. Although she didn't want to be charmed by the presumptuous, arrogant man, she couldn't seem to help herself. She turned and smiled at Cole's back as he left. Once Cole was out of earshot, Mo asked the group in a much louder voice than anyone else would have dared to use, "Am I the only one who noticed that he puts the emphasis on the wrong syllables of his words?" The royals burst out with laughter. Even Piper couldn't help but chuckle, because the rather rude observation was spot on. She and Tess both looked down at their laps as they guiltily giggled. It wasn't in Piper's nature to be mean-spirited or to ridicule others, but she doubted that Cole's supreme confidence would be affected by a little bit of gentle ribbing. Besides, he must be aware of the unique cadence of his speech, since they had all noticed it after one meal with him. It was probably simply another tactic to bring attention in his direction. Normally, Piper would be completely turned off by a man who insisted on constantly being the center of attention, even in a room full of royalty. But something about Cole's demeanor was charismatic, almost to the point of being irresistible. When the meal came to a close, Piper started to make a swift exit. She intended to take Liam on an exploration of the palace grounds. The Queen's polite request for some time alone with her caught Piper completely off guard. Startled, Piper asked if she could bring her baby to the meeting. If the Queen was surprised by the bold inquiry, she hid it well. Giving Piper a warm smile, she said, "Of course. I'll see you both in my office in an hour." With that, the elegant woman swished out of the dining hall, leaving Piper to stress and worry for the next hour over what the Queen could possibly want to discuss with her. She was grateful for some time alone with the monarch, but she didn't like not knowing what topics the Queen wanted to address during their meeting. Biting her lip as she headed upstairs to her room, Piper realized that she couldn't come up with anything good that the Queen might have to say to her. Chapter 11. Piper spent the time until her meeting with the Queen pacing in her bedroom suite. Liam was so happy having the undivided attention of being carried in her arms that he didn't seem to mind that she was going back and forth, practically wearing ruts into the thick, luxurious carpet. He cooed and smiled as if they were walking past a dazzling lights and colors display. Smiling down at her baby, she realized that no matter what the Queen had to say, she was the luckiest woman in the world. Liam was a sweet, delightful blessing in her life that no one could ever take from her, not even the Queen of the land. The knock at her bedroom door startled her out of her deep thoughts. One glance at her phone's display told her it was almost time for her meeting with Queen Tess. She had paced and worried for nearly an hour. Relieved that she was finally going to find out what the Queen actually wanted, rather than just worrying over all of the unpleasant possibilities, she hurried over and flung open the door to her bedroom. Vin McGinley was standing in the hallway, looking the part of the consummate royal steward in his smart blue, scarlet, and gold uniform. She couldn't help but notice how the classy garb accentuated his wide shoulders and narrow waist. He politely bowed low in front of her before extending his hand out in her direction. She shifted Liam to her hip so she could offer him her own hand, but was surprised when, rather than formally tucking it into his elbow to guide her down the stairs and through the maze of hallways to the Queen's office, he instead lifted and pressed a warm kiss to it. The steward's charm seemed effortless. "You look absolutely gorgeous today, Miss Pearson. I hope you don't mind me saying so." He averted his gaze to the floor, but his adorable, brown, puppy dog eyes flashed up to hers as if he couldn't keep them off her for long. At his shy smile, she said, "Of course I don't mind. Please, say it more." They both chuckled lightly at her lame joke before she added, "And you may call me Piper." "I'm here to escort you to the Queen's office." He reluctantly released her hand and held out his elbow for her to loop her arm through. She had already figured out the reason for his arrival at her door, but she nodded to acknowledge it as she accepted his offered arm. Finn tipped his head down and rubbed the back of his finger along Liam's cheek. "Well, hello there, Mr. Handsome." Liam beamed up at the royal steward as if he was an extra-large serving of warm milk. Piper watched the man's kind acknowledgement of her son, as well as her baby's delighted reaction, and was surprised by the tingling surge of hopeful happiness that assaulted her senses over the sweet exchange. Obviously unaware of Piper's romantic thoughts, Finn was all business when he said formally, "If you and Liam are ready, I'll escort you to your appointment with the Queen." Piper nodded and they set off. Even though she was on her way to what was probably the biggest meeting of her life, all Piper was thinking about was where her arm was touching Finn's as they walked down the stairs together. Did he feel the same marvelous thrill from their connection as she did, or was it all in her head? When he turned to give her a wide grin, she noticed his perfect white teeth and the adorable dimples that emerged when he smiled. Her thoughts raced as she wondered if his undeniable charm was just a part of his job or if he was actually flirting with her. Finn was handsome, but with a more understated elegance than the billionaire she had eaten breakfast with this morning. Cole had the perfect looks, style, and physique of a Ken doll. She almost chuckled to herself as she silently wondered if he had the brains of one, too. Shaking her head and disappointed with herself, she realized she was being too harsh on Cole. The man was a self-made billionaire, so there must be more to him than just selfish egotism, right? As if she had summoned him with her thoughts, Cole Daniels quickly rounded the corner, looking down at his cell phone screen, and plowed into the unsuspecting trio. Piper's natural mothering instincts kicked in as she did her best to shield Liam from the impact, despite being taken completely by surprise by it. Before he looked up, Cole's temper flared. "Watch where you're—" Cole's words abruptly stopped when his eyes made contact with Piper's stunned gaze. "Oh, hi," he stammered, with the first hint of awkwardness Piper had seen him display. Obviously perturbed, Finn said to the man, "In Isle de Montseil, we drive and walk on the right side." Cole's head snapped back as if he had been slapped. Glaring eye darts at Finn, he said, "In life, it's generally a good idea to watch where you're going, especially when you're escorting a woman and—" Cole paused to glare at Liam as if he was the first baby he had ever encountered, before practically sneering the words, "small child." A mysterious maternal instinct kicked in, causing Piper to cup her hand around Liam's head to cradle him closer to her. Neither Piper nor Finn bothered to point out to the angry billionaire that he had actually been the one who was distracted by his phone and wasn't watching where he was going. Evidently deciding to diffuse the situation with humor, Finn said, "We couldn't see that you were barreling around the corner in our direction because we don't have Marauder's maps." Piper let out a surprised chuckle over the royal steward's silly joke. When Cole blinked blankly at him, Finn expanded, "This may be a castle, but it's not Hogwarts." Cole was looking at Finn like the steward had grown a second head, which made Piper laugh more. Evidently enjoying her amusement, Finn continued speaking to the confused man. "Harry Potter? The Wizarding World?" When Cole continued to give him a blank stare, Finn finally gave up. "Oh, never mind." Guiding Piper around the confused man, he said, "We are heading to a meeting and can't be late. Good day." As they walked, Piper heard Cole mumble under his breath, "Hogwarts?" The confused question made Piper and Finn grin at each other with amusement. "Muggles just don't get it, do they?" Finn asked her. Piper shook her head, silently agreeing that the mysterious language surrounding the Harry Potter franchise would be utterly perplexing to someone unfamiliar with the story. Their flirtation and run-in with Cole had almost allowed Piper to forget that she was heading to what was bound to be a stressful, tense meeting with the Queen. Once they reached the door to the monarch's office, it was impossible to ignore the wave of nausea and nerves that made her want to sprint out of the castle and back to her tiny but comfortable home. "Are you ready?" Finn asked her kindly, evidently sensing her spiked anxiety level. Pressing her lips down on her son's soft, fuzzy head, she took a deep breath through her nose to inhale his delectable scent, a delightful mixture of baby powder and angelic sweetness. Reminding herself that innocent Liam was the reason she was here, She summoned her courage and nodded at Finn that she was ready to face the Queen. Chapter 12. It was tempting to beg Finn to stay after he announced her arrival to the regal woman, but Piper knew that would be inappropriate. She had managed to get herself into this mess, so now she needed to face the consequences. She just hoped the Queen wouldn't banish her to the palace's dungeon. Monarchs couldn't actually do that anymore, could they? Rather than staring at her from across the massive gold-gilded desk, the Queen invited Piper to join her on the fancy settee. Piper was sure the maneuver was intended to make her feel more comfortable and at ease, but being this close to the lovely, dignified woman was still incredibly intimidating. Piper found herself staring at the woman's flawless, creamy complexion. She was fairly certain the young queen didn't even have pores. Her skin was practically perfect, as was her regal posture. Both made Piper feel even more frumpy and inferior. Needing to avert her gaze, she smiled down at her son. The Queen had called this meeting, so Piper was fairly certain that it would be considered rude to speak first. When the Queen finally spoke, her voice was clear, but Piper could hear the strain in her tone. "I considered trying to bribe you into letting Sebastian and I raise Liam as our son." Piper's eyes opened wide in shock over the Queen's bold admission. "There isn't enough money in the world to make me give up my son." Queen Tess nodded. "Yes, I can see that you love him very much. That's why my next idea was to pay you to go away with Liam." The Queen's eyes scrutinized Piper's reaction as if she was testing her. Piper shook her head. "I can't do that. Liam belongs here, and I won't take that away from him, no matter how much money you offer me." "That's very noble." The Queen smiled at her, but it didn't quite reach her lovely eyes. "I had the feeling you might say that, so I had a speech all prepared to convince you that Liam's claim to the throne would only bring him unnecessary pressure and stress." Piper was ashamed to admit, even to herself, that she hadn't thought much about the downside of Liam's birthright. She had assumed he would be thrilled to claim the crown, but it suddenly dawned on her that he might not actually want what was rightfully his. Obviously unaware of Piper's sudden concerns, the Queen went on. "I can't do that to you, or your sweet baby, though. Being king is an enormous responsibility, but it is also a huge privilege." Liam chose that moment to sneeze, crumpling his tiny button nose adorably. 3 blasts followed one right after the other, in quick succession. Queen Tess gazed at the baby as if truly seeing him for the first time, while Piper retrieved the ever-present Kleenex from her pocket to clean his face. The Queen's voice was filled with awe when she reached over to adjust the tiny sock on his foot and said, "Sebastian always sneezes 3 times too." Piper smiled at her, feeling both awkward that her baby shared this trait with the woman's husband, and charmed that the father and son had this odd habit in common. Seeming to solidify her decision, the Queen nodded and said, "Liam is the king's firstborn son, and he deserves to be treated as such. He is the rightful heir to the throne." Even though Piper had already known that to be the case, she sagged with relief after hearing the Queen confirm that she wasn't planning to dispute Liam's right to succeed King Sebastian. Piper had been worried that the woman would put up a fight about a child born out of wedlock taking the place of her future children. It was sure to create a major scandal in all of their lives, so hearing the Queen formally accept Liam was positively heartwarming. They sat in amicable silence for a long moment, both seemingly lost in their own thoughts. When the Queen finally spoke, Piper was surprised by the turn her thoughts had taken. "I'm impressed that you haven't leaked any of this to the press." Piper was already shaking her head before the Queen's statement was finished. "I would never do that," she told her vehemently. Nodding, the Queen said, "You've proven that by being discreet. We were so stunned by your arrival, we failed to have you sign a non-disclosure agreement." "I'll sign one now, if you like." Piper didn't even have to think about making the offer because she wanted no part of sharing the royal's personal business with anyone else. "That won't be necessary." The Queen gave her a kind smile before adding, "If you intended to sell your story, you would have already done so." "I wouldn't do that to either of you or to Liam," Piper told her fervently. "I know." The Queen sounded confident. "That's why I'm going to tell you a secret that no one else knows, not even my husband." Piper couldn't help but be intrigued. She felt honored that Queen Tess would entrust her with a secret that she hadn't yet shared with anyone else, and she couldn't imagine what it was. When the Queen revealed the two simple words, Piper was floored. Of all the things she would have imagined, this wasn't even on her list. Bugging her eyes out, she repeated the Queen's statement as a question. "You're pregnant?" Chapter 13. Tess tried to smile, but feared the gesture looked more like a watery-eyed grimace. She had always imagined the day she shared the news that she was pregnant with her first child would be a glorious celebration. Sebastian and Mo should have been at the top of her list for people to tell, not her husband's baby mama. Instead, her big announcement was tainted with the knowledge that her husband already had a baby with someone else. That baby was stealing her child's spot in line for the royal throne. She wanted to hate Piper and resent Liam, but the sweet duo made that practically impossible. They were too lovely to dislike, despite her wishes to the contrary. As much as she wanted to make them go away, she loved the way Sebastian's eyes lit up when he looked at his firstborn son. Like it or not, Liam and Piper were in their lives to stay. For her part, Piper looked shocked by the Queen's revelation. The pretty young woman blinked rapidly as she absorbed the full meaning of this. Proving that she was bright and quick on the uptake, Piper said, "Your unborn child will be second in line for the crown after Liam." At Tess's grim nod, the woman turned her lovely turquoise eyes up at her. "I'm so sorry. I mean, logically, I knew that one day you would probably have a child, but now it all seems even more real. From your perspective, Liam and I just showed up and are stealing your child's birthright." Tess was surprised and touched by the woman's intuition. She was able to immediately see the repercussions of Liam's existence from Tess's side of the equation. Most people would only think about what it meant for them and their offspring. Piper's strong sense of empathy made her that much more likable. Sighing quietly, Tess realized there was no way she could snub the woman. She was just too darn good-natured and personable. Despite how much she wished her husband's irresponsible fling with the woman had never happened, Tess knew Piper and Liam were meant to be permanent fixtures in their lives. Vowing to fully accept Liam's place in their lives, the Queen held out her arms towards him and asked, "May I?" If Piper was surprised by the request, she hid it well. Smiling at the Queen, she handed her the bundled baby as she said the words, "Of course." The Queen rocked back and forth, smiling at and talking to Liam. For his part, the baby gazed up at her like she was magical. "You're a natural," Piper weighed in after watching the two interact with each other. Not wanting to overstep, but feeling the urge to share her opinion, she added, "You're going to make a fantastic mother." The Queen's smile was genuine when she looked up at Piper to gauge her sincerity. I hope so, she said quietly before adding, I'll have a great mentor nearby. Piper looked uncertain about the Queen's intended meaning, so Tess clarified. Will you and Liam do us the honor of making the castle your permanent home? Blinking rapidly, Piper appeared to be overwhelmed by the gracious offer. Evidently not trusting her voice, she lifted her hand to cover her mouth and nodded. Feeling closer to this woman than she probably should, Tess cradled Liam with one arm and used the other to pull Piper into a warm embrace. With that hug, it was settled. Piper and Liam were officially part of the royal family. Chapter 14. The sharp rap on the door to her office startled Tess during her hug with Piper. She jumped, alarming Liam, who immediately scrunched up his chubby face and began crying giant crocodile tears. After handing the upset baby off to his mother, Tess went to the door to see what the intrusion was about. Geoffrey was standing on the other side of her office door, nervously wringing his hands. The staid butler was normally the perfect example of decorum, so for him to interrupt her during an important meeting, something major must have occurred. The butler launched into his explanation before the Queen had a chance to ask him what was going on. I'm sorry to bother you, Your Highness, but your brothers are here. My brothers? Here? Now? The pitch of the Queen's voice rose with each question as she tried to process this surprising news. Yes, ma'am. Trey and Trevor are in the foyer with their new wives, and they are threatening to storm through the palace in search of you if you don't come down at once. Ellie and Millie are trying to calm them down, but they are in such snits, even their brides aren't able to appease them. Geoffrey looked as frazzled as Tess felt by this surprising turn of events. She couldn't imagine what her billionaire brothers were doing here. As much as she didn't appreciate being summoned to them, she needed to go see what they wanted before they held true to their word and barged through the castle like Neanderthals. Turning back to Piper, Tess noticed that the woman already had her baby calmed down. Making a silent wish that she would be as natural of a mother as this woman was, she said a quick goodbye and followed Geoffrey to the foyer. The butler hadn't been kidding when he indicated that her siblings were fired up. As soon as they caught sight of her, they started rapid-firing questions in her direction. Tess wasn't sure which questions came from Trey and which came from Trevor, as they both spoke at once. Who is this woman? Are you sure the baby is Sebastian's? What will this mean for the throne? Will your children be shoved back in line after the king's firstborn son? Are you going to divorce him? Has Sebastian apologized? Where will the baby live? Will you have to raise this woman's child? Tess's wide eyes volleyed back and forth between her brothers as she tried to make sense of all of their questions. It wasn't until they both said in tandem, I'm going to kill Sebastian, that she finally jumped into the conversation. No, you're not. This isn't his fault. When Tess saw the exasperated look cross both of her siblings' faces, she jumped in to explain before they could draw the wrong conclusion about her willingness to forgive her husband's transgression. He didn't cheat on me, she assured them. This happened long before he even met me. Was she his prior girlfriend? Does he still have feelings for her? These questions came from her brand-new sisters-in-law, Ellie and Millie. No and no, she answered both of the beautiful blondes with a smile. It was a one-night stand that meant nothing to either one of them. Trevor made a deep gurgling sound in his throat at that news, and Trey said, I really am going to kill him. Tess wasn't sure why a meaningless fling would upset her brothers more than a heartfelt romance, but that certainly seemed to be the case. She shook her head as she watched both of the other men in her life seethe. The angry energy practically crackled off of them in waves. Of course, Sebastian chose that moment to return from a meeting in town. The giant doors swung open for his entrance, and Tess practically had to hold her brothers back to keep them from physically attacking her husband. "How dare you!" Trey shouted as Tess stepped in front of him, attempting to calm his flaring temper. For his part, Sebastian looked sheepish, but unsurprised by the verbal attack. "I see you've heard about Liam." "Is that the king-to-be's name?" Trevor practically spat the words. Tess had to hand it to her brothers. They were nothing if not vehemently loyal, like vicious bulldogs. "Stop it, both of you." She angled her best queenly stare at her older brothers. "This is for me to decide how to handle, not you, and I have decided to forgive my husband." At their disgruntled glares, she justified her mercy. "It isn't exactly fair to blame him for something that happened before he even met me." "But the consequences of those actions are affecting you now, and will continue to affect your children's lives for generations to come." Trey's nostrils flared as he spoke, making it obvious that he was still very angry with the king. Tess hadn't thought about it that far down the line, but she lifted her chin in Trey's direction, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge how right he was. Ellie put her hand on Trey's arm in a vain attempt to calm the agitated man. When he turned to look at her, she pointed down the hallway. All eyes followed in the direction she indicated. Piper was standing awkwardly in the hallway, holding Liam. The boisterous group was blocking the staircase that led up to Piper's bedroom, so she seemed at a loss for where she should go. Tess wasn't sure how much of their conversation the woman had heard, but it was obvious by her awkward, hunched shoulder stance that she had at least some idea of what was happening. In a vain attempt to defuse the situation, Tess called out to her, "Piper, please bring Liam here to meet his uncle." "Don't even finish that word," Trey warned her sternly. "That child is not in any way related to us." Tess nodded her understanding, feeling properly chastised by her oldest brother. Even as queen of an entire island, her powerful billionaire brother was still easily able to put her in her place. Once Piper tentatively joined them, Tess amended her introduction. Speaking in a clear, calm voice, she said to her brothers and sisters-in-law, "This is Sebastian's son, Liam." As expected, her brothers' kind-hearted wives moved forward to coo and fawn over the adorable cherub, who smiled up at them as if on cue. Tess's brothers remained aloof and glared at her husband. When one of the palace's limo drivers wheeled a cart loaded down with Louis Vuitton suitcases in the Donovan family's signature print through the palace's mammoth double doors, Tess rolled her eyes. It was going to be a long week with her family, or possibly a long month, based on the massive amount of luggage they had brought with them. Unable to contain herself when a second piled-high cart was wheeled in, Tess asked her brothers, "Are you planning to stay for a year?" She had intended for the question to be sarcastic, so when Trevor answered, "If that's how long it takes," she felt like fainting. Chapter 15. Tess glared at her brothers. "How did you two even find out about this? We haven't told anyone outside of the castle's walls." Mo chose that moment to clomp down the stairs. Even though Mo had never been what anyone would call a quiet or graceful woman, something about the palace's tall ceilings and pristine stone floors made her clattering seem amplified. As soon as Mo spied the 4 newcomers in the entryway, she yelled, "Oh good, you made it!" "Should have known," Tess shook her head and muttered to herself. Leave it to her best friend to call in the reinforcements, even though that was the last thing the Queen herself wanted right now. Once her friend reached the landing, Tess hissed in her direction. Why did you call them? They have the right to know what's going on. Mo defended her decision before adding, Besides, they're on your side. Narrowing her eyes at her best friend, the Queen didn't bother to whisper as she said, There aren't any sides to take. Sebastian and I are married. We are a unified team, and Liam is his son. When blank stares greeted her, Tess used her hand to indicate her angry brothers. These two doofs are just going into overprotective goon mode and making things worse. All of this drama had Tess more worked up than she'd been in ages. When the wave of nausea swept over her, it was sudden and overpowering. Covering her mouth with the palm of her hand, she realized that she didn't have long to react. Her eyes bulged as she frantically searched the area, trying to determine if she could make it to a bathroom, or at least somewhere with a trash can and a door to close behind her. Deciding she didn't have time to make it to privacy, she lunged at the closest thing she could find. The tall, cloisonné vase was probably worth more than her first car had been, but it was the only available option, short of hurling on the floor for everyone to see. Sebastian was immediately by her side, patting her back. As soon as she finished, she felt better, until she turned and saw the concerned, wide-eyed stares gawking at her. Her husband was the first to speak. Are you okay, sweetheart? Still in angry bulldog mode, Trey answered for her. No, she's not okay. You've upset her to the point she's physically ill. No, it's not his fault. Tess shook her head as she attempted to defend her husband. Open your eyes, Tess. It's completely his fault. Trevor weighed in with his opinion. Making a pig-headed decision, Trey said to the other three he had arrived with, Let's all leave this island and take Tess with us. She needs some breathing room and time to think over this shocking turn of events. The foursome made moves like they were going to do just that. Tess's mouth fell open at their audacity. No, she practically shouted, getting everyone's attention. Sebastian is my husband. This is my home, and I'm not leaving. She glared at each of her brothers and, to a lesser extent, their wives, letting them all know in no uncertain terms that they weren't going to bully her into leaving her marriage or her kingdom. There were far too many people relying on her to run away from her problems. Besides, she loved Sebastian beyond reason, and she had no desire to spend any time away from him. This is none of your concern, she spat the words in her brother's direction. At their identical stunned stares, she softened a little. Trying to reassure them, she added, I'm fine. You're a lot of things, Tess, but fine isn't one of them. Trey indicated the vomit vase with a wave of his hand. Shaking her head and feeling exasperated with them, Tess revealed, No, that has nothing to do with stress or Piper and Liam's arrival. The sincere concern was etched on both her brothers' faces as one asked, Do you have a flu bug? And the other inquired, Are you ill? Feeling backed into a corner, Tess raised her hand to her forehead. This wasn't at all how she wanted this to happen, but she didn't see any other options. I'm not sick, she assured them, before seeking her husband's eyes as she revealed, I'm pregnant. The glee-filled expression that immediately arose on Sebastian's face quickly morphed into one of sad guilt as his eyes darted to Liam before returning to Tess. The color slowly drained out of his tan complexion, leaving him with a sickly gray pallor. Turning to her brothers, Tess saw that they were experiencing similar transformations. Both of them looked thrilled until they looked at each other, then Liam, and finally her. The happy smiles slid off their faces when they fully grasped what this meant. Knowing them well and anticipating their next moves, Tess reacted quickly, physically blocking both of her brothers as they lunged at her husband. Chapter 16. The king remained motionless, as if he felt he deserved whatever physical punishment Tess's brothers decided to dole out to him. He was deathly pale, and Tess feared that he might be going into shock. "Stop it! You're both acting like children," she sneered at her overbearing brothers. For as strong and intimidating as they both were, her older brothers reared back from Tess's accusation as if she had just slapped them. Softening slightly, she added, "This is a family matter." As soon as their eyes lit up, she realized her mistake and amended her words. "This is an immediate family matter." When they once more looked like they were gearing up to jump in, she made her meaning abundantly clear by adding tersely, "Meaning for my husband and I to handle, not you." Even Tess had to admit that her powerful siblings looked handsome and dashing, despite the fact that they were pouting over her reprimand and openly glaring in Sebastian's direction. Each of their wives jumped into action to console her husband, as if Tess's strong reaction had been out of line. She watched as Millie placed her palm on Trevor's shoulder, and Ellie took Trey's hand within her own. Tess was glad that her brothers had both found someone to comfort and love them, but she wanted them to understand that Sebastian was just as important to her emotional well-being as their wives obviously were to them. As if sensing her need for him, the king stopped behaving like a frighteningly pale statue and moved closer to her side. She put her arm around him and leaned into him as he bent down to kiss her sweetly on the cheek. Whispering near her ear, her husband said, "You've already made me the luckiest man on earth by marrying me, and now you are blessing me with our child." Tess smiled up at him, thrilled that he was happy. It was tempting to point out that he already had a child, but that seemed mean-spirited, since they were all acutely aware of Liam's existence. "We're going to be pregnant together!" Mo practically squealed the words. The high-pitched tone was very out of character for her, so all eyes darted in her direction. Tess nodded and grinned, trying to outwardly exhibit a grand level of delight that she couldn't quite muster inside. Despite her soft feelings for both Liam and his mother, the baby's arrival was putting a definite damper on her enthusiasm about her own pregnancy. "Congratulations!" Piper jumped into the conversation for the first time. Ignoring the fact that Tess's brothers whirled around to glare at her as if she was a disgusting worm in an otherwise perfect apple, she added, "The castle is going to be full of babies." The loud voice from midway down the stairs surprised them all. "Whose babies?" Sebastian was the first to regain his wits as they all stared up at Cole Daniels. "That really isn't any of your business," he informed him coolly. Continuing to glare up at the man, he asked, "Why are you coming down the staircase from the private royal residence?" "Must have gotten turned around." The slick billionaire smiled as he said the words. That grin slowly turned into a smirk as he sauntered the rest of the way down the steps and caught sight of Tess's brothers. "Donovan!" He gave Trey a terse nod. Turning to Trevor, he sneered, "Junior Donovan!" Millie tightened her grip on her husband's shoulder as if she feared he might try to strangle the arrogant man. Trevor stayed rooted to his spot, but the muscles in his jaw moved as if he was grinding his teeth together. It was Trey who responded to the newcomer. "Daniels." He nodded once, continuing the man's last name only greeting precedent. "You two have nothing better to do than come babysit your kid sister?" Cole gave them a toothy smile as if he wasn't trying to instigate a fight. Taking the bait, Trevor said, "We're invited guests at the palace. How much are you paying them to put up with you?" Tess was tempted to point out that she hadn't invited her brothers, but she didn't want to escalate the friction between the obvious rivals. Cole tipped his head back and chuckled as if Trevor was incredibly amusing before saying, "Don't worry, I can easily afford it." Looking over the group, he asked the Donovan brothers, "Did you leave your new best friend, Selena Chase, at home so she can steal more deals right out from under your noses?" Tess was surprised the man knew about her brother's long-term competitiveness and recent tentative friendship with the lovely Billionaires. They must all travel in the same wealthy circles. Grinning to herself, she realized that there probably weren't too many billionaire social networks. They were all too busy making money to spend time on frivolous things like friendships. "We've joined forces with Selena on several projects," Trevor said to Cole before adding snidely, "Powerful alliances are the wave of the future. Too bad you can't find anyone crazy enough to align themselves with you, Daniels." Tess was surprised by her brother's borderline rudeness, until Cole revealed his true colors by saying, "I'm working on an even bigger, better, and more powerful union that is going to make the three of you look like common street rats." "Really?" Trey's slashing brows shot up as he feigned interest in Cole's supposed plans. "Who in their right mind is willing to partner with you? Everyone knows you would cheat your grandmother out of her last dime if given the opportunity." Lifting his chin, Cole said, "The details surrounding my mega-deal partnerships are top secret." "Of course they are." Trey nodded as if he had fully expected Cole to hedge. "You'll see when we crush you." Cole let the threat hang heavily in the air, proving that he didn't appreciate being backed into a proverbial corner. Deciding that they'd all endured enough testosterone and posturing, Tess said, "Let's call an end to this session of the Billionaire Alpha Male Olympics before the three of you start peeing in circles on the castle's floor. Shall we?" Ignoring the Queen's disdain, Cole turned to Piper and said, "I have a few minutes before my next urgent world-class business meeting." Trey and Trevor both made scoffing sounds in their throats, which made Cole turn to look at them before adding, "What? Some of us are needed to run our successful businesses, rather than being mere figureheads who can jaunt off to our sister's island for an extended vacation whenever we feel like it." Tess was proud that her brothers didn't take the bait this time. Instead, they both merely glared in Cole's direction, as if wishing that the arrogant man would disappear could actually make it happen. When he realized neither brother was going to react to his niggling, Cole turned back to Piper. "How about if you drop off your baby for someone else to watch, so we can take a nice romantic stroll out by the water?" Seeming unable to simply be nice, he added, "I've heard this dump has a decent beach." Tess felt Sebastian stiffen at her side over the pompous man's reference to their beloved kingdom as a dump, but he evidently decided they would be rid of the rude man sooner by ignoring his goading insults. Piper seemed uncertain how to respond to his nearly rhetorical request. Her eyes darted to Tess as if she was asking the Queen what she should do. Tess purposely kept her expression flat. As much as she wanted the arrogant man out of their private space, she cared about Piper too much to encourage the woman to spend time alone with him. Evidently not finding the answer she needed in the Queen's expression, Piper turned back to Cole. He was holding his hand out in her direction, fully expecting her to jump at the chance to go for a romantic walk with him. Tess could tell the woman was still uncertain, but there was no denying the pretty pink blush that arose on Piper's cheeks when she responded, "Oh, okay." Chapter 17. Cole had a few obvious flaws. The main one was his egotism, but Piper assumed that all billionaires had at least a touch of that. It was also clear that he and Queen Tess's brothers didn't get along, but Piper didn't know the Donovan brothers well enough to make the assumption that Cole was the villain in that relationship. He hadn't been at all friendly to the wealthy brothers, but they hadn't been kind to him either. As she walked with Cole along the light beige, sandy shore, she ruminated over the fact that the man had several redeeming qualities as well. He was impossibly handsome, almost to the point of being too pretty. He was funny, and even proved himself to be a bit self-effacing when they were alone. She suspected that his pompous, arrogant act was merely a facade he used as a defense mechanism in overly intimidating situations. She couldn't decide if his immense wealth was a plus or a minus. Obviously, it would be nice to not have to worry about where the rent money was coming from every month, but the Queen had invited Piper and Liam to stay at the castle indefinitely, so that likely wouldn't be a problem for her anymore anyway. She feared that Cole's immense wealth might have spoiled him to the point that he believed he could buy anything he wanted, including people. Sensing there was more to him than the self-important front he showed to the world, Piper wanted to give the dashing billionaire a chance. Marveling at the mere idea of being surrounded by aristocrats, royalty, and the richest of the rich, she wondered whose glamorous life she had managed to stumble into. It was hard to believe a simple seamstress was suddenly a welcomed guest in the island's royal castle. Before having Liam, she never would have imagined herself walking on the palace's pristine beach with a debonair billionaire bachelor. It was almost incomprehensible how much better her son had made her life by merely existing. The royal blood pulsing through his veins was fancy icing and sprinkles on the formerly vanilla cupcake of her life. Pulling her out of her deep thoughts, Cole suddenly stopped and turned to look at her before saying, "You're probably wondering why a handsome, wealthy catch like me would be interested in a woman who is already saddled with another man's baby." Piper lifted a brow in his direction. That hadn't been at all what she was thinking, but it was rather telling to discover that was how he truly felt about her situation. Despite the urge to defend Liam and tell this pompous jerk that her baby wasn't in any way a burden, she opted to remain quiet to see if he would dig himself further into this hole. He lifted a palm tenderly to her face. She grudgingly and silently admitted that his touch felt splendid. Either it had been far too long since she'd had a man show any sincere interest in her, or she and Cole had some serious physical chemistry. When he said, "You and I are a lot alike," her gaze snapped to his. Piper couldn't imagine where he was going with that statement because, from her perspective, they couldn't be more opposite from one another. Evidently seeing the doubt in her expression, Cole chuckled before defending his assertion. "We are. We both grew up as have-nots and learned to be scrappy and assertive enough to change that and better our lives." Piper squinted her eyes up at him. Knowing that he must have overheard enough to figure out the reason behind why she was here, she asked him, "Do you think I somehow knew that Sebastian was secretly royal and intentionally got pregnant?" Cole tipped his head back and laughed at that as his hand snaked from her cheek around to the back of her neck. "No, of course not. But you found a way to make your life better for you and your son, didn't you? I have no doubt that you would have found a way to make it out of the slums and into high society anyway." Her face twisted into an annoyed mask. She didn't appreciate him referring to her small, but clean and safe home as the slums. nor his insinuation that she would do whatever it took to gain wealth and power. He couldn't be more wrong about the things that she considered to be important in life. Evidently having enough sense to realize that his words were irritating her, he said, "I'm just saying that you're resourceful. It's a good thing." Deciding it needed to be said, she warned Cole, "You can't say a word to anyone about Liam being Sebastian's son until the royals are ready to make an official statement. The royal family will want to put their own spin on Liam being the official heir to the throne of Isle de Montseil." "They need to put it out there before it leaks." He gave her a stern stare. She glared right back at him before saying, "It's not your secret to tell." Rolling his eyes as if she was being ridiculous, he said, "I won't tell anyone, but they can't honestly expect to keep something this huge under wraps for long. They need to get ahead of the story, or they're going to have a publicity nightmare on their hands." She was tempted to point out that the previous royals had managed to keep their son a secret from the world until he was a grown man, but decided not to go there with Cole. He drew her attention away from thinking about Sebastian and Pierce's parents' big secret by saying, "It's rather impressive that you aren't interested in selling your story to the press. You could probably make millions between the big reveal and first photos of Liam. With the right representation, you might even get a 7-figure book deal out of the scandal." When she shook her head vehemently at the mere idea of selling Liam's story, he shrugged his shoulders. "Crazy, but impressive." Trying to be patient, she nodded her head in acceptance of his feeble attempt at a compliment as she looked out toward the waves rolling into shore. At the same time as she turned her head, Cole tipped his head down to kiss her. His lips landed awkwardly on her jawline. "Oh!" Piper was startled by his unexpected move. Unfazed by missing her lips and surprising her, Cole immediately moved in for another kiss. This time, his lips landed on hers. His kiss wasn't unpleasant. In fact, her lips tingled delightfully as he brushed over them. She tentatively reached up to put her arms around his neck as he firmly pulled her closer to him. She wasn't sure if the buzzing was from her ears ringing or if she was imagining it until she heard the man emerge from the path that led to the beach. Quickly pulling her head back from Cole, she looked into the startled, caramel eyes of the royal steward. Finn stared at the embracing duo for a long moment before mumbling an apology and indicating the drone flying over their head in the distance. "I'm trying to catch that blasted thing and destroy it." Piper released her arms from around Cole's neck and stepped back from him, feeling awkward over the handsome royal steward discovering them kissing. She didn't know why she cared so much what Finn thought, but there was no denying that his opinion was of the utmost importance to her. Looking up at the drone as if hearing it for the first time, Cole announced, "It's probably just paparazzi angling for a shot of me. They are always after me. I barely even notice the intrusion to my privacy anymore. The public is just desperate for any glimpse into my personal life they can get." Smiling down at Piper and revealing overly white teeth, he added, "You'll be famous now that they have video proof that you got to kiss me." Piper didn't appreciate the way he referred to her getting to kiss him. The man's vain act would definitely grate on her nerves if they pursued a romantic relationship with each other. She just hoped it was actually a facade and not the way he truly felt. The red warning flags were starting to be a little overwhelming where Cole was concerned, but there was no denying that she had liked kissing him. She was almost certain that there was more to Cole than his slick surface implied, but she was growing weary of ignoring his flaws as she tried to dig deeper and discover his true attributes. Her gaze darted to Finn. The strained expression on the steward's face was indisputable, but she had no idea whether it was due to the audacity of the drone pilot or to Cole's pompous attitude. A third option, that Finn might be upset over finding her kissing Cole, jumped into her mind, and, for some reason, She strongly hoped that was the true reason behind it. When Finn turned back and headed in the direction he had emerged from, her first instinct was to race after him. Cole latched onto her hand and said, "You still have a few more minutes with me." Looking at the eligible bachelor, it was obvious that he expected her to be delighted to spend a little more time with him. The moment had passed for chasing after Finn to explain. Besides, she wasn't sure what she would say to him if she found him. Taking a deep inhale of the fresh, salt-infused air, she did her best to muster a smile and said to Cole, "Lucky me." He gave her a condescending smile, obviously not hearing any hint of the sarcasm that she hadn't been able to keep out of her voice. Chapter 18. When Cole had informed Piper that he was free to have dinner with her that evening, she had assumed he meant that he would take her to a restaurant in town, or that they would be dining in the palace guests' dining hall in the bed and breakfast wing. Not ready to completely write him off just yet, she had silently nodded her acceptance of his invitation, even though it hadn't exactly been voiced as a question. Cole rapped on the door to her suite at precisely the time he had given her, which she appreciated. She couldn't stand being late herself, so she didn't abide by tardiness with anyone else. After kissing Liam goodnight and passing him off to Hetty, the kind, ever-helpful palace nanny, she waited for Cole to acknowledge her son in some way, but that didn't happen. The warning flags about this man were waving so wildly they were practically slapping her in the face, but it felt too rude to send him away before the meal portion of their date. Deciding to give him one final chance and trying valiantly to focus on Cole's positive attributes, she was pleased when he offered her his arm before formally escorting her through the castle's wide hallways. When he veered them down the stairs toward the royal dining room, she gave him a perplexed look. "We're eating with the royals?" "Of course." He seemed affronted that she would think otherwise. She fervently hoped that he wasn't just using her to gain a seat at the royal table. Queen Tess's brothers and their wives were already seated at the massive table when Piper and Cole entered the large, formal room and took their seats, but the royals had not yet arrived. Although the staff attempted to be unobtrusive, Piper noticed that they scrambled to add 2 additional chairs and place settings to the table. She knew then that she and Cole had not been expected and wondered who the 2 extra invited guests were. She didn't have to be curious for long because Finn entered the dining hall with a lovely brunette on his arm. The royal steward pulled out the seat for his date before taking his own place at the table. It wasn't lost on Piper that Cole had allowed the waitstaff to pull out both of their chairs, rather than being a gentleman like Finn was. The pretty woman with Finn was introduced as Amber, and Piper struggled to swallow down the unfamiliar surge of jealousy she felt bubbling deep in her stomach. Amber gave them all a friendly, perfect smile, before expertly guiding the conversation to inquire about the Donovans and their significant business holdings. Amber proved herself to be bright, funny, and utterly adorable. Piper couldn't stand the peppy, undeniably likable woman. Even though she hated this ugly, bitter side of herself, she couldn't seem to control it. She felt like jumping over to scratch Amber's pretty, light blue eyes out. Evidently not appreciating all of the attention Amber was doling out to the Donovan brothers, Cole tried several times to jump into the conversation. Rather than adding anything positive to their banter, he ended up sounding like an obnoxious braggart. When Piper saw Amber widen her gaze in Finn's direction, she felt envious of their private, nonverbal communication and obviously close relationship. Piper wasn't sure how or why she could be on a date with a gorgeous billionaire bachelor and still manage to be jealous of a perfectly lovely and friendly woman's date with the royal steward. Being unable to understand her overwhelming negative emotions didn't make them feel any less real to her, though. When the four royals finally arrived at the table, the king himself apologized for their tardiness. Before arriving at the palace, Piper thought a meal with the monarchs would be stuffy and boring, but these four were more charming and real than she had ever imagined. Once they were seated, Mo continued a conversation that the others hadn't heard from the beginning. "They'll kill us if we don't pose for official pregnancy photos, or worse, not feed us." Everyone except Cole chuckled at Mo's silly statement. Smiling and shaking her head, Piper decided that there couldn't possibly be such a thing as a stuffy meal when Mo was around. She didn't think the woman had a boring bone in her body. "You can do whatever you want, but I'm not having photos of me looking like a bloated cow floating around online for all of eternity," Tess pointedly told her friend. Smiling at his wife across the length of the long table, the king said, "You could never look anything but stunningly beautiful." Trey jumped in to disagree with that assessment. Holding up a finger, he said, "Trevor and I have photographic evidence to the contrary. She went through a decidedly gawky stage around the age of 12. Glaring at her brother, the queen said, "Thanks for letting everyone know about that." Beaming with pride, Trey said, "Anytime, sis." Apparently wanting to change the topic, the queen turned to address Finn and Amber. "You two were voted the palace employees of the month again? I shouldn't be surprised. It's wonderful to have you join us at dinner." After the duo murmured polite words, thanking her for being such a gracious host, the queen turned to Piper and said warmly, "We're so glad you could be here too." The queen's pointed omission of Cole spoke volumes more than any words ever could. If the billionaire noticed her uncharacteristic coolness towards him, he gave no outward signs of feeling awkward. Turning to flick a hand towards her brothers, Queen Tess said to Finn and Amber, "We apologize in advance that these two annoying rascals are here for your celebratory meal, but their lovely, charming wives make up for their lack of social graces." Trey and Trevor pretended to bluster over her ribbing, but it was clear to everyone that it was merely good-natured teasing among siblings. Piper wasn't sure why she was so relieved to find out that Finn and Amber were here together as an employee reward, rather than on a date, but she still found herself watching their interactions to see if she noticed a spark of attraction between them. Finn was polite and charming throughout the meal. Piper was thrilled when she caught him turning to look at her a few times. Cole was warm by her side, and there was no denying that it was flattering to be the focus of his attention, but he also occasionally said and did things that embarrassed her. The royal steward, on the other hand, was impeccably mannered, handsome, and witty, but he was here with someone else. When Amber laughed at something Finn said and lightly placed her hand possessively on his forearm, Piper's stomach churned with fiery hot liquid. This jealous streak was unfamiliar and unwelcome, but she didn't seem to have any control over it. After their gold-rimmed dessert plates were cleared, Piper realized she had been too preoccupied to taste the delicious food the royal chefs had prepared. She had eaten, but her mind hadn't been present. Normally, food was a priority in her life, so she knew her love triangle with the billionaire and steward, which quite possibly existed only within the confines of her own mind, had completely taken over her senses. As the meal came to a close and the royals stood to dismiss their guests, the couples each went in separate directions. Piper's throat felt parched, and she struggled to swallow as she watched Finn escort Amber out of the room. She was desperate to know where they were going, but it would be highly inappropriate for her to follow them. It took all of her willpower to refrain, but she remained frozen in her spot until they were out of sight. When Cole suggested that they take a dip in the island's mineral hot springs, Piper feigned a headache and insisted on retreating to her room. She feared Cole might try to turn soaking in nature's spa into a romantic moment, but Finn's new relationship was too ingrained in her mind for her to even pretend to focus on Cole. Besides, she was finding herself unable to continue to give Cole the benefit of the doubt by ignoring his flaws. She was beginning to believe Cole's arrogant front might not be an act at all. Cole looked disappointed when she declined his invitation, but he politely kissed her hand and bid her good night in the hallway. As they went their separate ways, Piper couldn't help but think that Finn would have gallantly escorted her to her bedroom door. It wasn't a fair comparison, since the royals had made it known that Cole wasn't exactly welcome in the royal residence, but she couldn't seem to help herself. Silently sticking up for Cole, she reminded herself that being polite was Finn's job description, while Cole constantly had people bending over backwards to accommodate his needs. The man's wealth and privilege wasn't something that she should hold against him. She was being unfair to Cole. Most women would jump at the opportunity to spend time alone with him. Pausing on the staircase on the way up to her room, she considered turning back to find the billionaire to tell him she would be happy to bask in the hot springs with him. She stood there, mid-step, for a long moment, but she just couldn't muster the enthusiasm to go find him. Retreating to her room to wonder what Finn and Amber were up to sounded far more appealing. Unwilling to admit why that was the case, she reminded herself that she wanted some quality alone time with Liam, too. She was used to constantly being with her baby, so repeatedly leaving him in Hetty's care felt foreign and off-putting, despite the woman's warm and loving demeanor with her son. Smiling to herself, she resumed her trek up the stairs to her bedroom suite. Knowing that she and Liam could use some fresh air, she decided to sit out on her balcony and rock him in the white wicker rocking chair. They would both enjoy the quiet time. She could savor the incomparable view of the vast sea beyond the palace grounds, and if she happened to spot Finn and Amber walking outside together, she could do a little spying. Chapter 19. Hetty had already changed Liam into his soft, blue cotton footy pajamas. Piper thanked and quickly dismissed the matronly woman, wanting her baby to herself. Her sweet boy's face lit up with happiness when she took him in her arms and carried him outside to their private balcony. She sat down on the large, comfortable rocking chair and gazed down at her tiny bundle of sunshine. She was constantly amazed at the daily changes that occurred in him. He grew and learned at a rate that she wouldn't have believed to be possible before seeing it for herself. Mother and son smiled at each other and further cemented their already firm bond as she rhythmically moved her feet, rocking them back and forth. Piper ran the back of her index finger lightly along the soft skin of her son's chubby cheek. She wasn't sure how long they sat out there together, but when Liam's eyes slowly drifted closed, she wasn't yet ready to put him in his crib for the night. Movement along the lit path leading towards the beach caught her eye. The person was wearing a bright white dress shirt like Finn had sported at dinner, but she couldn't be certain if it was him. The potentially good news was that the man was alone. If it was Finn, he had already parted ways from Amber. Piper wasn't sure why that made her heart jackhammer in her chest as fast as a dog's leg thumped when it scratched its ear. When the man suddenly stopped his trek and turned to look back at the castle, Piper was tempted to hunker down out of sight. She didn't want to be caught watching him, but hiding like a small child seemed like an immature maneuver, especially with her sleeping baby cradled in her arms. Finn's brown gaze quickly locked with hers, almost as if he had sensed her presence out on the balcony. Piper's cheeks flamed hot over him discovering her spying on him, but she couldn't seem to tear her eyes away from the enchanting and handsome royal steward. He stood there, frozen, staring at her for a long moment. Piper longed to communicate with him through the distance. She wanted to tell him that Cole's kiss on the beach, which Finn unfortunately witnessed, meant nothing. She longed to ask about his relationship with Amber. Her rapid pulse as she looked at Finn told her that she was incredibly attracted to him. Was he attracted to her too? Or was he just kind and polite to her as part of his job? The urge to run downstairs to talk to him was nearly overwhelming. Liam was sound asleep, so she was confident that chasing after the steward wouldn't disturb her baby. It seemed like a desperate move, though, and she feared looking like a fool if he didn't feel the same connection as she did thrumming just beneath the surface of their interactions. Breaking their locked gazes to glance down at her baby, Piper decided that since they would be living at the palace for the foreseeable future, it didn't make sense in the long run to pursue a romantic relationship with a castle employee. If things ended badly between them, there wouldn't be any avoiding seeing Finn on a regular basis. Steeling her resolve, Piper raised her face back up, intending to give Finn a friendly wave before quickly retreating inside to her bedroom. Even across the distance, she could see the smile that turned up Finn's lips when her eyes locked with his once more. His charming and flirtatious grin made her arm pause in midair on its way to give Finn a dismissive wave. When Finn raised his right arm to place his palm over his heart, Piper couldn't wipe the thrilled expression off her face. His sweet gesture was enough to give her confidence that he felt something extra for her, too. It immediately quelled her worries about their suitability for each other. Continuing to cradle Liam with her left arm, Piper mimicked Finn's movement, placing her right palm over her heart. They stood there like that for a long moment, beaming at each other and silently communicating through the distance. Finally breaking the spell, Finn removed his hand from his chest and pressed it to his lips. After blowing a kiss in their direction, he pointed to Piper. He then blew another kiss and pointed at Liam. Beyond touched, Piper blew her own kiss back to him before turning to go back inside her elegant suite. After she closed the door behind her and bent to lower Liam into his crib, she realized that she now knew exactly what the saying, "walking on air," meant. Gravity was no longer holding her down to the ground. Finn's flirtation made her weightless and filled with warmth from the inside. She needed to talk to him, but that would have to wait until tomorrow. For tonight, she would just bask in the happy knowledge that the royal steward was attracted to her. Flopping back on her bed, she grinned at her ceiling. Feeling wide awake, Piper decided that the logistics and feasibility of a relationship with Finn could work out. She would have to explain to him that her kiss with Cole on the beach had meant nothing, and she wanted to make sure that he didn't have feelings for Amber. But she was suddenly confident that she was meant to pursue a romance with Finn. As her heart pounded in her chest, she realized that she couldn't wait to get started. Chapter 20. After feeding Liam the next morning, Piper showered and got ready to go down to breakfast. She knew Finn's work schedule kept him busy, but she intended to find some time alone with him today. Overnight, her confidence in his feelings for her had wavered. A sweet, blown kiss was a good sign, but she wanted him to confirm his romantic interest in her. Hetty arrived at their door. After kissing Liam goodbye and sneaking in a quick sniff of his delicious baby scent, Piper gently handed him to the nursemaid and practically skipped down the ornate hallway. Just as she was thinking that nothing could dampen her mood, she turned a corner and practically ran into Finn. "Oh, hi!" She smiled up at him, unable to believe her good luck. "How could you?" Finn hissed between his teeth. practically sneering at her. His normally soft, kind brown eyes were glaring down at her with a decidedly sharp edge of venom. Piper stumbled back, startled by his angry glare and bitter question. Finn's hand shot out to catch her. Despite his obvious annoyance, his impeccable manners still shone through. He steadied her, but too quickly yanked his hand back from her as if she had burned him. Alarmed and perplexed, Piper stared up at him with wide eyes. It was obvious that he was furious with her, but her mind scrambled to come up with a reason for his bitter anger and came up dry. The only mistake she had made was a brief kiss with Cole on the beach, but last night's flirtation with Finn had taken place after that. Had he pondered it during the night and decided he was angry with her about it? That didn't seem logical, so Piper asked him, "How could I what?" "You spoke to the press about Liam being King Sebastian's son," he accused. Piper couldn't believe her ears. Shaking her head for emphasis, she said, "No, I didn't." "There's a quote from you in the article." Evidently having already memorized the damning words, he said in a high-pitched tone, "The royal family will want to put their own spin on Liam being the official heir to the throne of Isle de Montseil." Piper's mouth fell open as she realized she had said these exact words to Cole on the beach yesterday. Did the billionaire leak the story to the press, or had the obtrusive drone recorded her? In either case, the quote had been taken out of context and without her permission. Her breath came in short pants as she worked to understand what had happened. Finn glared at her as if he had just discovered she was a minion of the devil himself. "Are you going to try to claim you didn't say that?" He narrowed his angry gaze down at her. "I did say it," Piper admitted. She intended to quickly explain that she hadn't leaked it or intended for anyone but Cole to hear, but Finn huffed out an exasperated breath, wheeled around on his heels, and stalked towards the royal dining room. Piper followed quickly on his heels. Rather than giving her a chance to explain, he announced loudly to the already seated royals, "The traitor is here to dine once more at your table and pretend to be your friend." Guilt overwhelmed Piper, even though she hadn't done anything wrong. The stunned, hurt looks from around the table made her feel like a horrible person. After struggling to swallow, she croaked out the words, "Please, I didn't. I wouldn't." She couldn't seem to formulate the words to properly defend herself from this unjust accusation, even though she was completely innocent. "You betrayed our trust in you?" The hurt expression shadowing Queen Tess's eyes was undeniable. Even though the words were voiced as a question, Piper could tell that the Queen already believed them to be true. "No," Piper tried to defend herself, despite the sharp edge of panic that had firmly lodged itself in her stomach. "So, the press misquoted you? You didn't reveal that Liam is the heir to the throne and indicate that the royals would want to put their own spin on the story?" Icy venom dripped from Trey Donovan's tone, making Piper glad she would never have to face him as a business rival. Even though she had seen his softer side in his dealings with his wife and sister, there was no doubt in her mind that he would make a formidable opponent. Unable to look them in the eyes, Piper hung her head. "No, they didn't misquote me, but those words were only meant for Cole Daniels." At the sharp intake of breath from someone at the table over that revelation, she quickly defended her choice to speak to him about it. "He had already figured out that the king was Liam's father, and I made him promise not to reveal the scandal to anyone." Trevor Donovan made a disbelieving, scoffing sound in his throat. "You honestly thought you could trust Daniels? He's a snake." "Talking about your snake of a brother again?" The deep baritone voice came from the entryway. All eyes turned to discover that Cole had joined them in the royal dining room. "Actually, he was talking about you. Trey informed Cole with a bit too much brutal honesty. The dashing billionaire looked completely unperturbed by the Donovan brothers' harsh words and angry stares. While you two gossip queens have been sitting around here tittering about me this morning, I made another 8 figures. At this rate, my holdings will surpass your combined wealth in a matter of weeks. The Donovan brothers both rolled their eyes and shook their heads at the pompous man. Trey lifted Ellie's hand to his lips before saying, "Believe it or not, there are more important things in life than money." His wife beamed at him as if he single-handedly made the world spin on its axis. Piper was impressed that neither of the billionaire brothers felt the need to brag to Cole about how much money they had made this morning. She was confident that their multinational businesses earned them millions while they ate breakfast. Unlike Cole, they were polite enough not to boast about it. Cole strolled confidently over to the table, even though it was clear that he wasn't a welcome guest. The impeccably trained waitstaff smoothly added a chair and place setting for him. "So, what have I done now to upset the Donovan princesses?" Cole fluttered his eyelashes as if he believed himself to be completely innocent of any wrongdoing. Piper couldn't believe the audacity of the man, but she had to give him credit for being able to lob a zinger with incredible aim. Somehow he had managed to be condescending to both Donovan brothers as well as Queen Tess with one acerbic question. Feeling betrayed, Piper answered his question with an accusation. "You promised you wouldn't say anything to the press about Liam until the royals had a chance to get ahead of the story." Looking her directly in the eyes, Cole responded, "And I didn't." Splaying his hands to indicate Trey and Trevor, he added, "Despite what these ninnies think, I am a man of my word." So that drone was close enough to record what I was saying? Piper couldn't quite believe it, since she had stopped talking by the time the drone came close to them. Besides, the device's buzzing was louder than her voice had been. "Perhaps, but very unlikely." Cole rubbed his chin as if he was deep in thought before saying, "If you didn't leak the story, and I didn't leak it, that really only leaves one viable option." Piper furrowed her brows as she tried to discern what he meant. The others around the room were all waiting to see where he was going with this, too. Proving he had a flair for the dramatic, Cole said in a booming voice, "There was only one other person out on that beach who could have overheard our discussion." Piper was already shaking her head with disbelief when Cole pointed across the room to Finn and yelled, "The royal steward is a rat!" Chapter 21. Finn looked stunned by the billionaire's open accusation of him. His head whipped back on his neck as if he had been slapped. "That's preposterous!" he shouted at Cole. Obviously enjoying the attention, Cole defended his allegation. "I have no motive for sharing the king's big secret. I certainly don't need the money, and quite honestly, I don't really care about this tiny island's monarchy." Piper doubted that was the case, since he kept showing up in the private residence, but she remained quiet about that since he began defending her. "Piper could have sold her story for millions if she wanted to, and I told her that. She wouldn't have leaked the news without hammering out a book deal and selling the rights to the first photos of Liam. She's too smart for that." Although she didn't appreciate how cutthroat and money-hungry he made her sound, it was rather nice to have someone jumping to her defense. Finn had immediately accused her, rather than giving her the benefit of the doubt. Showboating for all he was worth, Cole held his pointer finger up in the air. "Now, there was a drone on the beach, so there is a minuscule possibility that the press overheard our private conversation," he admitted. "But it was a good distance away from us, and its whirring was rather loud. We weren't wearing microphones, so I doubt it could have actually picked up our words. That only leaves one option." After a dramatic pause, Cole went in for the kill. Leveling his finger at the royal steward, he announced, "Finn McGinley was lingering nearby. He overheard our conversation, and he sold the story to the press. He was the only one with means, motive, and opportunity." Finn was shaking his head over the audacity of his accuser. "And what exactly is my motive? I love the royal family and have been their loyal employee for many years." "Maybe you're jealous," Cole guessed, "or bitter about the long hours, or disgruntled because you're a pauper in a castle full of wealthy royals. There are numerous possibilities. How should I know what is going on in that pea brain of yours?" For the first time, a wave of doubt swept across the king's expression. His black eyebrows snapped together as Cole's words sank in. Turning to the steward, he asked simply, "Finn?" Finn bugged his eyes out in the monarch's direction. "You can't possibly believe this, Your Highness. I have always been and always will be loyal to the crown." After swallowing audibly, he added, "You're my family." The queen's gaze softened as she peered at the steward. It was obvious that she believed him. Her husband, however, still looked wary. The king's brother, Pierce, was the first to speak, acting as the voice of reason. "We need to tighten security on the palace grounds. We've let things get lax since the weddings, but especially now that there are royal babies involved, we must ensure no unwanted visitors make their way onto the property." It struck Piper then that Pierce would need to be practical. As Mo's husband, a level head would be necessary to survive and to put up with all of her shenanigans. Apparently, opposites really do attract. Her ruminations were proven correct when Mo practically shouted, "What about these three? I don't trust any of them, and I don't want to live under the same roof with them." Piper was horrified to realize she was included in Mo's sweeping hand gesture, along with Finn and Cole. Queen Tess proved how regal and dignified she was as she murmured some calming words to quell the rising tempers around her, but she was no match for her fiery best friend's outrage and blustering. Cole was just as worked up as Mo when he announced, "I'm a paying guest at the Palace Hotel, and I'm not leaving." Piper couldn't help but wonder why he was so determined to stay where he clearly wasn't wanted. Perhaps he was so used to buying everything he desired, it was nice for him to be in a place where his money had little influence. It was the best rationale her mind could conjure for his odd insistence on staying. Pierce jumped in to play the role of mediator. "Of course, you can stay." He gave Cole a polite smile. At his wife's huff, he quickly went on, "But you need to limit your wanderings to the guests' quarters. I think you'll find plenty of luxurious amenities there. From now on, the royal residence is strictly off-limits to you." Mo's green gaze narrowed into a cat-like expression. It was clear by her upturned lips that she believed herself to have won that round. Unwilling to let it go at that, she pointed at Piper and Finn. "What about those two? It's very possible that one of them is the traitor." Piper's chest burned at the realization that they truly believed she would do such a thing, but her hurt feelings were nothing compared to the devastated expression that drew Finn's features downward. Her heart ached for the royal steward. Even though he had accused her of being the source of the leak, she longed to reach out to comfort him, but was wise enough to know it wasn't her place. Both of the accused waited quietly for the monarch's verdict. Piper felt like she was on trial for a crime she didn't commit. She was being assumed guilty until proven innocent, rather than vice versa, as was customary. Queen Tess was the first to speak. Her rapidly fluttering eyelashes were the only outward indication that this conversation made her uncomfortable. "Well, I'm not sure how I feel about continuing to welcome Piper into our home under the circumstances." Piper had to force herself not to double over like she had been kicked in the gut, as she wondered if she and Liam were about to be kicked out of the castle. She should have known her easy acceptance into the royal family was too good to be true. The queen quickly alleviated her fears of being completely ousted by continuing, "But it's not fair to make her leave when we don't know if she even did anything wrong. Liam belongs here, and he also deserves to be with his mother." She paused, but then her bright eyes lit up with an idea. "How about if they move into the guest cottage, just until we get this mess sorted out?" "That sounds like a wonderful compromise." Her husband beamed at her, obviously proud of her solid idea. Turning to look at Finn, he added, "In fact, I think that will work perfectly as a solution for Finn as well. He can stay in the steward's quarters until we figure out who leaked the story about Liam." Piper's eyes darted to Finn's. The man was deathly pale as he pleaded with the king. "Please, Your Highness, you can't possibly think I would do anything to jeopardize my job here. I am your completely loyal servant." "I know." The king nodded at Finn to confirm that he truly believed him. "But humor us by taking a few days off work while we investigate this matter. Think of it as a vacation." Finn's eyes were wide open in a vacant stare. "I don't want a vacation. I want to do my job and continue to live in the employees' quarters in the castle. You're banishing me to the outskirts of the grounds." "Banishing?" the king chuckled. "Hardly. You're simply getting a few well-deserved days off. Plus you get to check out the royal steward's cottage. You might find that you actually like the privacy of having your own residence. That hut has been where all of the past royal stewards lived, until I came along, of course." Finn was shaking his head as if he couldn't quite comprehend this horrid turn of events. Seeming at a loss, he asked, "What am I supposed to do with all of my time?" "Relax and enjoy it," the king suggested, as if he was doing the man a great favor. Turning to glare at Piper, Finn sneered, "This is all your fault." With that, he stormed out of the room, leaving Piper feeling stunned and hurt beyond reason. Tears burned in her throat and threatened to erupt. Not wanting to make any more of a fool of herself in front of the royal family than she already had, she covered her mouth and ran from the room. Chapter 22. When Geoffrey, the palace butler, rapped on the door of Piper's suite, she rushed over to let him in. The man was perfectly polite when he asked if he could send helpers to pack her belongings, but the underlying message of his question was perfectly clear. She was expected to vacate the castle now. Piper valiantly tried not to betray her crushed feelings, but the hot tears were creating a burning ball in her throat that threatened to emerge at any moment. Liam must have sensed his mother's heightened anxiety level because he began wailing in an uncharacteristic manner for him. The sight of the giant crocodile-sized tears trailing down her son's plump cheeks made Piper even more distressed. The ever-cool butler revealed the first chink in his pristine armor by nodding briskly and yelling over the baby's wails that he would send assistance. After Geoffrey quickly backed out of the room, Piper flopped onto the plush carpet, rocked her crying baby in her arms, and let the first of her tears fall. That is how the team of palace employees found her. Hetty gently scooped Liam out of her arms and took him to the rocking chair. A kind-faced older woman brought Piper a box of tissues and gently patted her back, while two other women began efficiently packing her belongings. Piper couldn't help but think that this talented team of ladies was the cleanup crew sent in to take out the unwanted trash, which she had somehow unwittingly become. Unwilling to wallow, she used the tissues to clean up her face before standing to face the business of vacating her cushy suite. She appreciated the royals' hospitality and their generosity in letting her stay in one of their guest cottages, despite the fact that they suspected her of leaking their personal business to the world. But it still stung to be kicked out of the castle. It almost felt like they couldn't stand to look at her and be reminded of her betrayal. The fact that she didn't and wouldn't betray them seemed to not matter in the slightest. Lifting her chin, determined to deal with this humiliation in as classy a manner as possible, she smiled at the palace workers. After all, it wasn't their fault she was being ousted. "Thank you for all of your help. I truly appreciate it." They nodded and smiled, but averted their gazes. Piper wasn't sure if their unwillingness to look her in the eyes was a gesture of respect, or if they were embarrassed for her. In any case, they made short work of packing her belongings and eliminating her presence from the room. Once they were finished, Piper realized she didn't know where she was supposed to go. In all her explorations of the palace grounds, she had never discovered any guest cottages. They must be located on the far edges of the property in order to keep the riffraff out of sight of the royals. The women seemed to be awaiting instructions from her as they stood there looking down at the room's thick carpet. Finally, she admitted, I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go." "We've already called for assistance in delivering your bags to your quarters, ma'am," Hetty assured her. The woman must have made some discreet gesture to the other employees because they flitted out of the room in single file. Smiling down at now calm Liam, the nanny seemed reluctant to let him go, but she finally handed him back to his mother. She whispered as if sharing a great secret. "I'm not technically supposed to leave the palace while on duty, but if you need me, I'm always available to help with this sweet boy." Piper's eyes watered with gratitude for the grandmotherly woman. Uncertain of her voice, and not wanting to burst into tears again, Piper nodded to acknowledge the woman's kindness. "The porters will be up soon to take you to and your belongings to your new temporary home." Piper appreciated how the woman enunciated the word temporary. Relief coursed through her veins at the realization that at least someone in the castle believed in her innocence. With a reassuring smile, the woman wheeled around and left Piper and Liam in the suite that used to be their comforting safe place. Before long, a team of young men trailed in and scooped up her belongings. The leader gave instructions for 2 of the men to stay behind to break down Liam's crib and deliver it to her new residence. He then stalked out of the room, rolling one of her suitcases. The others efficiently filed out after him, and Piper reluctantly followed them. She wasn't sure what to expect her new home to be like, but she felt fairly certain that it wouldn't be nearly as luxurious as her room in the castle. She doubted if the guest quarters had been utilized recently, since the palace now boasted an entire wing for paying guests. She just hoped it hadn't been taken over by rodents and spider webs. Forcing herself to look on the bright side, she decided that if it had, cleaning it up would at least give her something to do. Distracting herself with busy work would have to be better than focusing on the royal family's anger with her. As Piper followed the bellboys along the winding cobblestone paths, she looked down at the ground. Even though she knew she had nothing to feel bad about, she couldn't keep the guilt at bay. Being ousted from the castle made her feel like a criminal, but she was determined to clear her name and get back in their good graces. She didn't want Liam to have to grow up in a situation where his parents despised and mistrusted each other. He deserved to have a large, supportive, and cohesive family circle to love and cherish him. He would need that unwavering devotion when he grew up and became king. The idea of her baby becoming the monarch of their island still seemed surreal, but Piper intended to do everything she could to make sure his transition to power was as smooth and drama-free as possible. Her frazzled nerves must have calmed significantly because Liam seemed perfectly content in her arms as she walked to their new home. She froze mid-step when their cottage came into view. To say it was quaint and homey would be the understatement of the year. The tiny, adorable home looked like it was straight out of a fairy tale. Tiny, sparkling white lights twinkled, giving the cottage a magical feeling. Colorful wildflowers dotted the landscaping, creating a scrumptious fragrance in the air. Her fears that her new quarters might be unkempt were completely unfounded. The guest house was obviously well tended, and someone had gone to a great deal of effort to make it look welcoming. She had the feeling the Queen had made the arrangements to ensure that Piper and Liam were as comfortable as possible, given the unfortunate circumstances. Piper already regarded the monarch very highly, but her respect for her grew even more when she realized that, even though the woman had her doubts about Piper's loyalty, she had gone out of her way to make them feel welcome. The inside of the cottage was just as charming as the delightful outside. The rooms were small but cozy, and a bright flame was lit in the stone fireplace. The shelves were brimming with books. The rocking chair by the window seat had an intricate handmade quilt folded along the top, and the kitchen's cupboards were stocked with food. As Piper explored her new house, she realized it was even more attuned to her taste than her plush suite inside the castle had been. As nice as it was to be so close to the royal family, she could easily envision this warm and comfortable cottage as her long-term home. After thanking the helpers for lugging her belongings and assuring them that she could unpack herself, she closed the door behind them and leaned back on it. Smiling as she looked around, she realized that this marvelous cottage was better than anything she could have imagined. It was perfect. Almost. The slamming door startled her. She had been so busy admiring her new digs as they approached her cottage, she had barely noticed the small hut right next door. Peeking out the window in the front room, she saw Finn had emerged from the tiny, ramshackle building. Deciding to attempt to be friendly and make amends, she lifted the window and yelled out to him, "Looks like we're going to be neighbors." He slowly and deliberately turned to glare in her direction before saying, "Unfortunately, I suggest you stay on your side and I'll stay on mine." With those harsh words, he stalked away. Chapter 23. Piper slammed her window shut so hard she feared the glass might shatter. That wouldn't be a great way to start out her sentence in exile. Thankfully, the glass remained intact. She glared through the small window as Finn stalked away from the royal steward's hut in an obvious snit, as if he was the one who had the right to be annoyed. Unsure what to do with all of her pent-up anger, Piper paced back and forth across the cottage's tiny living room. Liam cooed happily in her arms as she practically wore a track into the large, braided wool rug. It hurt that the island's monarchs thought she would betray them this way, but surprisingly, Finn's accusation and distrust of her stung even more. She had begun to believe that she and the royal steward had a special romantic connection with each other, but he obviously didn't feel it. She marched across the room and fumed before turning and repeating the process in the other direction. For some reason, the constant movement and repetition helped her gather her thoughts. To be fair, her connection with Finn might have existed only in her imagination. It's not like a few stolen glances and a blown kiss were the makings of a soul-affirming romance, but her instinct had told her that he was special. Apparently, he didn't feel that way about her at all. Deciding the best option was just to ignore Finn's existence, she wheeled on her heel and traversed the living room at record speed. They might be forced neighbors, but that didn't mean they had to interact with each other. She would check out the window to make sure he wasn't outside before leaving her cottage, and it was a safe bet that he would do the same. If they were both careful, they would never even have to see each other, despite their close proximity. That was just fine by her. She really didn't want to face that gaze filled with harsh judgment and a tinge of hurt feelings again. This morning was more than enough. Determination to make the best of this unfortunate situation coursed through her veins. She was innocent, and she intended to prove that to the royals, for Liam's sake. The opinion of their steward really didn't matter. Okay, it shouldn't matter, and she refused to waste any more time worrying about what he thought. After a stress-filled day and fitful night's sleep, she still wasn't sure what to do to prove her innocence, but she knew it wasn't going to happen inside the safety of this cottage. Forgetting her vow to check for Finn before leaving, she flung her front door open and nearly ran into the man that was raising his fist to knock. Disappointment surged through her that her visitor was Cole rather than Finn, but she stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. She was surprised the busy billionaire was wasting his time with her since she had been ousted from the castle, but she tried not to let her face show it. Once the shock of someone being just on the other side of her threshold wore off, she tried to insert some enthusiasm into her voice when she said, "Oh, hi." "Hi to you too." Cole beamed a confident smile at her. Although he was friendly enough, Piper couldn't curb the belief that Cole felt like his presence was a huge gift to her. Something about his cocky stance and condescending gaze made her feel like he thought she was somehow unworthy of him. She had no idea if the billionaire's holier-than-thou attitude was intentional or unbeknownst to him, but she didn't appreciate the way it made her feel. "We were just on our way out," she stated the obvious to break the pregnant pause in the conversation, since she couldn't think of anything else to say to him. "I can see that." His wide grin vaguely reminded her of a wolf, but she forced herself not to cringe away. There was no reason to be rude to him. Her trouble with the royals wasn't his fault. In fact, he was the only one who had publicly defended her. "How about if you drop the baby off with someone so we can spend a little bit of quality time together?" The hopeful look he gave her made it believable that he sincerely thought he was offering her something grand. But she didn't appreciate that he didn't use Liam's name, nor that he always wanted her to dump her son off with someone else. "Actually, I'm enjoying some quality time with Liam." She gave the wealthy man a brittle smile, hoping that he would take the hint and make a quick retreat. Cole pondered her for a long moment, as if trying to absorb the meaning of her words. Evidently deciding that she was determined to include Liam in her day, he finally said, "Okay, we'll drag the baby along with us." Piper's temper flared. One thing she wouldn't stand for was anyone picking on her child. With her eyebrows angled into a deep V, she glared up at Cole. "Actually, it would be Liam and I dragging you along with us." The billionaire's vivid blue eyes were wide open in shock, as if she had just slapped him. He looked from Piper down to Liam and back up again. His mouth opened and closed like a puppet's, as if he was too outraged to devise a comeback. After pondering them for a long moment, Cole surprised Piper by tipping his head back and bursting out with laughter. She couldn't help but wonder if having someone stand up to him had made the wealthy man loopy. He shook his head and said, "You're spunky. I like that. Most women are willing to do whatever it takes to spend time with me and make me happy." Piper had little doubt that was the case. Vast amounts of money could certainly make people do crazy things, but she had never been addicted to that particular drug. As long as she had enough resources to feed Liam and keep a roof over his head, she would consider herself successful. Proving that he was at least a tiny bit intuitive, Cole went on. "But you're not like that. You don't seem to care a bit about my wealth or what I can do for you." Looking perplexed, he shook his head and added, "I've never met anyone like you." "I guess I'm an enigma," Piper said flatly. Cole's blue eyes sparkled in her direction as he agreed with her assessment. You're a delightful enigma. The man's assessing gaze made Piper shift awkwardly from foot to foot. It was almost like he was truly seeing her for the first time. From the way his eyes lit up, it was clear that he liked what he saw. Gallantly holding his arm out to her, Cole asked formally, "Will you and Liam do me the honor of accompanying me down to the beach?" Piper appreciated his inclusion of Liam and his use of her son's name. There was no denying that some type of positive shift had occurred in the normally self-absorbed billionaire. Unsure what else to do with herself, Piper decided to give Cole's new attitude the benefit of the doubt. Accepting his offered elbow, she answered flatly, "I don't see why not." Chapter 24. For the first time since Piper had met Cole, he didn't dominate the conversation by talking about himself. Instead, he seemed to honestly be concerned about her fragile relationship with the Royals and their open accusation of her. Although she still felt wary of his motives, Piper found that it was marvelous to have someone on her team. Everyone else at the palace was loyal to the Royals, as they should be. But that meant that while the Royals were suspicious of her, everyone proceeded with extreme caution where she was concerned. "So, how are we going to get you out of this pickle with the royal family?" he asked as they stopped to look out over the dark blue waves rolling into shore. Piper appreciated his use of the word "we." She hadn't realized how alone she had been feeling since this morning's standoff over the breakfast table. Giving him a sincere smile, she answered, "I don't know, but I didn't do anything wrong." "I know," he said simply. Cole's unwavering faith in her warmed her heart. He didn't ask her to explain or question her motives. He just believed her. The solitary, niggling fear that he might have been the one to leak the story persisted, and she felt guilty for it. Despite his confidence in her, she was only 99% sure that he wasn't the rat. That stubborn 1% of doubt just wouldn't abate. "It's strange because I'm a natural pessimist," he admitted. "I normally expect the worst of people, and that's what they show me. But you're different. I can't bring myself to believe anything but the best about you, and that's what you reveal." His words were like a soothing balm to Piper's hurt feelings. She did always try to be a good person. Having someone notice and acknowledge it was marvelous, especially after having her character attacked this morning. She couldn't quite make out the figure in the distance, sitting on the huge piece of driftwood, but she wasn't a bit surprised when they drew closer and she saw that it was Finn. It was tempting to turn around and backtrack in order to not have to face the scrutiny and suspicion in his brown gaze, but turning tail and retreating implied guilt. Having Cole by her side bolstered her confidence, so she straightened her spine, held her head high, and walked over to face her most open accuser. When they reached him, Finn kept his head down. He was staring at the light beige sand at his feet, even though he must have heard their approach and sensed their nearness. Unwilling to be ignored, Piper cleared her throat. Finn still didn't lift his eyes to acknowledge them, but he began quietly speaking. Between the breeze from the ocean carrying his words away and how quiet his murmurs were, Piper had to lean forward to hear what he was saying. "I lashed out at you inappropriately, Piper, and for that I'm truly sorry." Not quite able to believe what she thought she was hearing, Piper stepped closer to the royal steward. His bitter anger at her seemed to have dissipated, but she wanted to hear every word of what he had to say, just to be sure. Keeping his head bent, Finn continued. "Having His Highness believe that I am capable of such high treason is devastating. It's no excuse, but I guess I was looking for any scapegoat to prove my innocence." The man looked truly forlorn. Piper's gut instinct believed that he was telling the truth. "I wanted to believe that he did it." Finn finally looked up and pointed at the billionaire standing by her side. Lowering his gaze again, Finn added, "But it doesn't make sense. He has nothing to gain. Besides, he likes having the spotlight too much to shine it on anyone else." Piper had to admit the royal steward had a point there. If Cole had leaked the story, he would want credit for it. Proving that he believed in the royal steward's innocence too, Cole said, "So, none of us leaked the story. We need to figure out who did, and the best way to do that is for us to work together." Although the idea of working with these two polar opposites seemed daunting, Piper nodded her head in agreement. They were her best hope of getting back into the royals' good graces. That was the path that was in Liam's best interest, and she would do anything for her son, even work with two men that she had magnetic, love-hate relationships with. She had been fairly certain that Finn would balk at joining forces with her and the billionaire, so she was surprised when he slowly nodded his head in agreement. With that, Cole sat down on Finn's driftwood seat, carefully leaving room for Piper. As she lowered herself to sit between them, Liam napped peacefully in his mother's arms, blissfully unaware of the drama surrounding him. Cole pulled out his phone and tapped as he spoke. "We need to treat this like a business deal and leave our personal feelings out of it. Now, who is on our list of suspects?" Chapter 25. Piper was surprised at the length of the list of potential suspects that knew about Liam's birthright. No one was exempt from the list they brainstormed, not even the Queen's brothers and their wives. Once they had a complete list of palace insiders typed into Cole's phone, Piper turned to her unlikely teammates. Uncertain what their next steps should be, she asked them, "Now what?" Cole answered with the cool, calm confidence of a man used to systematically assessing important matters until he got the answers he needed. "Now we start asking questions and poking around for evidence to eliminate suspects until we're only left with one." Finn nodded before adding, "The three of us were on this beach when Piper made the quote about Liam that was released to the press. We need to find out who else might have been out here, unbeknownst to us." "Yes," Cole agreed before offering to track down the owner of the drone to investigate if that person was the source of the leak. Fully working as a team, Finn agreed. "Good idea. Piper and I will take Liam up to the palace to see what we can find out there. He's our ticket inside." As uncomfortable as Piper was using her son as a door opener, she didn't see another viable alternative. Liam belonged in the castle. She and Finn weren't overly welcome there for the time being. Realizing the only way to change the monarch's suspicions of her was to prove them wrong, and the only way to do that was to find the person responsible, Piper nodded her head in silent agreement with the plan. With a spark of life in his chocolate eyes for the first time since being accused, Finn held a hand out towards Piper and said, "Let's start sleuthing." Grinning, Piper agreed and set off on the path towards the castle with Finn. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to do once she got there, but at least this was some type of forward motion to dig her out of trouble with the royals. By silent agreement, Piper and Liam parted ways with Finn once they reached the palace's natural spa. She went towards the pool to look for someone to chat with there, while the royal steward headed to the employee housing area of the palace. The royals and Tess's siblings were eating brunch outside on the veranda. All 8 sets of eyes landed on her as she approached them, carefully carrying Liam along the concrete sidewalk beside the pool. Piper forced herself to continue walking despite the awkwardness over having the royals gawk at her. Running her hands down the front of her cotton sundress, Piper looked directly at Queen Tess when she said, "I hope it's okay if we use the pool for a bit." "Of course," the Queen answered graciously. "That sweet baby will love feeling the cool water on his precious little tootsies." The classy woman gave her what Piper hoped was a genuine smile. The other faces around the table looked more wary of her and not nearly as welcoming, so Piper opted not to focus on them. Plopping down on a cushioned lounge chair as if she had every right to be there, Piper kicked off her sandals and began removing her son's onesie. As unobtrusively as she could, she angled her face to peer at the facial expressions of the waitstaff surrounding the large outdoor table. Not finding any clues in the emotionless masks the palace employees morphed their faces into in front of the royal family, Piper carried Liam over to the wide concrete steps leading into the crystal-clear water. A pool attendant rushed over to arrange a large umbrella to provide them with shade. She wished she had thought to bring a bathing suit for Liam. Having a baby wearing only a diaper splashing in the royal pool was probably considered completely unsophisticated. Thankfully, no one called her out on the potential faux pas as she sat Liam on her lap and sprinkled his legs with droplets of the cool water. For his part, her baby seemed mesmerized by the glimmering water. He cooed and smiled with wide eyes as he gazed at it. His feet kicked excitedly as the droplets of water landed on them, so she tightened her embrace around him, securing him tightly in her lap. Since the royal staff didn't betray any emotions while they were in the presence of the royal family, she decided to listen to what she could hear of the royals' conversation over the breakfast table. They might reveal some suspicions or clues that could help her track down the true source of the leak. It was a bittersweet discovery to hear that the royals were not discussing anything related to the mystery surrounding the leak. Despite the fact that she wasn't gleaning any clues from them, she was relieved to find that they were back to their fun-loving, relaxed banter. Mo tossed a slice of bacon down on her plate, making a disgusted sound in her throat before pouting, "Bacon doesn't come from turkeys." Prince Pierce tried to appease his wife. "The palace chefs are trying to help us all eat a healthier diet." Mo scrunched her face up in distaste, so her husband mentioned the only thing that would change her mind. "With the royal babies on the way, I think they want to make sure we give them the strongest start we can." "That makes sense," she acquiesced, picking up the offending slice of bacon from her plate and taking a tentative bite of it. Her husband beamed at her as if she had single-handedly created the vast sea and all of its wonders. Piper sighed deeply as she watched the entire exchange. She couldn't quell the longing for someone to look at her with that unabated gaze of adoration. When Trevor Donovan brought up Cole Daniels' name, Piper's ears perked up. It felt strange to align herself with the billionaire when it was obvious that the Queen's brothers didn't trust or like him, but the royal family's suspicions of her motives had forced her hand in the matter. Cole believed in her innocence, and she needed anyone in her corner she could get. "How long is his reservation, anyway? It seems like he has been here forever," Trevor announced to his tablemates. Ever the peacemaker, the Queen turned her calm gaze to her brother. "He knows that he's no longer welcome in the royal residence wings of the castle, so you shouldn't even have to see him again." "There are still plenty of public areas on the grounds where we might run into him," her brother pouted. "He's just jealous of us," Trey said to his brother before flashing a wide, white smile in his direction and adding, "Because our yachts are bigger than his." The Queen rolled her eyes at her siblings' posturing. Removing her linen napkin from her lap and tossing it onto the table, she said, "You two are ridiculous with the constant one-upmanship. Isn't it exhausting to always be competing?" "Actually, it's rather invigorating," Trevor informed her unflinchingly. "Especially since we always win," Trey beamed. Having had enough of their showboating, the Queen moved to scoot her chair back from the table, effectively ending the meal. 2 waiters rushed forward to assist her. Piper was surprised and a little nervous when Queen Tess headed towards the pool, obviously planning to speak with Piper. Chapter 26. Piper swallowed nervously as she wondered if Queen Tess intended to yell at her for boldly using the royal pool while they still suspected her of betraying them. She couldn't exactly curtsy or bow with Liam in her lap, so she tilted her face down in a gesture of deference before saying, "Hello, Your Highness. I hope you aren't upset by our presence." "Of course not. Liam has every right to be here, as do you, Piper," the Queen assured her kindly. Piper was touched, but surprised by the monarch's generosity given the circumstances. She raised her brows, but waited for the other woman to elaborate. Proving that she was full of surprises, Queen Tess kicked off her sensible pumps and tentatively placed her bare feet into the crystal-clear water of the first step of the pool. As she began to sit down on the concrete beside Piper and Liam, an assistant rushed forward with a large, fluffy towel for her to sit on. He offered one to Piper, too, so she stood with Liam in her arms while the assistant arranged it for her. Once she was resituated, Piper was amazed by how much more comfortable she was than she had been when sitting directly on the hard concrete. There was no denying that some of the cushy royal perks were tantalizing. The Queen smiled as she gently sprinkled some water droplets on Liam's pudgy feet. The baby beamed up at her and kicked his feet, delighted by the sensation. "He really is adorable," the Queen said to Piper. Picking at an imaginary piece of lint on her smart business skirt, she added, "It seems that I overreacted a bit." Piper was beyond stunned. She had to force her mouth closed as she openly gawked at Queen Tess. Royals were notorious for never admitting they were in the wrong, even when they obviously were. The Queen hadn't exactly apologized for ousting Piper and Liam from the castle, but she was taking ownership that her strong initial reaction had been extreme. Respecting the monarch even more for her ability to admit fault, Piper quickly let her off the hook. "You had every right to react the way you did. Until you figure out who leaked the story, everyone is a suspect, especially me, since I'm a newcomer to the palace." "Thank you for your easy forgiveness," the Queen gave her a warm smile. "But I know in my heart that you weren't the source of the leak. With some time to think it over and a bit of sage counsel from my husband, I quickly saw the error in my rash decision to have you removed from the palace. I almost came to knock on your door in the middle of the night, but I didn't want to awaken Liam." "Your faith in me is much appreciated, Your Highness." Piper still sounded and felt awkward around the powerful woman despite her kind words. Proving that she sensed Piper's discomfort, the Queen said, "Please, call me Tess." Piper felt humbled by the honor of having permission to call the monarch by her first name. Very few of her subjects were permitted to do so. It was a long-standing protocol that the royals were to be addressed by their titles in order to show them the proper degree of respect. Awkwardness threatened to overwhelm her, but Piper managed to say the words, "Thank you, Tess." She stumbled a bit over the Queen's first name. As a lifelong citizen of the island, it was physically difficult for her to refer to the ruling monarch in such a casual, informal manner. Seeming lost in her thoughts as she stared down at the glimmering water, Tess said in a quiet voice, "You make it very hard to dislike you, Piper." Thank you?" Piper wasn't at all sure how to take the Queen's words. Giving her a friendly smile, Tess clarified, "It's a good thing. My possessive instincts tell me that I should be jealous of you and bitter about Liam, but my heart just isn't in it. You are too likable, and this sweet cherub is far too adorable to snub." When Tess reached out to lightly tickle Liam's chin, the baby beamed up at her with a wide, toothless grin. "Sebastian feels guilty about your interlude, of course, but I can't bring myself to blame him for something that happened before we even met. The logical person to blame is you, but I can't seem to do that either." Unsure what to say, Piper merely nodded and remained quiet. The Queen seemed to be enjoying getting this off her chest, so Piper felt it was wise to let her have the floor. Holding up her pointer finger, Tess added, "I am very bitter with you about one thing, though." Icy liquid chilled Piper's veins as her nerves kicked into overdrive. She wasn't able to keep her voice from sounding like a squeak when she encouraged the Queen to elaborate by asking, "Oh?" Nodding but smiling, Tess revealed, "You got to choose an adorable name for Liam. I, on the other hand, am being told the royal protocols insist that I name my child a stuffy, dated name that runs in the royal family. If I have a daughter, some of my limited options include Agnes, Maud, and Olga." Piper covered her mouth with her hand, trying to contain her giggles over the Queen's predicament. Pretending to be outraged, Tess widened her eyes and said, "It's not funny. My options for a son are even more unfortunate. I could go with Archibald, Eugene, or Humphrey." Thinking back to her lessons in royal history class, Piper quipped, "I don't think we've had an Adolphus or Octavius for a while. Or you could always go with Warwick." "Ah, yes. Sweet baby Warwick has a lovely ring to it, doesn't it?" Piper locked eyes with the friendly, funny Queen and returned her warm smile. For the first time, she felt like she was truly bonding with the other woman. They were unlikely allies, but it was beginning to feel like they might actually be able to become friends. Abruptly changing subjects, the Queen asked, "So tell me, what is the latest scoop on the hottest love triangle in the land?" Piper shook her head, pretending to be confused, even though she had a good idea what love triangle the Queen was referring to. "Don't pretend like you aren't aware that the most eligible billionaire bachelor in the world and our very own royal steward are both vying for your attention," the Queen lightly chastised her. "Oh, I don't think—" Piper started to deny it, but Tess interrupted her by saying crisply, "I do." Unable to object further when the Queen had made such a firm statement, Piper lowered her gaze in a gesture of deference. Seeming to enjoy herself, the Queen said, "On one hand, we have handsome, wealthy Cole." When Piper tilted her head to the side and scrunched her face, Tess added, "I hope you aren't ruling him out because of my brother's opinions of him. They occasionally take their business rivalries a tad too far. Besides, I have the feeling that there is more to Cole than initially meets the eye. He can't possibly be as arrogant as he seems, right?" The Queen chuckled and Piper smiled back at her. The woman had perfectly described Piper's own feelings about Cole. She suspected that he used the cocky facade as a front for his own insecurities, but she wasn't sure if he would ever get around to showing her his more sensitive, down-to-earth side, if he even had one. Seesawing her hands in the other direction, like an old-fashioned weight scale, the Queen said, "On the other hand, there is the palace's royal steward, Finn. I can vouch that he is hard-working and kind. I might be biased since he works for us, but I think he would make an excellent suitor." Piper started to deny Finn's feelings for her. It was obvious by his quick accusation of her that he didn't trust or like her in the slightest, but it felt too disrespectful to openly disagree with the Queen. Seeming lost in her own thoughts and unaware of Piper's internal battle, Tess's eyes took on a dreamy expression as she went on. "In fact, I once dated a handsome royal steward who made me feel like a queen, before he turned me into an actual queen." Their girl talk was interrupted when Geoffrey barged out to the pool. Since the butler normally displayed impeccable manners and a cool, calm demeanor, the wild, harried look in his concerned eyes and his overly pale complexion made it obvious that something was terribly wrong. "Geoffrey, what is it?" the Queen asked, with her gaze already shadowed by worry and alarm over what was coming. The butler spoke with uncharacteristic speed when he said, "Your Highness, you better come with me. It's the King." Chapter 27. The blood drained from the Queen's face, leaving her complexion with the pale, bluish tint of skim milk. Her voice sounded on the verge of panic when she asked, "What's wrong with him?" The butler's eyes darted warily in Piper's direction. Quickly realizing that he didn't feel comfortable sharing the royal family's personal business in front of her, Piper moved to stand up with Liam cradled in her arms. Tess reached out to stop her, taking her hand within her clammy one. "Stay," she ordered before turning to the butler. "You can say what you need to in front of Piper. What is wrong with my husband?" "Your Highness, the High Council had an emergency meeting in the wake of the announcement about Liam. They have proclaimed that King Sebastian's irresponsible actions make him unworthy of being the island's monarch." "What?" The Queen's eyes and mouth were wide open as she stared up at the butler. Her hand released its clasp on Piper's as if the other woman had jolted her. She was shaking her head with disbelief. "This can't be right," Piper weighed in logically. "He was only a royal steward when Liam was conceived." In a grave voice, Geoffrey answered Piper's objection, but his gaze remained locked on the Queen. "I'm afraid they are taking a firm, unmerciful stance on this matter. They are demanding that King Sebastian be ousted from the throne. A referendum has been scheduled for tomorrow. If it passes, a new king will be selected as the stand-in until Liam is old enough to accept the crown." The blood rushed into Piper's ears and pounded as she pondered the repercussions of this turn of events. The last thing she intended was to cause the downfall of King Sebastian. She had known Liam's existence would cause a bit of a salacious scandal, but she had never dreamed that this would be the fallout from her son's birthright. "This isn't fair," Piper sputtered, dumbfounded. "The council can't be this extreme in their rulings. King Sebastian hasn't done anything wrong." "I'm afraid they have every right to make this decision, and they are exerting that right," Geoffrey told the women solemnly. When Tess turned her eyes towards Piper, her gaze looked right past her as if the other woman wasn't there. Her voice sounded far away as she said, "We can't let this happen." Piper was getting ready to answer that she was in full agreement and that she would do anything in her power to make sure that King Sebastian wasn't dethroned, when the Queen suddenly bolted into action. Standing and speaking crisply to the butler, Queen Tess said, "Take me to my husband and our island's rightful and benevolent king." "As you wish." Geoffrey gave the Queen a curt nod before whirling around and leading the near-frantic woman inside the castle. Piper was left alone with Liam, whose kicking feet were splashing happily in the pool. Her innocent baby had no idea about the havoc he was wreaking by merely existing. As much as Piper wanted to defend King Sebastian's right to the throne, she knew her top priority was protecting her son. She just hoped that didn't put her in opposition with the ruling royals. Feeling at a loss for what to do to help, Piper remained at the edge of the pool as she attempted to regroup her thoughts and wrap her mind around this latest development. Finally, realizing that the scuttlebutt surrounding the king's removal from power would make it impossible to learn anything further about the leak, she stood, used the large towel to dry Liam's pudgy legs, and turned to head back to her comforting cottage at the edge of the woods. The quiet little retreat had already turned into her place of solace. She would be able to do her best thinking there. She wasn't sure whether to be happy or disappointed when she saw Finn sitting at the wooden picnic table in front of their new homes. From the blank, sad look in his eyes, she deduced that he had already heard about the council's accusation about the king. Knowing that Finn probably blamed her for their monarch's troubles made it difficult for Piper to approach. Her feet wanted to turn in the other direction and hide from the unavoidable, upcoming confrontation with the royal steward. Taking a deep, fortifying breath and steeling her resolve, she forced herself to continue walking in his direction. She had fully expected him to glare at her or yell about the injustice of it all. She was prepared for him to blame her for her part in it. She knew he would consider her responsible for the king's current predicament, and she was prepared for him to lash out at her. The one reaction she wasn't prepared for was for him to completely ignore her as he stood up and stalked into his tiny hut. She hugged Liam closer to her as she watched the royal steward disappear behind his closing door. For some reason, having him act like she didn't even exist hurt so much more than an angry reaction would have. She could defend herself from a flared temper or false accusation, but what was she supposed to do about being completely shunned? Chapter 28. Piper spent the remainder of her day fuming inside her cottage. She angry baked a batch of brownies, swept the already pristine wood floors, and scrubbed the windows clean until her cloth squeaked across them. She hated it that Finn always assumed the worst of her, and she hated it even more that she cared. If Finn wanted to be a royal jerk, he had every right to be, but she had every right not to be concerned. She didn't understand why her stupid heart wouldn't allow her to let it go. Her mind told her that she should reach out to Cole, the man who staunchly defended her at every turn, to see if he wanted to have dinner together. But her traitorous heart ached to go next door, to pound on Finn's door and straighten things out with him. The internal war inside her body was raging, and it left her filled with nervous energy. When she found herself maniacally scrubbing the stainless steel stovetop, she realized that she was making herself crazy with worry. Forcing herself to calm down, she spread out a down blanket on the floor in front of the cozy fireplace and lowered Liam onto it for some tummy time. After grabbing some of his soft, squeaky toys and rattles, she joined him. Spending quality time with her happy baby was the best stress reliever she could imagine. Soon her racing heart had calmed and her rapid, shallow breathing returned to a more normal pace. She was sure that Liam's happy smiles were better than a relaxing massage and hot rocks treatment at a world-class spa. She wasn't sure how long they rested there, smiling at each other and playing, but when her stomach started grumbling, she noticed that the sun had lowered enough in the sky that it was creating long, slashing shadows across the cottage's floor. Just as she sat up to go collect her phone to reach out to Cole to see if he was interested in joining them for a quiet dinner, the device dinged to indicate an incoming message. Smiling to herself when she saw Cole's name, she realized that the billionaire wasn't without flaws, but they did certainly seem to be on the same wavelength. After scanning the message, she refused to think about why she was relieved that Cole wasn't available to have dinner. He had indicated that he had important business to attend to, and that he had some exciting leads to follow up on from their joint research project. After promising to catch her up on everything in the morning, he added the kiss-blowing emoji. It was cute and unexpected from such a high-powered man. He truly was an enigma. She typed back a quick response before starting to make a pasta dinner for one. Setting out a notepad and pen, she decided to jot down ideas of how to help the royals while she waited for the water to boil. After all, she needed something to do to pass her time. Nursing Liam as she ate, the blank pad of paper sat before her, taunting her. She was at a loss for what she could do to help King Sebastian retain power, despite her yearning to be of assistance. Tossing down the pen in frustration, she rose to wash the dishes. Once they were done, she decided that taking her mind off the problem for a bit might be the best way to clear her mind, so new ideas could flow. She found a tattered romance novel on the bookshelf and settled in to read, with Liam resting comfortably in her arms. The book was interesting enough to hold her attention until darkness began to fall. Once her eyelids grew heavy, she set the book down, gently lowered Liam into his crib, pulled back the hand-sewn quilt on her tall bed, and climbed in for the night. She felt like she had just closed her eyes when Liam's wailing began. The cottage was pitch dark, which indicated that she had actually gotten some sleep, even though she didn't feel like she had. After reaching to turn on the bedside lamp, she went to check on her baby. She changed his diaper and tried unsuccessfully to nurse him. After that, she began rocking him as she patted his back and tried to soothe him with calming lullabies. Liam's face was fire engine red as real tears traveled down his forlorn little face. He shook his clenched fists with fury that his mother couldn't fix his mysterious ailment. Desperate to help him, but uncertain what else to try, Piper got up and paced the room. Normally he loved being carried, but tonight he arched his back in outrage. Having never seen her normally relaxed baby so worked up, Piper stewed over whether she should call the royal doctor. Liam didn't have a fever, but something definitely had him upset. Tired, worried, and frazzled, Piper nearly jumped out of her skin at the sharp rap on her front door. She knew without looking who would be on the other side, but she was already doing everything in her power to calm her irate baby. Having Finn yell at her wasn't going to help anything. Piper debated not answering the door. She already knew that Finn was here because Liam's loud wailing was keeping the man awake. Their tiny houses were too close, and the peaceful night was too quiet for him not to hear the baby's frustrated screams. At the second knock, she decided there was no use in pretending that she wasn't home. Stalking over to the door, she used her free hand to fling it open. Sure enough, the royal steward stood on the step leading up to the threshold. Even in her distraught state, Piper noticed that Finn looked handsome, despite his tired eyes. He had on a soft cotton navy blue robe and slippers, and striped pajama pants peeked out from below the hemline. Ignoring her completely, Finn addressed Liam. "What's the matter, little man?" The distraction of their visitor was enough to stop Liam's bellowing for a moment. The baby hiccuped and stuck his lower lip out in Finn's direction as if he had been facing the worst night of his life. The royal steward's kind sympathy as he reached out to wipe a tear from the baby's pudgy cheek seemed to be enough to shift the infant out of his hysterics. "May I?" Finn held his arms out in Liam's direction as he looked at Piper for the first time since arriving at her doorstep. "Please." Piper handed him the baby, grateful for a moment of relief. The extreme stress and worry over what might be wrong with her child began to abate as she watched the man comfort Liam. There, he said in a soothing voice. "You've had a rough night, haven't you?" Her son gazed at the steward as if he was the only one on earth who understood what he was feeling. It was difficult for Piper to keep her jealousy at bay. After all, the man was practically a stranger to Liam, and he wasn't doing anything for her son that she hadn't already tried. Her relief that Liam's crying jag seemed to be over was too immense for her to hold a grudge, though. Whatever Finn was doing was working, and that was what truly mattered. She couldn't stand seeing her son so upset. When Finn eased into the rocking chair with her now calm son cradled in his arms, Piper admitted, "You seem to have the magic touch." He nodded and said, "Babies usually love me." It didn't sound conceited or boastful. He was merely stating a fact, and Piper could see the truth in his assertion by the adoring way her son was gazing up at him. Nodding, she said, "I can see that. You're probably tired, though. I can take him back now that he's calmed down. Thank you for your help." If the royal steward was upset by her efficient dismissal, he didn't show it. "Happy to be of assistance." He gave her a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes before shifting to pass Liam into her waiting arms. As soon as the baby realized what was happening, his face crumpled as he began crying anew. Bringing the wailing bundle back to his chest, Finn suggested, "Perhaps I should hold him a bit longer." Piper tried to keep the bitter sting of her baby's betrayal out of her tone when she said, "That might be best. It looks like you're the only one he wants right now." Settling herself in the chair opposite them, Piper steeled her resolve for an incredibly long, impossibly awkward night. Chapter 29. The uncomfortable silence lingered in her living room until Piper couldn't stand it any longer. The late hour must have lowered her inhibitions because she directly addressed the proverbial elephant in the room. "Look, I know you don't like me." Finn had the decency to look surprised. "Why on earth would you think that?" She wasn't able to keep the sarcastic tone out of her answer. "Gee, I don't know. You ignore me most of the time, but when you do speak to me, it's generally to accuse me of being a traitor to our king." Nodding solemnly, Finn said, "I have been unkind and unfair to you." Piper was surprised by his admission, but she wasn't willing to let him off the hook. "You run so hot and so cold. I can't figure you out. One minute you blow me a sweet kiss, but then you call me a rat. After that, you team up with me, but later you completely ignore me. And then you show up at my door and bewitch my baby into forgetting he's furious. I never know what version of you to expect." "I suppose that's how you would see it, and you're right." It was nice to have him admit that her interpretation of his actions was accurate, but it didn't make her feel any better. She wanted to understand why he acted that way with her, and she was no closer to comprehending that than when she started. Exasperation nearly overwhelming her, she asked, "Well, do you have an explanation for it, or are you just going to leave and go back to ignoring me?" "You think I want to ignore you?" He practically yelled the question, which startled the nearly asleep baby in his arms. Piper feared that being frightened awake would make Liam upset again, but when Finn lightly patted him and quietly cooed that he was okay, her son gazed up at the man like he was an angel before letting his eyes drift back closed. "What are you, the baby whisperer?" Piper muttered, which made Finn chuckle. Bringing the conversation back to the matter at hand, she answered his question. "Yes, it sure seems like you want to ignore me. You do it frequently and with vigor." "I suppose I do," he nodded before going on. "But it's just because I'm trying to control my feelings for you." "What feelings?" Piper whispered, trying to keep her hopes at bay, in case they weren't the romantic ones that her heart was hoping for. Finn looked at her without flinching when he spoke. "The feelings that keep me up all night thinking about you and wondering how you and Liam are doing. The feelings that bring out a jealous streak in me that I didn't know I had, as I constantly wonder if you're spending time with Cole Daniels. The unworthy feelings that tell me to back off because a dashing billionaire is a more suitable match for you than I'll ever be." As much as she wanted to hear what else he had to say, Piper needed to interrupt him there. "Who says that Cole is more suitable for me? Shouldn't I be the one to decide that?" Looking away from her for the first time, Finn's eyes rose to the ceiling before returning to her. "I have eyes and a brain, Piper." "I know that," she snapped, feeling irritated that he was trying to tell her who she should want to be with. "Well, he's not my type, but I'm not too macho to admit that Cole is a nice-looking fellow." Piper shook her head, confused by his reasoning. "And you're not?" "I'm okay," he admitted before adding, "but I don't have billions of dollars to back up my good looks." "Ah, so there it is. You think I'm a gold digger." She narrowed her eyes at him, furious that she always seemed to have to defend herself to him. "No," he shook his head vehemently. "You proved you're not money-hungry by not asking the monarchs for a dime. That was highly impressive. Most people would have taken advantage of the situation, but you didn't." He sounded proud of her, so she didn't point out that the idea of using Liam for money sickened her. The thought of doing that had never even crossed her mind until everyone started assuming that was why she was at the palace. Since he seemed to be waiting for a response, she said quietly, "I could never do that." "I know, and that's one of the many things that makes you so wonderful." Even though she longed to hear more about what Finn believed made her wonderful, he slipped back into the reasons why he thought she should want to be with Cole. "Even though money obviously isn't your top concern, you have to admit that it would be nice to not ever have to worry about your financial future. Cole has more money than he could spend in 10 lifetimes." "I suppose." Piper shrugged her shoulders before adding, but I'm a simple lady with modest taste. Besides, Liam is the next in line to be the king of Isle de Montseo, so I don't think our finances will ever again be a major concern." "True," Finn nodded to acknowledge that. "And I've noticed that Cole can be a bit of a pompous jerk, although I have to believe there's more to him than that. Are you going to tell me that you don't have any feelings for him?" Piper swallowed audibly, knowing without a doubt that she was at a vital, proverbial fork in the road. Chapter 30. Piper knew she was taking too long to answer Finn's question about her romantic feelings for Cole, but she wanted to be confident in her words before she spoke. She could sense that this conversation was of monumental importance, and she didn't want to say the wrong thing or give Finn the wrong impression. There was no denying that Cole had some endearing qualities, but so did Finn. Evidently growing impatient, Finn said, "Your silence speaks volumes." As he began to gently move to stand with Liam in his arms, she finally found her voice. "Wait." When Finn eased back into the chair, she forced herself to look directly into his soft, warm chocolate eyes. "You're right. Cole does seem perfect." As Finn nodded briskly and moved once more to rise, she stopped him by quickly adding, "On paper." Those two words evidently piqued Finn's interest, because he froze in his movement to leave. Taking advantage of having his undivided attention, she went on. Ticking off great things about Cole, she said, "He's gorgeous. He's obviously a brilliant businessman. I'm fairly certain he has a tender side. Plus, he's made it clear that he likes me and is open to a relationship." When she paused, Finn's eyes looked sad, but he made an effort to smile. "Very well, then. I wish the two of you the best." Frustrated by the exasperating man, Piper switched to her other hand as she counted points. "You, on the other hand, are handsome and charming, but you can't seem to decide if you're interested in me or if you can't stand to look at me. It's very frustrating." "I would imagine so," Finn weighed in before awaiting her final verdict. "Although my mind tells me that Cole is the logical choice, my heart just won't accept that." She smiled in his direction in what she hoped was a flirtatious manner. Flirting had never been her area of expertise. His eyes sparkling with hope, Finn said, "Our silly old hearts just aren't willing to listen to reason, are they?" She shook her head before teasing him. "Mine sure seems determined to explore the potential for a relationship with you." Feeling bold, she stood up from her chair and closed the gap between them. Looking down at them, she realized how wonderful it was to see big, strong arms cradling her tiny son. With Liam sleeping peacefully, Finn reached one arm out to take her hand within his. He gently placed her palm over his chest. "That's how my heart feels about the idea of having a romance with you." She grinned as she realized his heart was trying to beat its way out of his chest almost as hard as hers was. Beyond thrilled, but needing to make sure, she asked, "No more accusing me of doing anything against the royals, right?" "That's right, and I'm sorry for ever having doubted you." His warm gaze was earnest. Nodding her acceptance of his apology, she said, "Your steadfast loyalty is what makes you an impeccable royal steward, and I bet you will make a fantastic boyfriend, too." "Boyfriend? I like the sound of that." He grinned up at her before reluctantly letting her hand go. After standing, Finn gently lowered Liam into his crib. The baby gave a stuttered sigh, but never opened his eyes. Knowing that it was best to call it an evening at this marvelous juncture, Piper stood and walked over to her front door. When Finn joined her, she said, "We both need to get some sleep if we're going to be at our best tomorrow, so we can save King Sebastian's crown, get your job back, and figure out who started all of this." "Agreed. he said seriously, before rubbing the back of his fingers along Piper's jawline. She tipped her head into his sweet caress and closed her eyes to savor the tingling sensation of his touch. She saw the moment the worry clouded his gaze. "I saw you kissing Cole on the beach." Piper had been dreading speaking of this with Finn. Wanting to reassure him, she quickly said, "It was a mistake, and it won't ever happen again." Finn still looked somewhat wary, so she fluttered her lashes in her best flirty move and said, "There's only one man I want to kiss." Her attempt at flirting must have been somewhat successful, or at least funny, because he tipped his head back and laughed, his worries over her kiss with Cole apparently forgotten. When his laughter subsided, she wondered if he might kiss her now. It was the perfect time, so she tipped her lips up in what she hoped was a welcoming invitation. Instead of taking advantage of the moment, Finn smiled down at her and said, "There's only one woman I want to kiss too. One of these days, we should compare notes to see if our choices align." Rather than waiting for her response, he gave her chin a quick tweak, wheeled around, and was gone. Piper leaned on her closed door and found that she couldn't wipe the giddy grin off her face. Chapter 31. The next morning, Piper barely had herself and Liam washed and fed before the group text chimed in on her phone. Cole wanted her and Finn to meet him outside the royal dining room immediately. In typical Cole fashion, he ordered rather than asked, but she had a feeling that he had made a breakthrough in their joint venture, so she resisted the temptation to reply with a snarky comment. As she made her way outside, with Liam securely in her arms, she was delighted to see Finn's door open. By silent, mutual agreement, they walked along the cobblestone path to the palace together. "Nothing like being summoned first thing in the morning, huh?" she quipped, knowing that Finn must have also noticed the demanding tone in Cole's text. "Yeah," Finn agreed, before worrying. "I hope he has some solid evidence, because otherwise the royal family won't appreciate us crashing their breakfast, especially on such a solemn day." "I'm sure he does." She inserted more confidence into her voice than she felt when answering Finn. The very real possibility of the king and queen being stripped of their crowns today made Piper's throat feel parched. She was confident they wouldn't openly blame her if it happened, but there was no denying that they wouldn't be in this predicament if she and Liam hadn't showed up at their castle's doors. Queasiness threatened to overtake her as the toasted bagel and cream cheese she'd had for breakfast churned in her stomach. Forcing herself to focus on the positive, she silently prayed that Cole had uncovered something that would magically get them all out of this mess. No one stopped them as they entered the palace, even though they technically weren't allowed inside. It seemed even the guards were distraught by the potential imminent shakedown. When they rounded the corner to the hallway that would lead them to the royal dining room, Cole was strolling confidently in their direction. "Took you two long enough. Let's go," he said briskly as soon as they were within earshot. Piper felt like putting on the brakes. She suddenly wondered if whatever Cole planned to say might make things worse for the royals. She wanted no part of anything that would make their day any more stressful than it already had to be. Finn must have been having the same thoughts, because at the same time as she asked Cole, "What did you find out?" Finn inquired of him, "What are you planning to say in there?" Cole looked supremely confident, but that wasn't anything unusual. "You'll see," he hedged, before teasing them with a hint. "I know who the leak was." Piper sagged with relief at this revelation. Knowing the source of the leak might not save the king and queen's crowns today, but it would clear her and Finn's names. They would be in much better situations to help fight for the royals from the inside, rather than as banished suspects. Anxious to know what Cole found out, but guessing that the man would prefer the drama of revealing it to everyone at once, Piper picked up the pace. The men on both sides of her followed her lead. She hesitated only once they reached the closed door to the elegant dining room. She worried her lower lip between her teeth, hoping they weren't making a huge mistake. Never one to back down from a challenging situation, Cole strode purposefully forward and yanked the door open. He barged into the room like he owned the entire kingdom, so Piper and Finn followed closely behind him. The drawn faces around the enormous table almost made Piper's steps falter. She hoped that seeing the baby that was causing all of this drama wouldn't make their day any worse. She held Liam closer to her as all eyes from around the table, even the Queen's, glared in their direction. Doubt over their decision to barge in surged up in Piper's throat. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" It was one of the Queen's brothers who had barked the question, but the other faces around the table were silently asking the same thing. Showboating for all he was worth, Cole announced in a booming voice, "I've been doing some digging, and I've figured out who the culprit is regarding the announcement to the world about Liam." Displaying a level of grace that her husband couldn't muster, given the circumstances, Queen Tess said, "We appreciate your diligence in looking into this matter for us, but at this point, it really doesn't even matter who it was." Her voice sounded forlorn. Piper wanted to run over to give her a hug, but she sensed that it wouldn't be a welcome gesture. Unfazed by her attempt to shut him down, Cole responded with a tantalizing hint. "What if I told you that the guilty party is in this very room?" Piper gazed at the other faces in the massive room, the royals, the Queen's brothers and their wives, and even the well-mannered waitstaff discreetly blinked around the room. They looked just as curious as she felt about whom it could be. Piper just hoped Cole hadn't found some evidence that pointed the finger in her direction. Enjoying his role to the fullest, Cole gave them another hint. "What if I also told you that the rat who leaked the story is sitting at your table breaking bread with the king right now?" There were several surprised gasps. Of the 8 people sitting at the table, Piper couldn't imagine that any of them would release the story before the king was ready. Trey Donovan's brows were slashed together in a harsh black V. "What is the meaning of this, Daniels? Are you trying to turn us against each other? No one at this table would have done what you were suggesting." "One of you would and did," Cole said confidently. After a dramatic pause, during which Piper felt like slapping the billionaire to force him to get on with it, he finally lifted a finger and pointed across the room. Their gazes all traveled in the direction he was indicating. Piper lifted her hand to her mouth as she realized whom Cole was accusing. She shook her head, not quite able to believe it could possibly be true. Queen Tess looked even more stunned. Unable to keep the hurt from shining in her eyes, she asked in a shaky voice, "Mo?" Chapter 32. For her part, Mo looked furious over the accusation. She glared her fiery green eyes in Cole's direction when she seethed, "How dare you accuse me of this? It's pure blasphemy." Pierce immediately jumped to his wife's defense. "This is preposterous. Mo and Tess have been friends their entire lives. The princess wouldn't do anything that might hurt the Queen or my brother." Cole tipped his head to the side, obviously doubting the prince's confident assertion. I'm quite certain she did." Trevor Donovan took his linen napkin from his lap and tossed it onto the table. "I refuse to believe this. You are a scoundrel and a snake who thrives on drama. Why should we listen to you?" "I have proof." Cole dangled that tidbit gleefully. "Impossible!" Mo shouted. Her normally pale complexion was bright red with fury under her freckles as she shoved her chair back and shot to her feet. The princess reconfirmed her reputation of being a klutz as she toppled her juice and water glasses in her haste. Cole remained cool and confident as he watched the scene unfold before him. As the waitstaff sprang into action to clean up the mess, Cole said, "If you'll all follow me into the press room, I have the evidence all queued up and ready for your viewing pleasure." Piper didn't know what to think as she followed the others to the media room. She didn't want to believe that Mo would betray them this way, but Cole certainly seemed confident in his bold claim. Once they were all assembled in the room, facing the giant screen, Cole sauntered up to the stage in front of it. Mo's lips were pooched out and her arms were crossed angrily, but she didn't say anything as they all waited with bated breath to see Cole's big reveal. "Princess Maureen," Cole bellowed in a loud stage voice, "did you or did you not post the pictured video to your official social media accounts?" Mo glared at the screen, which had a picture of a beautiful and majestic monarch butterfly resting on a bright yellow, star-shaped tropical milkweed bloom. "Yes," she huffed, before adding, "but so what? It was just a pretty butterfly." "Or was it?" Cole asked dramatically. "Tell us, Mo, did you run this video past the royal censors before posting it?" "Of course not. It's just a silly butterfly sighting. Why would they object to that?" "Why, indeed?" Cole tapped a finger to his chin as if he was truly pondering the question. Proving that he'd had enough of Cole's gutsy accusations of his wife, Pierce glared at Cole. "What is the meaning of this? Are you claiming that the butterfly told the press about Liam?" "Not exactly," Cole hedged, obviously enjoying being the ringleader of all of this frustration and drama. "Spit it out, then." It was the king who spoke with a tone of finality in his voice. It was clear that his patience was wearing thin. Jumping into his explanation with vigor, Cole said, "Yesterday, I used many of my own world-class resources in the information technology field to track down where this story started, and all paths led back to this seemingly innocuous video." Cole lifted a remote control to play the video. The colorful butterfly fluttered its wings as it hovered over the milkweed. "See, it's just a butterfly." Mo bugged her eyes out as if Cole's video was proving her innocent. "Just wait," Cole teased them. When the muffled audio began, Cole held up his pointer finger, indicating that they should all listen closely. Piper strained her ears, but she couldn't make out a single word of the recording they were listening to. Cole paused the video. "Seems innocent enough, right?" Heads bobbed from around the room. "Now, listen to what my audio guys, and evidently some over-exuberant royal-watching members of the press, were able to pull from that garbled audio." After Cole pushed a button on the remote, Piper was horrified to hear her own voice coming over the speakers. The royal family will want to put their own spin on Liam being the official heir to the throne of Isle de Montseil. From that, it probably only took a couple of phone calls to figure out who Liam was, and the story was out. Cole lifted his hands as if his solving of the mystery resolved all of their problems. Mo covered her mouth with her hand as she tried unsuccessfully to hold back her tears. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," she mumbled through her hand. Before anyone could move to comfort her, she dropped her hand and wailed, "I guess I'm just not cut out to live my life in the spotlight. It's like we're living in a fishbowl that the whole world is watching, and I keep doing belly flops. I'm not fit to be a royal." With that, she ran out of the room. Chapter 33. Pierce followed quickly in his wife's wake. The Queen yelled after him that he should make sure Mo knew they didn't blame her for what happened. The king broke the silence after Mo and Pierce's departures. "So, the leak was just an unfortunate accident. I must admit, I'm relieved to hear that none of my trusted advisors secretly have it out for me." Turning to Finn, he added, "Speaking of that, I'm terribly sorry for ever thinking for a moment that you might have had anything to do with this. It was an enormous error in my judgment. Please accept my sincerest apology." "Of course, Your Highness." Finn bowed his head in deference to his monarch. You must move back into the royal residence at once, the king announced. Finn's eyes darted to Piper's before he said, Actually, if it pleases your majesty, I would prefer to remain in the royal steward's hut. The roof needs some repair work, and I'm still airing out the musty smell from it being closed up for so long, but I'm finding that I rather enjoy the next-door neighbors. The king gave his steward a knowing smile. As you wish. Queen Tess brought them all back to the most pressing business at hand. While it's wonderful that we don't have a rat in our midst, we are still facing the very real possibility of impeachment today. All levity left the group's faces as they pondered that harsh reality. As if thinking about it had summoned it to them, Geoffrey entered the room and rushed to announce, Your Highnesses, it's time to go to the High Council Tribunal. Nodding solemnly, the king and queen locked arms and stately followed their butler out of the room. Unsure what else to do, the others trailed behind them. All of their footsteps were heavy on the marble-tiled floors, as dread for how this might turn out weighed down their shoulders. Pausing before the giant double doors of the grand hall, the king purposefully straightened his spine and brought his shoulders back. The others followed his lead. They might already feel crestfallen, but they weren't going to look downtrodden upon arriving to meet their fate. To call the proceedings dramatic would be the understatement of the year. It felt like the king was on trial as personal questions about his private, intimate moments were asked in front of a room full of judgmental people. Both monarchs held their heads high as the king responded to questions about his night with Piper. As tempting as it was to run from the room in shame, Piper followed their stellar example and handled the humiliating situation with as much grace and dignity as she could muster. She felt like a hussy as the room full of the island's highest officers openly discussed her one scandalous night. She cringed when the leader of the High Council's unwavering, judgmental gaze found her as he referred to unsavory, loose morals that were unbefitting a king. It felt like Piper was on trial as the holier-than-thou gathering of the island's parliament members openly chastised and judged the king, and by association, her. She felt like shouting at them that this wasn't fair. She doubted if there was one person among them who hadn't done something similar, but the occasion felt too solemn and monumental for an outburst from her. She feared it would end up doing only harm to the king's slim chance of retaining the throne. While she hated how the room's open judgment made her feel, King Sebastian was the one facing the harshest consequences. If he didn't see fit, as the ruling monarch, to defend their actions, it certainly wasn't her place to do so. In the end, it was the queen that spoke in her husband's defense. Lifting her chin and glaring at the scowling, gray-haired tribunal spokesperson, she said, The king's singular lack of judgment on a night long before he was married or anointed as the king has nothing to do with his ability to rule this kingdom with fairness, grace, and dignity. It has everything to do with it. Piper jumped, startled by the old man's booming voice. It proves that he is irresponsible and immoral. We can't have such a man-child ruling our kingdom. Monarchs are expected to be above such sleazy things as meaningless one-night stands. So you prefer to have a baby as the monarch instead? Queen Tess glared right back at the intimidating man, not backing down in the slightest. Liam will become king once he reaches maturity. A tribunal-approved representative will stand in until that time. Piper cringed as she realized that it sounded like they had already made the decision for King Sebastian to be stripped of the crown. Proving that point, the man said in a grave voice, Having a child out of wedlock is grounds for being dethroned. A collective gasp sounded from the room. Piper couldn't believe this was truly happening. King Sebastian said, If it pleases the council, I would like to officially request that my brother, Prince Pearson, be crowned as king until such time as Liam is ready to rule. It does not please the council, the bitter old man responded. Prince Pearson is not of royal lineage. There isn't a single drop of royal blood flowing through his veins." Piper quickly scanned the room, but she didn't see any sign of the prince. He must have still been consoling Mo. It was unfair that he was missing this vital discussion. He deserved to be here to defend his right to claim the throne. The room was eerily silent as the king and High Council leader glared at each other. Finally, the angry, white-bearded man spoke. "Your father, the previous king, has been determined unfit to rule. That being the case, the crown rightfully belongs to the next-in-line member of the royal family." Piper racked her brain trying to think who that would be. King Sebastian's father didn't have any siblings. The king's only sibling was Prince Pearson, but the tribunal was disputing his right to rule. The king didn't have any cousins. Queen Tess was carrying the king's child, but that baby would be in line after Liam for the throne. There wasn't anyone else with royal blood that could be anointed as interim king. The tribunal leader unrolled and pretended to consult an aged parchment scroll. "According to the ancient bylaws, if a member of the royal family is not suitable to rule, the crown goes to the leader of the High Council until such time as a fit member of the royal family takes the throne." They all openly gawked at the man. He intended to become king until Liam was old enough for a coronation. Piper was fairly certain that the power-hungry man would find some loophole to keep her son from ever taking the throne from him. This turn of events was a disaster for all involved. Piper felt like there was a burning volleyball churning in her stomach as she realized that none of this would have happened if she hadn't brought Liam to the palace. In that moment, she wished she could take it back. As much as she wanted her son to have what was rightfully his, she knew having the harsh, insensitive council leader as king was not in Aldemonsail's best interest. Piper swallowed audibly after the self-appointed king-to-be ordered the current king to kneel. She sensed this was the moment of truth. King Sebastian was about to be officially impeached as monarch, but she couldn't quite bring herself to believe it. Her eyes traveled of their own accord to Finn's, but she quickly looked away, overwhelmed by guilt when she saw the devastated look in the royal steward's gaze. She watched in horror as her ruling monarch obediently took a knee before his panel of accusers. Her mind scrambled for any way to stop this travesty, but she came up empty. The most beloved king in Aldemonsail's recent history was about to be humiliated beyond measure, and it was, to a large degree, her fault. The grumpy council leader's voice took on an almost giddy tone as he announced loudly, "King Sebastian Savoy Astor I, you have been found guilty of lewd and unsavory acts unbefitting a monarch. You are hereby stripped of your crown." "Stop!" Prince Pearson shouted as he ran into the room with Mo following close on his heels. Chapter 34. "What is the meaning of this?" The tribunal leader practically spat with anger. It was obvious he enjoyed having the kingdom's throne within his greedy grasp, and he did not appreciate anything that might stand in the way of his rise to power. Queen Tess turned a hopeful gaze in her brother-in-law's direction. He was their last glimmer of a chance of retaining the monarchy. As much as Tess enjoyed being the queen, she truly wasn't worried about the fallout or personal shame she would face for being ousted. Her concerns were solely focused on her husband. Sebastian was the most amazing, kind, and hard-working man she had ever known. He deserved to be king. It was devastating to watch him be wrongfully accused and forced to forfeit his rightful place as ruler of their kingdom, especially for something that happened long before he learned he would be king. There was no denying that discovering Liam's existence had come as a shock that rocked her to her core, but she refused to call the baby a mistake, even in her own mind. If anyone had the right to be upset about the king's illegitimate heir, It was her, as his wife. But she didn't blame her husband for his singular lack of sound judgment, so the High Council certainly had no right to do so. All eyes were on Prince Pierce as he strode confidently to the front of the room to stand by his brother's side. The entire room waited with bated breath to see what the prince had to say. Mo joined her husband, taking his hand within her own and leaning around the men to wink at Tess. For the first time since receiving the startling news that the tribunal was questioning her husband's right to rule, Tess felt a true surge of hope tentatively rising within her. "May I have the floor?" Prince Pierce asked formally, even though he already had their full attention. "You may," the council leader responded grudgingly. Tess surmised that if he'd had any other choice, the man would have refused Pierce's right to speak, but the rest of the council members wouldn't have stood for that. The reigning royals at least had the right to be heard before being kicked out on their rear ends. Tess's eyelashes fluttered as she tried to visualize what their lives would look like if Pierce's last-ditch effort to save their positions didn't work. Sebastian had gone from acting as the royal steward to being king of their tiny island. Those royal positions didn't translate well into real-life skills that could be utilized to get a job outside the castle's walls. The bitterness bubbling between the king and his self-appointed successor would make it impossible for them to stay on the palace grounds, or likely even anywhere on their picturesque island. They could always go to the States, but Tess had sold her condo and quit her waitressing job to move to Isle de Monceau. She had a college degree, so she would likely be able to find a decent position, but it would take some time that they wouldn't have. She had no doubt that her brothers would want to help her out, but she hated the thought of living off them, even on a temporary basis. Besides, due to past sensitivities in that regard, she knew her husband would staunchly refuse to take a dime from her family. The prince cleared his throat importantly as he held a single sheet of paper in the air before the council. "I hold in my hand solid proof that King Sebastian is and shall remain the proper monarch of our fine island." "What so-called proof is this?" the council leader sputtered, obviously not believing for a second that Pierce had what he claimed. "These are the certified results of the DNA test that was performed shortly after Liam's arrival at the palace. The test was done merely as a formality, since no one truly doubted the king's paternity of the child. The results sat forgotten in the lab until now." He held the slip of paper higher in the air, even though there was no way the council could make out what it said from where they sat. "And?" one of the only women on the council spoke for the first time. Her glare made it obvious that they were growing weary of the dramatics. In a bold, confident voice, Pierce proclaimed, "And they prove that King Sebastian is not, in fact, Liam's biological father." Chapter 35. Piper felt like she might pass out at this revelation. As much as she wanted the island's ruling monarchs to retain their thrones, she didn't care to have her reputation dragged through the mud any further. She shook her head, knowing that they must have somehow tampered with the results or be trying to play a trick on the council. She hadn't been with anyone else. It was bad enough that the entire kingdom would know she had a one-night stand with the king, but now they were insinuating that she had also been intimate with someone else. Stunned eyes from around the room turned in her direction. The denial was on the tip of her tongue, but the words refused to form. If it was only her reputation on the line, she would find a way to deal with the repercussions of this fabrication for the monarch's sakes, but she refused to give up Liam's birthright. Rather than forcing her to answer, Pierce continued in a confident tone. The eyes in the room all volleyed back in his direction as he said, "Science tells us that baby Liam's father is a perfect match with one of our decorated royal soldiers, who served our island well before being taken from us prematurely, Corporal Andrew Stark." "Drew?" Piper's hand flew to her chest as her entire body reeled with this stunning news. When she wavered on her feet, Finn put a steadying arm around her. She tried to focus on his warmth along her side, but instead, she found herself staring down at her son's head and trying to wrap her brain around the fact that her beloved Drew was his father. "Come forward, young lady," the leader of the council barked at her. Piper felt unsteady on her feet as she took a few tentative steps forward, despite the fact that Finn stayed firmly by her side as she moved to stand before the head of the council. After she made her way towards them, the councilwoman asked Pierce to bring the genetic test to her for inspection. The serious woman studied the page through the narrow glasses perched on the end of her nose before giving a single, curt nod, implying it looked legitimate to her. When she held the paper out towards the group's leader, he snatched it out of her hand as if he intended to prove the results fake. He scrutinized it, but evidently didn't find anything suspect. Looking up at the prince, he said, "We'll need to verify the legitimacy of this with the testing facility, of course." "Of course," the prince answered with supreme confidence. The cantankerous man held the paper out to a young assistant, who had been standing on the sidelines of the proceedings. She scurried forward to collect the page and then tapped on her cell phone after he ordered her to verbally confirm the results with the laboratory. Piper was beginning to dare to hope that this revelation was actually true. Liam might be her final, precious gift from her sweet first love, Drew. The assistant punched the button on her phone to end the call and nodded at her boss. The man glared at Piper. "What is the meaning of this? You arrived here claiming your baby was the heir to the throne when he isn't even related to our king." Although the man's obvious anger made her uncomfortable and fidgety, she turned and spoke directly to her king and queen. "I'm so sorry, your highnesses. I truly had no idea, but I must have already been pregnant with Drew's baby on that fateful night at the bar. Considering the rotten luck I'd been having, I just automatically assumed when I found out I was pregnant that it was due to our ill-advised one-night stand." Obviously still trying to process the meaning of all of this, the queen shook her head. "But Liam sneezes 3 times in a row, just like Sebastian, and he looks so much like him. We all see it." She turned to Mo for confirmation. Her friend nodded her agreement that she too saw the similarities between the two. Piper had a good idea why that might be the case. "I honed in on Sebastian that night at the bar because he vaguely reminded me of Drew. My reeling brain thought that being with someone who resembled Drew might feel almost like he was here with me, holding me in his arms again." The queen nodded slowly to acknowledge that Piper's explanation made sense. Suddenly, turning to face the tribunal, she was all business when she said, "Well, if we're done with this ridiculousness, my husband and I have a kingdom to run." The ringleader's face was puckered like he had just eaten a dozen lemons, but he grudgingly said, "Since King Sebastian does not, in fact, have an illegitimate child, there are no grounds for his dismissal at this time. He shall remain the ruling monarch of Aldemonsale. Tribunal adjourned." He pounded a gavel with finality on his desk perched above them. The 4 royals whooped and hugged each other with decidedly unroyal excitement. The queen's brothers and their wives hurried forward to congratulate them for escaping unscathed. When Finn slid around her to pay his respects to the royals, Piper hovered awkwardly in the background. She wasn't sure if she would be punished for inadvertently almost costing them the throne, but she was fairly certain that she would no longer be welcome on the royal grounds. Just as she was wondering if the royals ever ordered corporal punishment, the queen called out to her, "Piper, come here, please." Summoning her courage, Piper stepped towards the queen. She felt fairly certain that the regal woman wouldn't have her flogged while she held Liam in her arms. Even though he wasn't related to the king, her son was still an innocent baby who didn't deserve to witness his mother being punished. "Yes, Your Highness?" Her voice sounded too high as she attempted an awkward curtsy while still holding Liam. When the Queen said, "We need to discuss the status of your living arrangements on palace grounds," Piper gulped and nodded solemnly, steeling her nerves as she waited for the Queen to kick her and Liam to the curb. Chapter 36. Not wanting to make the normally benevolent Queen reveal her harsh side, Piper let her off the hook by saying, "Of course, Your Highness, we will vacate the premises immediately, but if your Grace could find it in your heart to grant me an hour to gather our belongings, it would be most appreciated." Piper was secretly hoping that hour of time within the palace gates would give her the opportunity to say goodbye to one handsome and irresistible royal steward, too, but she didn't mention that. She was stunned when the Queen gave her a perplexed smile. "Whatever are you talking about?" "I hope you know that I would never have purposely deceived you, but since Liam isn't related to the king, we have no right to be here. We have taken advantage of your gracious hospitality long enough." Piper appreciated that the Queen wasn't screaming at her and demanding that she vacate the premises immediately. She would certainly be within her rights to do so, considering all the trouble and worry Piper had inadvertently caused them. The Queen surprised Piper by giving her a warm smile. "Of course, you're welcome to leave the palace grounds if you wish. You aren't a prisoner, but I hope you'll choose to stay." Not quite able to believe her ears, Piper shook her head. "What? Stay?" "Yes, you and sweet little Liam are welcome to stay in the guest cottage for as long as you like. I personally would be thrilled if you decided to stay here on a permanent basis, and I'm sure there are others here who agree with me." She gave her husband and Finn pointed looks. The king nodded his agreement before saying, "Yes, it seems that delightful cherub in your arms has completely stolen our hearts." The Queen reached out to lightly squeeze one of Liam's tiny feet. The baby responded with a giddy, toothless grin. How could we not fall for this sweet little man? It would be devastating to not get to see his happy face every day. Piper shook her head, not quite able to believe their generosity or her good fortune. "But Liam isn't the king's son. We have no right to stay here." Evidently growing impatient with her protestations, the Queen's oldest brother said, "Your Queen likes having you and your son around. Are you going to deny her the pleasure of your company?" Overflowing with gratitude, Piper smiled and bowed as she answered, "I would never deny Her Royal Highness anything within my power to give her. Thank you both for your hospitality." Obviously bored and ready to move on, Mo gave a dramatic, heaving sigh before saying, "Now that this matter is settled, can we finally eat lunch? I'm starving and the baby is demanding food." The king nodded his agreement and they moved as a group towards the royal dining room. No one bothered to point out to Mo that they had just been at breakfast a short time ago. So many monumental events had happened since then, it felt like it was time to celebrate with a feast. On their way down the hallway, Hetty swooped in to smoothly take Liam from Piper's arms. The baby kicked his feet gleefully as the familiar woman snuggled him close to her. The royal nanny looked just as excited to see Liam as he was to see her. Once they were all seated around the massive mahogany table, Cole stood and lifted his crystal water glass to make a toast. He had been so uncharacteristically quiet during the tribunal that Piper had almost forgotten he was still there. After all eyes were trained on him, he said pompously, "Cheers to me for saving the day." Exasperated groans sounded from around the table. The sparkling glint in his eyes made Piper wonder if he was teasing, rather than truly delusional enough to believe the entire world revolved around him. When he added, "And to Piper for not getting knocked up by the king," Piper felt like kicking him in the shin. But her foot couldn't reach him underneath the huge table. She feared that his inflaming toast had just made their already awkward situation even more fraught with tension. The queen eased that pressure when she tipped back her head and laughed. The others followed the monarch's lead, and soon they were all laughing with her. When their guffaws subsided, the queen gave Cole a genuine smile before saying, "I was actually a little disappointed to hear that you're not extending your reservation in the guest wing with us again. You provide some much-needed comedic relief to our sometimes overly serious meals." "Yes, all good things must come to an end," Cole answered her. "I'll be leaving the island today. I'm unable to extend my vacation any longer because my world-class Fortune 100 company can't run itself." Piper tried to hide her surprise and stung feelings over his announcement. She had thought the billionaire was interested in pursuing a relationship with her. Although she had already decided that Cole wasn't the right man for her, he should have told her privately that he was leaving. Trevor Donovan didn't bother to hide his sarcastic tone when he said, "That's too bad. We're all so sorry to see you go." Biting back, Cole gave Trevor a cocky grin before addressing both Donovan brothers. "You'll see me again at the Global Leadership Ceremony when I'm announced Billionaire of the Year. Perhaps I'll mention you two in my acceptance speech as the competitors whose backs I climbed on to reach the pinnacle of success." "Good luck with that." Trey Donovan smirked at him, obviously not believing for a second that Cole would be awarded the coveted title. With impeccable timing, Cole's cell phone jingled. He glanced at the screen, said, "Duty calls," and turned to leave. Pausing a few steps from the door, he turned back, looked at Piper, and said, "It was truly lovely meeting you, but now that your illegitimate son isn't in line for the throne, it doesn't make practical sense for me to continue to date you. Ruling a kingdom is on my bucket list, and Liam seemed like the shortest route to accomplish that." Shrugging his shoulders, he added, "Guess I'll just have to find another way to make it happen." Addressing the group at large, he said, "Later, losers," before sauntering out of the room. Piper felt like she had been slapped across the face. She couldn't believe the pompous jerk had been using her all along, or that he so openly and shamelessly admitted it in front of everyone. Her cheeks burned hot with anger and shame over having been duped by his false charm. The royal table was silent after Cole's departure. They all looked stunned by Cole's bold, brutally honest admissions. Finn finally provided the comedic relief that they all evidently needed because the entire room, including the normally stone-faced while on-duty waitstaff, burst out with laughter when he said, "Wow, he's a real peach." Chapter 37. The king rose from the long dining table, officially dismissed his guests, and said to Finn, "Come with me, we have much to do. You were only gone for my service for a short time, but I fear the 3 men it took to replace you fouled things up beyond measure." Finn's eyes flashed to Piper before quickly darting back to the king. "Of course, Your Highness. I'm honored to be back in your good graces and glad to hear my skills were missed." Once that duo departed, the remaining people lingered over their mugs of hot beverages and chatted, making plans for the remainder of the day. Soon it was only Queen Tess and Piper left seated at the royal table. Although the queen hadn't voiced it, Piper sensed that the woman wanted to talk to her alone. Wiping her clammy hands on the linen napkin in her lap, Piper forced herself to remain calm. Although the queen had been nothing but kind to her in front of the others, Piper couldn't keep the niggling fear at bay that the woman's easy forgiveness might not extend to their alone time together. "I understand that you worked as a seamstress before your arrival at the palace?" The queen's voice lifted higher at the end as if she were asking a question, although it was obvious she already knew the answer. "Yes, Your Highness," Piper answered, meeting the queen's unwavering gaze. "Did you enjoy this work?" The queen's tone held only curiosity without a trace of judgment. "It was honest, hard work that paid the bills, and I became very good at it, Your Grace." But did you enjoy it? The Queen pushed. Unsure where the other woman was going with this, Piper looked down at the cloth napkin in her lap and answered honestly. No, it was never a passion. It was merely a way to make ends meet. Nodding, the Queen said, Okay then, sewing is out. What do you enjoy doing? Piper wasn't sure how to answer. Did the Queen want to know about her hobbies? She really didn't have any other than reading and taking care of Liam. Her confusion must have shown in her expression because the Queen elaborated. I assume that you'd like to have a job to fill some of your time. You don't have to work, of course, but I would think endlessly sitting in that tiny cottage would become boring after a while, even with that sweet child of yours to look after. At Piper's confirming nod, the Queen added, So, tell me what you like to do, and I'll create an official position in the palace that suits your preferences. Overwhelmed by gratitude, Piper said, Oh, Your Highness, thank you. But you're already doing so much for me and Liam. Nonsense, the Queen brushed off her objection. Now, tell me about your ideal job, or I'll have to guess, and, to be completely honest, I'm a terrible guesser. Piper's cheeks burned hot, but she forced her gaze up from her lap. She looked directly at the considerate woman before her as she spoke. I like to plan and organize and schedule. I'm very detail-oriented, and I'm a bit of a perfectionist. In fact, when Liam was born, I created a color-coded whiteboard calendar to track when and how much he ate, the timing of his diaper changes, and his sleeping time down to the minute. When I showed his doctor a snapshot of it, she told me it was the most exhaustive and detailed system she had ever seen a new mother devise. I think she thought I was a tad obsessive and perhaps a little bit crazy. The Queen chuckled, so Piper paused her monologue. She immediately felt like she had overshared in her answer to the Queen's simple question. Her worries quickly eased when the other woman said in a kind voice, You sound perfect for the job I had in mind for you. Intrigued, Piper wasn't able to keep the excitement out of her tone when she encouraged the Queen to go on. Oh? Indeed, it just so happens that I've been thinking for a while now that I could use a personal assistant to help keep me in line. I have several important active initiatives I'd like to push through the blasted High Council, in addition to all of the various meetings with dignitaries, high teas with society groups, and hosting duties required of this kingdom's queen. Not to mention, I need to keep a close watch on everything going on with the legislature, and I'd like to spend time getting to know the people of Isle de Montseil. I don't feel like I can be a proper ruler if I don't have first-hand awareness of the issues they are facing. Piper found her respect for the other woman growing with each passing second. She was fairly certain she was giving the Queen a starry-eyed gaze when she said, That sounds marvelous. Evidently not wanting to build the job up too much, the Queen's tone turned serious. I must warn you, this position will not be easy. It will require long hours and hard work. We have to choose between many competing priorities, and I will expect you to toil tirelessly by my side as a trusted advisor as we do our best to serve our subjects well. Of course, Your Highness. Piper tried to tone down her excitement, even though she couldn't seem to wipe the thrilled smile from her face. Her expression softening, the Queen added, It won't be all drudgery, of course. I'll make sure we have time to sneak upstairs to the nursery to snuggle your sweet baby whenever we need some stress relief. Soon we'll have more babies to cuddle, Piper reminded her with a grin. The Queen beamed at the other woman as she placed her palm flat on her swelling stomach. In a faraway, yet happy voice, she answered, Indeed. Chapter 38. Piper felt like she was floating on clouds after she retrieved Liam from the castle nursery and carried him back to their happy little cottage in the woods. Having a real job at the palace made her feel like a vital, helpful resource to her beloved island. Things had worked out for her and Liam more wonderfully than she could have ever imagined. The only thing that could make her life even better would be to finalize her budding relationship with one handsome royal steward. As if she had summoned him merely by thinking of him, Piper was thrilled to discover that Finn was sitting at the wooden picnic table in front of their tiny abodes. She slowed her pace as she wondered if he might be disappointed in her over the mix-up with Liam's paternity. She knew he practically worshipped the king, and there was no denying that her arrival and the king's near miss with impeachment had caused the royal family a great deal of unnecessary stress. She fervently hoped he didn't blame her or believe her part in the High Council's shenanigans was in any way intentional. Although her steps had slowed practically to a crawl, she eventually reached him. His expression was unreadable, so she greeted him tentatively. "Hi." "Hello to you and this handsome boy." Finn reached out to tickle under Liam's chin. The baby responded with excited feet kicks. The royal steward's gaze towards Liam was filled with adoration and what Piper hoped was love, but his reaction to her was utterly unreadable. He asked her politely, "Do you have a moment to sit down and chat with me?" Unsure of her voice, Piper merely nodded in answer as she swung her legs over the bench to sit down with him at the picnic table. Without even having to consciously think about it, she situated Liam and began bouncing him lightly with her knee. The baby grinned as if he was riding the greatest roller coaster in the world. When the silence lingered between them, Piper began to fear that whatever Finn planned to say wasn't going to be pleasant. Needing to have a chance to defend herself before he made a decision about their potential for a future as a couple, she dove in. "I know the whole fiasco with Liam's paternity makes me look really bad, but I want you to know that I'm not a floozy. I loved Drew. The one-time fling I had with Sebastian was merely my ill-advised attempt to recreate the feeling of being with Drew because I missed him so much. That isn't the kind of thing I would ever do under normal circumstances." At Finn's nod, she quickly continued, afraid that if she didn't say it all now, she might chicken out later. "It might seem difficult to believe, but when I found out I was pregnant, I never even dared to hope that Liam might be Drew's. I was in a dark place, bitter and resentful that Drew had been taken from this world too soon, until this sweet baby was born and needed me to snap out of my funk in order to take care of him. With the terrible luck that had been haunting my life, I just naturally assumed that Liam was a result of that night with Sebastian." She paused her speech to look into Finn's eyes. She hoped he could read the sincerity within her gaze when she continued, "Please, you have to believe I would never have come here if I didn't truly believe that the king was Liam's biological father." Finn's expression was unreadable when he finally spoke. "You'd be surprised how many people show up here trying to glean favors from the royal family. Some want money, and others crave power. They try tactics varying from sweet-talking to coercion, but they all have one thing in common." He inserted a dramatic pause, wanting to know the commonality, as well as if he thought she was one of these people, but not wanting to interrupt him. Piper raised questioning brows in Finn's direction. Evidently deciding he had held her in suspense long enough, Finn finally went on. "They're selfish. They all want something for themselves, to make their own lives better." Piper still wasn't certain if he believed her to be this type of greedy opportunist, so she waited silently for his opinion of her motives. The breath whooshed out of her in a relieved sigh when he said, "That's how I know your intentions were pure in coming here. You never once asked for anything for yourself. All you wanted was to make sure Liam got what you believed he was entitled to claim. You fought for your son, not for any selfish desire of your own. In my book, that's admirable." Awkwardness threatened to overwhelm Piper when she felt Finn's adoring gaze washing over her like warm sunshine on a balmy day. She didn't feel worthy of his admiration, but there was no way she was going to turn it down. She stared out over the sea beyond the island's perimeter. In a dreamy voice, she said, "The beautiful view from this side of the island is unbeatable." "You should see it from where I'm sitting," Finn told her, his gaze never wavering from her. She knew without turning that there was a forest of tall trees at her back. Her cheeks heated and her pulse pounded loudly in her head as she realized that he was clearly talking about her. When he reached across the table to brush a stray lock of hair back from her face, she tilted her head into his caress. That simple touch left a chill of delightful tingles in its wake. Finn's voice sounded croaky when he asked, "Were you disappointed when the billionaire left?" "Not at all," she answered him honestly, her gaze as unwavering as his. Her voice took on a breathy tone when she revealed, "I'm only interested in one man." Eyes still locked with hers, Finn leaned in slightly and responded, "What a lucky fellow." Careful not to jostle her now snoozing baby too much, Piper leaned in towards Finn. They lingered with their faces mere inches apart over the wooden picnic table, enjoying the moment and savoring the prelude to their first kiss. Finn's masculine scent of bay rum aftershave and fresh pine wafted over to Piper as she took a deep breath and ingrained the delectable aroma into her mind. She wanted to wake up with that smell on the pillow beside her every morning, but she didn't want to rush and risk ruining things with the gorgeous, kind, and loyal man. As if he could read her thoughts, Finn said, "I know it's still fairly early in our relationship, but I plan on this being my last first kiss ever." Piper's eyes drifted closed while she listened to his glorious words. When his lips moved as he spoke, she felt intoxicated by their nearness. If either of them leaned forward another fraction of an inch, their mouths would brush together. As much as she craved that tender connection with him, she couldn't bring herself to end this delicious, suspended-in-time moment. Eventually, Finn spanned the distance between them and brought his lips to hers. She felt his sweet kiss all the way to the tips of her toes, in a way that she had never before imagined. When they finally pulled apart, she beamed a smile at him and said in a dreamy voice, "That has to be the best last first kiss ever." Chapter 39. It became understood that as the King and Queen's most valued and trusted advisors, Piper and Finn were now welcome to eat their meals at the royal table. Since the Queen's brothers and their wives had returned to their homes in the U.S., the King insisted that meals were too quiet when only the 4 royals were in attendance. Sometimes Piper preferred to have a relaxed meal in her cottage by the sea with her 2 favorite men, but since she and Finn worked such long hours, it was often easier to eat in the castle when the monarchs did. Besides, the entertainment value of dining with Princess Mo ensured there was never a dull moment when she was around. Currently, Mo was glaring at a steaming mug of herbal tea that had been placed before her. "I miss real tea. This unleaded version just doesn't cut the mustard. It's like drinking liquid salad." Giving her an amused smile, Prince Pierce said to his wife, "Too much caffeine isn't good for the baby, but you won't be pregnant forever, my love." Jumping on that, Mo bugged her eyes out and said, "It's beginning to feel like I might be, and I'm starting to knock over things with my belly because I'm not used to having it poke out so far, as if I wasn't clumsy enough already." The Queen insinuated they were in the same boat by saying, "My feet are so swollen that they're almost as wide as they are long. None of my shoes fit anymore." Mo rolled her emerald-colored eyes dramatically. "Oh, please. You are a perfect, cute, and perky pregnant lady, while I'm over here growing to the size of a beached whale." Obviously wanting a change of topic before the pregos started comparing symptoms to determine who had it worse, King Sebastian turned to Finn. "You've been rather quiet this morning. Is everything right in your world?" "Of course, Your Highness," Finn answered respectfully before adding, "I just didn't get very much sleep last night." Mo made a loud, very un-princess-like scoffing sound deep in her throat. It was obvious that she thought Finn was insinuating that he and Piper had spent the night together doing things that kept him from sleeping. Piper bugged her eyes out in Finn's direction, silently demanding that he correct the misunderstanding. Her reputation had been dragged through the mud enough in that regard. She certainly didn't want to be accused of something that hadn't happened. Ever the gentleman, Finn quickly clarified. "Last night's storm made it hard for me to sleep, alone, in the royal steward's hut. Not only did it feel like the entire structure might blow away at any moment, but the thatch roof also sprang several new leaks." Turning to address the king directly, he said, "As long as it's okay with you, I'm going to send a few members of the royal maintenance crew over to repair the hut's roof later this morning." It was obvious that Finn had assumed the king would be fine with his request by the way he bugged his eyes out in surprise when the king responded, "No, it's not okay." "Oh," Finn nodded, clearly trying to absorb the fact that the king had denied his perfectly reasonable request. "Okay, then. After we're finished working for the day, I'll call some local contractors to see when they can come out to fix it." "No, it's an ancient structure that isn't worth repairing. In fact, it's a bit of an eyesore. Have the royal maintenance crew tear it down," the king said matter-of-factly, as if they were discussing tossing away an old shoe, not the royal steward's home. Finn blinked blankly at his monarch. Piper could practically see the wheels turning in his mind as he tried to absorb this sudden shift in his normally fair and generous monarch. Despite clearly being stunned, Finn replied respectfully, "As you wish, Your Highness. I'll move my belongings back to the employee housing units and make the necessary preparations for the demolition." "Why would you move back there when there's a perfectly inviting and cozy guest cottage right next door to that ramshackle little hut?" the king snapped, honestly sounding perplexed. It was Piper's turn to blink in surprise. If the king was giving Finn the cottage where she and Liam lived, where were they supposed to go? Everything had been going so well, she had assumed that she and her son would continue to be welcome to stay. Knowing the king had every right to assign the guest cottage to whomever he chose, Piper said to him, "I'll pack our belongings and move out of the guest cottage this afternoon, Your Highness." "No, no, that won't be necessary," the king huffed, sounding frustrated. Finn and Piper gave each other perplexed looks, wondering what it was he wanted them to do. They were both loyal subjects, but they were at a loss for how to please him. Queen Tess gave her husband a knowing smile. "Even though you're king of this great land, I don't think that gives you the right to force Piper and Finn to live together." "Of course not. They should be married first," the king announced. The queen shook her head and smiled at her presumptuous husband. "You can't make them do that, either." "Well, I don't see why not. They're obviously madly in love with each other. What are they waiting for?" His tone sounded outraged, but he couldn't keep the smile from creeping in to give away his light-hearted intention. Finn grinned at Piper. "He has a point." Piper's pulse was pounding with thrilled excitement, but her first thought was worry about her son. Liam's well-being was and always would be her top priority. As if he could sense why the shadow darkened her eyes, Finn said, "I already love Liam like he's my own son. I would be honored to officially become his father and your husband." Daring to begin to hope that all of her dreams might actually be coming true, Piper tipped her head towards King Sebastian and asked Finn, "You're not just doing this because the king commanded it?" Finn's grin widened as he shook his head. "I am loyal to my monarch, but no, he doesn't get to decide who I will marry or when." Chuckles sounded around the table as the king made over-exaggerated blustering noises, pretending to be offended by Finn's statement. Standing from his chair, Finn walked over and took a knee in front of Piper. "I'm the one who gets to make those decisions. I choose you, Piper, and I don't want to wait any longer." A look of concern washed over his face before he said, "I don't have a ring yet, but this seems like the perfect time anyway." The king made a vague gesture with his hand, and a waiter swooped forward with a tiny velvet ring box resting on an intricately decorated silver platter. At Finn's surprised look, the king answered his unasked question. "I've had it ready for weeks, waiting for you to pop the question. It was taking you so long, I decided to give you a gentle nudge." "Gentle?" Mo scoffed and scrunched her face into a mask of disbelief. When the queen gave her a poignant look, silently asking her best friend to let it go without any further impertinence, Mo was quiet. Popping open the ring box, Finn and Piper's eyes both widened with delighted surprise when they saw the gorgeous, classic, princess-cut platinum ring from the royal vault. Turning to the king, Finn said, "It's too much." "Nonsense," the monarch scoffed. "Let me be in charge of something. Consider it a bonus for you both being valued, irreplaceable employees." Swallowing his nerves, Finn turned back to Piper and continued with his proposal. "Piper Pearson, will you make me the luckiest and happiest man alive by agreeing to marry me and share your life with me as we raise Liam and the rest of our gaggle of kids together?" Piper's cheeks hurt from smiling so wide, but she couldn't seem to stop. "Exactly how many kids are in a gaggle?" she answered his question with one of her own. "I don't think a group of kids is called a gaggle. That's geese," Mo weighed in. The royals raced to search their phones for the answer. Ignoring them, Finn only had eyes for Piper when he answered her. "I don't know. 3, 4, 10? 10? Piper screeched. "You want 10 kids?" "I want as many as you do," he murmured near her ear. "A migraine!" the queen practically shouted, losing her normally carefully held decorum for a moment when she discovered the answer. "A group of kids is called a migraine." "Sounds about right," someone quipped. It was the king that pulled the group back to the topic at hand. "Piper, you didn't answer his proposal." The room waited with bated breath until Piper nodded her head, wrapped her arms around the neck of the royal steward she loved, and said with happiness emanating from her voice, "Yes, I'll marry you." The whoops of excitement were as unroyal as could be as they echoed through the palace hallways all the way upstairs to the nursery. At the exuberant sounds, Liam bounced excitedly in his nanny's arms as if he knew his mother and father were destined to live happily ever after. Epilogue. Piper had stayed up late many nights working on her top secret project. It had been practically impossible to think of the perfect baby shower gift for her two favorite royal ladies. After all, what could you get for people who already had everything? She smiled down at the gauzy fabric with tiny, perfect stitches and delicate, intricate lace that she had just put the finishing touches on. Despite not having used her seamstress skills in several months, even the perfectionist in her had to admit that the matching christening gowns were gorgeous. She felt confident the queen and princess would love them. "Almost ready to come to bed? It's chilly and lonely without you to snuggle with." Her husband bent down to sweetly kiss her cheek as she tilted her rocking chair back and forth, admiring her handiwork. "Just finished." She smiled up at him and lifted the cream-colored gowns for his inspection. "They're going to love them," he said confidently. "I hope so," she beamed at him, still not quite able to believe that she was married to Finn, or that they had created this magnificent life for themselves in their quaint cottage, surrounded by a lush forest, the vast sea, and even a splendid royal castle. Every time she walked into their happy home, it felt like she was living in a fairy tale, but no one ever closed the book on her. Her life was a dream that she didn't wish to wake from. Hand in hand, the newlywed couple crept over to bend over Liam's crib to quietly wish him good night. Their son grew and changed every day, but as the tiny puffs of air escaped his bright pink, bow-like lips, Piper realized that, to her, he would always be a sweet baby boy. Exhausted, she climbed into bed and sank into the welcoming, warm embrace of her husband. Feeling safe and loved, she drifted off immediately and was shocked to open her eyes what felt like a second later, only to discover the first slashing rays of sunlight streaming through the window. She jumped out of bed as if the sheets were on fire, knowing she had more to accomplish today than most people could do in 3 days. It was going to be a super busy weekend at the palace, with the royal baby's official gender reveals today and the baby showers tomorrow. Members of the press were already arriving in droves, since the entire world seemed enthralled with every detail about the first of this generation of royal babies to be born in Isle de Montseil. The public scandal surrounding Liam's paternity had put the tiny kingdom's rulers on people's radars, and now their adoring public couldn't seem to get enough of the island's royals. Piper was both excited and nervous about the weekend's festivities. There were a myriad of details that she had personally seen to, so she would blame herself if things didn't go perfectly. Besides, the Queen and Princess deserved to have a wonderful, stress-free weekend before their babies were born and their lives were truly turned upside down, in a good way. Consulting her electronic tablet, Piper verified that her detailed lists within lists were organized and ready for assignment. She couldn't personally handle every detail, but she was in charge of making sure that everything got done when it should and in a manner befitting the royals. It wasn't anything she couldn't handle, but this was her first big test as the Queen's right-hand woman, and she intended to nail it. Finn was taking charge of Liam's care all weekend, so she would be able to focus on her job. As she scurried from their cottage towards the castle, she heard her handsome boys chasing after her. Turning to see what they wanted, she was delighted by the beaming smile both boys greeted her with when they caught up with her. Handing her a granola bar, Finn said, "You need to eat to be at your best this weekend." It was so foreign and wonderful to have someone taking care of her and looking out for her well-being. Piper gave her sweet men warm smiles and quick pecks on their cheeks before setting off towards the palace and tearing into her granola bar. Either she hadn't realized she was famished, or having it given to her as a gesture of love made the healthy snack taste delicious, because she scarfed the bar down and threw away the plastic wrapper before she reached the palace entrance. From that point on, her day was consumed with greeting guests, directing chores, finalizing details, handling snafus, and answering questions. She took the burden of all of the stress surrounding the events so the royals could relax and enjoy the celebrations. Sebastian and Pearson's parents, the former king and queen, arrived in a flourish. Piper hadn't been sure what to expect from the elegant woman and irreverent man, but when she met them, she quickly discovered that the former king's reputation for being audacious had not been exaggerated in the slightest. She would have recognized him anywhere by his signature bushy white mustache. The short, rotund man had the ruddy cheeks of a heavy drinker. Even though he had stepped down as monarch to avoid being ousted for the combination of his drinking and gambling addictions, Piper had still expected him to behave in a more majestic and sophisticated manner, especially at such an elegant and important event. The bumbling, overly loud man made Mo seem like a graceful swan. Upon meeting Piper, the previous king announced to the gathered crowd that she didn't look like his son's usual type. Piper's cheeks heated with shame at this reminder to anyone who might have forgotten about her tryst with the king. She was certain that was the last thing the queen wanted to think about on the day of her baby's gender reveal, but the classy woman handled it with her usual degree of grace and dignity. After gently reminding her father-in-law that it wasn't polite to say such things, Queen Tess tried to steer the conversation towards the safer territory of the former monarch's recent travels. Proving he wasn't one to be shut down so easily, the plump man said, "What? Look at her! She's too thin for Sebastian's taste. In fact, if she leaned against a wall, she'd probably resemble a crack in the plaster." The boorish man guffawed with laughter at his own joke, but other than a few nervous titters, no one else joined in. Piper quickly ushered the royal matriarch and patriarch to their seats at the side of the outdoor proceedings. She now understood why the queen had requested that they not be seated on the stage with the 4 royals for the gender reveals. The queen's standoffish parents arrived and proved themselves to be superfluous as well. After skipping Tess's royal wedding that the entire world had watched and been enthralled with, the first thing her mother said to Tess after more than a year of not seeing her daughter was that the younger woman looked deathly pale. Piper noticed her boss gritting her teeth as she said, "I've been under a bit of stress, but thank you for pointing it out to me. I'll see what I can do to fix it." "Find some blusher. There are cameras everywhere." Her mother stage whispered the words as she fluffed her own over-processed blonde hair. The queen nodded and bugged her eyes out in Piper's direction. Perfectly in tune with her monarch's needs, Piper rushed forward and smoothly offered to usher the grandparents-to-be to their seats. Piper admired the queen even more with each new tidbit she learned about her. The fact that the woman had grown up to be so gracious, despite her harsh, judgmental mother, spoke volumes. Tess was practically perfect, with the notable exceptions of the unladylike way she rubbed her nose in a circular fashion as if she was trying to spin it off her face, and the thick, unflattering glasses she donned when her eyes were tired at the end of a long day. Smiling to herself, Piper realized that these quirks only made the woman that much more lovable. Once Piper made sure that Tess's brothers and their wives were seated in their places of honor, right up front in the courtyard, she nodded to the royal courier that they were ready to begin the proceedings. Mo clapped her hands lightly together with anticipation. She had been the one who wanted to find out the genders of their babies in advance of their births. The queen indicated a preference for being surprised when her child was born, but her best friend had insisted that they do this together. Eventually, Mo's whining and pleading had worn down the queen's objections. Unable to contain her excitement, Mo rushed forward to greet the courier at the steps that led up to the raised stage. Already several inches taller than the jumpy man, Mo towered over him from her perch on the steps. "I'll take them," she squealed, stooping down to grab the large silver balloon's curly ribbons from the startled courier. Once she had them in her greedy grasp, she scurried back to the center of the stage. Silence reigned and anticipation soared as numerous cameras live-streamed this moment over the internet to viewers across the globe. Standing in front of the queen, Mo looked up at the balloons to see which one she should give her. She turned and twirled them to look at each side before holding them out away from her to inspect the ribbons. Evidently coming up short on answers, she whirled around to face the nervous courier before demanding, "Which balloon is the queen's?" Piper could tell by the man's pale, worried expression that something was amiss before he even answered Mo. His stammered answer confirmed she was correct to be concerned. The king and queen's balloon was in my right hand, and yours was in my left, Your Highness." Mo stared blankly at him with her mouth agape as if she couldn't quite believe her ears. She blinked several times. "But I twisted and turned them around. Aren't they marked in some way?" "I'm afraid not." The man cringed as if he expected Mo to order him to the guillotine over this fiasco. Ever the voice of reason, the queen said, "Perhaps the contents of the balloons are either both pink or both blue. Then it won't matter which one we get." That rationale seemed to make sense to Mo because she slowly nodded her head. Just then, a big gust of wind swept in from the sea, and the balloon's ribbons slipped from Mo's grasp. Her husband valiantly tried to jump and catch them, but they sailed up and away too quickly. The queen lifted her hand to her forehead as if she suddenly had a terrible headache. The rest of the crowd watched in mesmerized horror as their big reveals flew away. Piper's mind scrambled for a solution. She could have someone contact the store that had made the balloons to get replacements, but that would take too long. Millions of people were watching this fiasco unfold on their computer and phone screens. The last thing she wanted was for her royals to look like fools. Turning to bark an order at the royal guard, Piper yelled, "Shoot those balloons!" As 6 uniformed men lifted their rifles and aimed, she mouthed the words, "Please be the same color." Shots rang out, and an explosive blast of pink and blue confetti rained down on the courtyard. Just when Piper was thinking that this public gender reveal couldn't possibly go any worse, the queen stepped forward and regally made an announcement. "There you have it. One of us is having a girl, and the other is having a boy. I think we should take this as a sign that we are meant to wait until the first baby is born to see which gender belongs with which couple of the royal family." Mo appeared to be on the verge of pitching a fit, but when the crowd, including the members of the press, erupted into excited cheers, her face morphed into a wide smile as she nodded her agreement to be patient. After having nearly everything that could possibly go wrong happen while the world was watching, the tides shifted and the remainder of the weekend went smoothly. The air inside the palace practically crackled with love, laughter, and unadulterated happiness. The mothers-to-be both squealed with delight over the handmade christening gowns Piper had toiled over as their shower gifts. They pulled her into a marvelous group hug as all 3 sets of eyes welled with tears. Piper was thrilled that they appreciated her gifts that she had sewn with love as the inspiration for each stitch. It was a touching, warm moment until King Sebastian's father asked his wife a little too loudly, "Does she expect my male grandchild to wear a dress?" "It's a christening gown," his wife hissed at him as she lightly smacked at him with the back of her hand. "Looks like a dress to me," he grouched. Looking around the room, Piper realized that between the outspoken older man, Mo, and the soon-to-be-born royal babies, this palace would never be dull. Trey and Ellie Donovan chose that moment to wheel in the cart holding the massive cake they had baked for the baby shower. Piper could tell, by the proud way he presented it to his sister and her best friend, that Trey had done the imperfect, slanted lettering himself. It read, "It's a boy and a girl." The ladies fawned appropriately over the cake. When Mo said her baby was ready for a slice, Trey surprised them all by saying he had a quick announcement to make first, since they were all gathered for such a happy occasion. Beaming with pride at his lovely blonde wife, he said, "Ellie and I are excited to share the news with you all that we are going to have a baby in a few months." The crowd whooped with excitement. When the merriment began to die down, Trevor Donovan took his gorgeous wife's hand and led her to the front of the room to stand next to his siblings. Once he had everyone's attention, he said in a booming voice, "I wasn't going to steal the spotlight from Tess and Mo on this special day, but since Trey has already done so, I don't mind adding to his thunder. Millie and I are having a baby too." Delight was the only word that described the surge of emotion in the room. Everyone was thrilled and excited for the upcoming pitter-patter of little feet. Piper made the rounds, congratulating and hugging everyone. Once she was sure no one else was watching, she caught her husband's eye and winked at him. Neither of them cared to be the center of attention. This moment belonged to the royals and their families, but one day, very soon, they would share their special secret with the others. Thinking of the 2 separate heartbeats they'd heard fluttering rapidly in her stomach during her doctor visit, Piper grinned to herself. This royal palace was facing the very real possibility of bursting at the seams with babies and happiness. Did you miss any of the 4 other books in the Broke Billionaires Club? If so, continue living the high life by listening to them now. If you've already listened to the other stories in the Broke Billionaires Club, curl up with an adorable golden retriever in the heartwarming and sweet romance, Guarding Grace.